Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. A year ago, I stood before this same CBS microphone in this same studio and said goodbye to you for the Mercury. Here was our farewell. It is important for the peoples of this hemisphere to get better acquainted, and the Mercury has been given the job of helping out with the introduction. Tomorrow we leave for South America. That was a year ago. Since then, we've made motion pictures in Brazil and Mexico and visited all the American republics, gathering material and writing the scripts for these broadcasts. Now it's time to say goodbye again. We're going on with the job. The Mercury is still working for the coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. Movies and plays, and later we hope more radio. We're going to go on trying to help out with the introduction. Senor and Senora America, we want you to shake hands with Mr. and Mrs. America. Stories and music, poetry and jokes. All the mediums we can work in, all the languages we know, are obediently yours in the service of a big idea called Pan-Americanism. Big idea and also a big word. I wish it weren't. It ought to be just as easy to say Pan-Americanism as it is to understand it. My own contact with Pan-Americanism began with a delicately filigreed souvenir spoon from the Pan American Exposition, clearly labeled sterling silver. At the inquisitive age of 7, I found this tiny spoon among my grandmother's jealously guarded treasures in the old glass reliquary in the living room, along with a dance program which, curiously enough, did not have my grandfather's name in it, and the prescription for an asthma remedy.
Orson, are you meddling in my things again?
Even as a child, I recognized the merit of diversion as a method of defense. So I promptly asked, "What does Pan-Americanism mean, Grandma?" As well as I'd been able to figure it out from the engraved map in the bowl of the spoon, the narrow strip of Central America must be the handle to some fantastic two-headed frying pan.
Your grandfather's idea of a wedding anniversary was always to traipse off to an exposition.
Patiently or stubbornly, perhaps, I asked again, "But what does Pan-American mean, Grandma?" She seemed puzzled as she looked at me through the upper half of her glasses.
Pan-American means the Monroe Doctrine or something. Something to do with us and those people down Panama way, I suppose. They showed off a display of how they make blankets down there. And as nice colors as I ever did see.
A little incomplete, perhaps, but somehow it made me feel friendly toward those people down Panama way. Their bright colors. I learned only a little more of our southern neighbors in school. Brazil. The area of Brazil is 3,285,316 square miles. The republic has a population of
40,272,650.
In school, I learned that the people to the south of us included many races. Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, German, Russian, Negro, Indian, and some Irish. They're much like our own classroom.
Miranda? Fantasy?
Present.
Garcia? O'Leary?
Present.
Smith?
Present.
Wells?
Present and so forth.
We will all face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It was later, much later, that I learned about the tango. I went to the movies, read books. I was told of dark-eyed senoritas, of pampas moons, gauchos, and wild palomino ponies. Then I learned the rumba. I heard about Latin lovers and the barbarous jungles, fiestas, bandits, revolutions, and tamales, hot tamales. Somehow the feeling of friendliness I'd known as a child escaped me. I was a gringo, and my friends from down Panama way were Latins. A gulf wider and deeper than the Rio Grande separated me from my neighbors. Them from me. If I can only begin to tell you tonight how shallow and narrow that gulf really is, I will have accomplished what it took me a journey through our entire hemisphere to realize.
Como vai você, José? Então, como vai passando sua senhora e crianças? O que é que você pensa a respeito das últimas notícias enviadas de Casablanca, hein?
You know what that means? It means, hello, Joe, what do you know? How's the wife and kids? And what do you think of the news from Casablanca?
Tú sabes, chiquito, que hay una guerra y tengo que luchar. Espéreme.
That's the way a Mexican boy says, listen, sweetheart, I got to enlist. You understand. Wait for me. That was the dark-eyed senorita he was talking to, and that other was your Latin lover. It's the sameness I'm talking about now. Sameness in spite of difference. Different sounds to the words. But the same idea. Different colors, but the same spirit. Different churches, but the same faith. Different liquor, but the same hangover. Different jokes, but the same laughter. Different nation. The same humanity. Thank God for the differences, because it's out of those differences that culture grows, and grows big in all directions at once. Thank God for the southern drawl and the Yankee twang. Thank God for samba and swing, for baseball and bullfights, for the poets and the painters, for Mexico's Orozco, for Portinari of Brazil, Queiroz of Argentina. Thank God for Walt Disney and Cantinflas, El Gran Otelo, Carmen Miranda. Thank God for Chavez and Villalobos and 1,000 unknown troubadours who improvised the people's songs. Thank God for Mark Twain and Mickey Rooney and all the others, living and dead, whose different voices are heard in our hemisphere, voices whose eternal sameness is contained in the tremendous proposition that all men are created equal. The very foundation of peace on earth is understanding between men. Strong magic acknowledging no time and space. The understanding that comes with knowledge is a perfect time machine. You can twist the dial of history and listen in wherever you like. For instance, let's say we want to tune in on the city of Washington, D.C., the year 1816.
How demand to be heard? Will the senator yield to the gentleman from Kentucky?
John Randolph has been ridiculing a junior senator by the name of Henry Clay, who spoke for a diplomatic mission to South America.
Mr. Clay's enthusiasm is a fervor recently acquired in Europe. A spirit which is out of place in the United States of America. The differences between the American nations are too great, socially, economically, and politically.
The holdouts say those same things today. But the differences they talk about are just the ones you'll find in any of our own large cities. Well, people seem to get along all right. Any New York subway car is an international express. No one's really killed in the rush.
Pan-Americanism is an unnatural movement.
Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Sharp of Kentucky.
Mr. President, I wonder how many colleagues can be the spectators of a struggle for liberty and independence by any portion of the human family and feel indifferent of the result.
Will the senator yield?
The senator will gladly yield to Henry Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Mr. President, it was the doctrine of kings that man was too ignorant to govern himself.
It was the doctrine of kings that man was too ignorant to govern himself.
Bolivar speaking. Simon Bolivar in South America, the liberator. He stands framed against the clean, cold sky as he reads to his men.
It was the doctrine of kings that man was too ignorant to govern himself. I maintain that an oppressed people are authorized whenever they can to rise and break their fetters. Those are the words I bring you from a senator of the United States Congress, Henry Clay.
The wind blew across the mountains with the sound of Spanish cannon. and snapped the black streamer which flew from Bolivar's lance. The men shifted their weight, watching the emblem on the streamer, a skull and bones, with the words of Patrick Henry, liberty or death.
My friends, these words from our neighbor to the north give final assurance that we do not fight in vain. America, already I see it serve as a bond, as center, as emporium to the human family. May God grant that we may install a Congress here to study the high interest of peace and war with the other nations of the world.
The roots of Pan-Americanism lie buried with Bolivar deep in the rich, fertile soil he loved and freed. Let's turn the dial of history again, past the failure of Bolivar's assembly at Panama, 1826, past the narrow national errors and misinterpretations of the Monroe Doctrine. Let's tune in on the most spectacular year, 1889, Washington, D.C. October 2nd, 1889.
I call to order the first Pan-American Conference. The scope and objective of this conference is consultative and rudimentary only. The conference will be wholly without power to...
And so it began, this Pan-American partnership, weak, uncertain, a newborn infant. And across the sea in Austria, in the same year of our Lord, 1889...
Fine boy, Little, a fine boy. Look how he holds his head up already. He'll make his mark, this boy will. You'll be proud to have delivered this child, Herr Doctor.
Well, I find it better to disclaim any credit, good or bad, for the human beings I bring into the world, Herr Schickelgruber.
1889. The birth date of two infants who were to grow into mortal enemies, Pan-Americanism and Adolf Hitler, née Schickelgruber. History indulges such contradictions. Take, for example, another year, 1933. Now we're in a small clay hut somewhere in South America. Jose tries to tune his new radio while his wife prepares food against the return of their son, who helps build radios in the new radio factory.
For such a price, it's a fine new radio.
I'm listening to the inaugural address of the 32nd President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
In the field of world policy, I would dedicate this nation to the policy of the good neighbor.
Good evening, Father.
The neighbor who resolutely respects himself, and because he does so, respects the rights of others. The neighbor who respects his obligations and respects the sanctity of his agreement in and with a world of neighbors.
And in answer to the public of the Jew Franklin Roosevelt, I quote the words of Germany's new leader. Whoever would really wish from his heart for the victory of the pacifist conception of this world must devote himself by every means to the conquest of the world by the Germans.
Warren, there is something strange about this radio.
Oh, no, they're all like that. Senor Schmidt at the factory told us it's because we're closer to Germany.
Don't worry, Juan has learned. Today he works in another factory and he's a member of the Latin American Confederation of Workers. I'd like you to hear what Vicente Lombardo Toledano, the head of the Confederation, told me in Mexico.
We have joined the United States and the other people fighting in the Orient and in Europe against Hitler and accomplices. There can be only two attitudes, against Hitler or in favor of Hitler. It is absurd to speak of neutrality because the neutral is but an ambushed fascist, cynical and cowardly.
Today, the peoples of two great continents are fighting shoulder to shoulder. 21 nations of the Americas marching to the same battle hymn. And we didn't come together by a strange coincidence. And it wasn't just luck. And it wasn't an accident. We men and women of the Americas came together out of a common heritage, a tradition planted 100 years deep. We were born out of revolution, all 21 of us. And we cut our teeth on a Declaration of Independence. Today we're still fighting the same fight. Good neighbors thrown together to protect their homes, that's the picture. People, just plain people. Plenty of personal problems going their own way, never getting to know their neighbors except for a good morning and a nice day, isn't it? Lots of us never knew that man who's the air raid warden till he dropped in to look over the house one evening about a year ago. And it's the same way with nations. Friendly, know each other's names. That's about all. Then comes the crisis. A fire, an air raid alert. And over a single night, acquaintances become friends. Neighbors become allies and comrades in arms. Sometimes it doesn't take a crisis. I remember in Mexico seeing a young girl with a group of tourists in the United States. She was so carried away by a passion for flowers that she found herself without enough centavos to pay for the orchids, gardenias, and carnations she'd selected. I was asked to interpret, and it was only after I'd pushed through the group of tourists that I saw the face of the little flower girl. She smiled such a smile as I will never forget. It was as though she had been confronted with a miracle. I found she understood the situation.
Si le gustan varias, niña.
Literally translated, the young lady says, if you like them, keep them, little one.
But she can't afford.
The gringa tried to give the flowers back, but the Indian girl would have no part of it. She was genuinely delighted to find the gringa had a heart like herself, and that she loved her flowers. Flowers of Mexico.
Here. Ask her to take this scarf.
But before I could speak, the Indian girl had refused.
No, niña. Es un regalo.
When I told the gringa the flowers were a gift, she understood. I think we all understood. The paisanita just discovered that gringos have souls, that they're human beings, that nothing stands between them and us. America, all of it. That big two-headed frying pan, my grandmother's souvenir spoon. America's recognizing its unity of purpose. Sometimes slowly out of the necessity of crisis, more often through the recognition of a common destiny. Not the manifest destiny of Yankee imperialism and gringo superiority, but the destiny conceived by Bolivar, a great cultural and economic, political and intellectual partnership of equal nations. On the docks of Baltimore and New York, the longshoremen speak with surprise of a new and startling phenomenon.
I don't get it, Pop. What is all this stuff?
It's a factory, that's what it is, son.
You mean I'm lifting a whole blasted factory?
That's right, son, a whole blasted factory. From conveyor belts to time clocks. Last month, the first of some 500 factories we weren't using for the war were shipped out of Baltimore for Latin America. That's the good neighbor policy. That's inter-American democracy, as my good friend Luis Quintanilla, the Mexican ambassador to the Soviet Union, sees it.
Not only the formal, theoretical, political democracy of our several constitutions, but the natural, tangible economic democracy in our people's way of living.
Pan-Americanism submits that being a nation is a dignity, a trust, a responsibility. That being a nation is a highly professional matter involving the highest professional ethics. Professional people don't have rivals or competitors, but colleagues. Each individual stands to gain by the good professional and ethical conduct of every other individual in the society. Colleagues understand the necessity of not resorting to brass knuckles as instruments of policy.
Well, what do they settle their arguments with, then?
What do you do if someone sues your friend? Beat his brains out?
No. I get a lawyer or leave town.
Nations can't leave town. So, in a manner of speaking, they get a lawyer. Several South American disputes have been settled by mediation, arbitration, and conciliation. And that's only the beginning. Science and knowledge are breaking through the barriers of time and space. Only a short while ago, our president and commander-in-chief conferred with Winston Churchill in North Africa. Today, he's in Brazil. Men are learning to think in 3 dimensions. At long last, our understanding can encompass the words of Abraham Lincoln.
The strongest tie of human sympathy, apart from the family relationship, is that uniting the workers of all nations, tongues, and kindred.
Out of and beyond the concept of Pan-Americanism has grown the organized form of world democracy, the United Nations. Out of the meeting at Casablanca, we have renewed our solemn pledge to fight this war to ultimate total victory. And it will follow by the simple logic of historic elimination that when we've destroyed those who advocate a world order of slavery, poverty, and ignorance, we will be one step nearer the defeat of slavery, poverty, and ignorance themselves. Over the Americas, over the continents and waters of the Western world, watches a spirit.
I will not go back.
Out of the mists of time, the spirit came. In the beginning, there was universal ooze, and monsters roamed the uncertain earth. Incredible reptiles haunted the world, and there was no man.
Then they died. Great reptiles had their dim, their mighty day, and died. Then came the jungles. I was a foul and hairy thing, monstrous and witless life, till something happened. I lifted myself on my knuckles, brute that I was, trying to stand, lifting myself on my wrists, pushing myself up on my knuckles.
And this took 1,000,000 years or more.
But I stood up. I stood. And I walked erect.
The world was hostile. The jungle was close at the back of the creature that dared to be more than creature. The jungle stood ready to take back its own.
I will not go back.
So he stands, this man spirit, watching over the continents, anxious of his destiny. He broods and waits for some proof that man can live in peace, proof that mankind can repudiate the doctrine of might and the brute rule by claw and fang, talon and beak. The spirit of man waits to learn if the jungle is leveled, or if it still lives rankly, living and breathing and waiting to take back its own. Man may stand and look at the sun, or he may squat on his haunches again and howl at the moon.
I am man. I have seen the summits to which men may lift themselves. I have survived Babylon, Nineveh, and Tyre. I have survived the flooding Nile and the rising and the falling of the continents. My flint and my bronze and my bones are scattered over the world throughout time. I have been kin to Plato, to Socrates, to Michelangelo, Galileo, Raphael, Shakespeare. Confucius has taught his simple art of goodness. Buddha has rested beneath his tree. Muhammad has journeyed to the mountain in my time. The Nazarene has mounted to Golgotha and higher. I am man. I have drawn nearer to it on recent wings. If I fly, I compute. I reason and have rules of logic. I sing, communicate. I speak and write my speeches upon space and void. I look up at the sun. I am man. I will not go back.
This perhaps is our last chance. Here in the West, our chance is for a perfect and a bloodless victory. Pan-Americanism is a name for that victory. Not a Pan-Americanism of the alarmed moment, looking only for temporary safety in numbers. Not an expedient for the advantage of the big fellow nation or the imperialist. Not a cynical heads-I-win, tails-you-lose Pan-Americanism and the devil take the hindmost. But a union formed in the conviction that this is it. That the moment is urgent. And the wrong road leads back to the jungle. All the world looks to half the world for a way to peace. And we are that half of the world. We are charged with giving that we may receive. America, the mother of republics, may yield magnificently once more, or go forever barren. I asked our Vice President, Henry A. Wallace, to write us a message for broadcasting. Here it is. The new democracy looks to the future, not to the past. It looks to the rich soil and bright sunshine of America for strength. It does not exclude the old world, but it will develop its own strength to help the old world. The spirit of man stands watch upon the western continent.
I have come this far. I will not go back.
So be it. We will see. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our time's up. The series is over. The Mercury Theater and the Office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs extends sincerest thanks to the Columbia Broadcasting System for making these programs possible. Your obedient servant thanks Lucien Marowek for his music and Vlad Gluskin for conducting it. Finally, he'd like to thank you for listening and for the interest you've shown in what we've had to talk about. We very much hope to be able to come back to the air again soon. Until then, we remain, as always, obediently yours. Hasta luego, hasta luego. Good night, Americans.
You have been listening to the concluding program in a series about the Other Americas, in which the Columbia Broadcasting System has presented Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater. The Columbia Broadcasting System is the originator of South America's network of stations, La Cadena de las Americas. In the Southern Hemisphere, as well as in this hemisphere, CBS provides daily programs of news, entertainment, and recreation to bring about a closer understanding among Americans everywhere. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Sylvia warned me. She told me about you. Now I know why. She was telling the truth. She knows you, Frank Gerard. She said you were no good.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of the confession. The courthouse walls of a county in an eastern state have echoed for many years the vibrant, persuasive voice of William Marshall. Marshall has defended countless numbers of persons, great and small, who'd become entangled in the meshes of the law, and he has never lost a case. The great criminal lawyer attributes his success to the fact that he has never taken a case in which he was not convinced that the defendant was either innocent or the victim of unfortunate circumstances. At the moment, in the anteroom of Marshall's office, a beautiful young girl and a handsome man of 30 wait for an audience with the attorney. After some 15 minutes of waiting, the girl speaks to the handsome man.
Pardon me, but are you in a terrible hurry to see Mr. Marshall?
Why, no. No, that is, my business can wait a few moments.
Well, I'd appreciate it so much if I could see him first. I'll only be a few minutes. I just got off the train and I've got to see him.
I see. Is it really as bad as all that?
What?
You sound as though you're in terrible trouble.
Oh, I am. I really am.
Oh, that's too bad. How did it happen?
How did what happen?
How'd you get into such trouble?
Well, I've spent all my money. I'm broke.
Oh, is that your trouble?
Yes. What did you think?
Oh, I thought maybe you'd murdered your husband.
Oh, no, I haven't a husband. I've never been married.
No. Well, my name is Frank Girard.
Yes? My name is Jean Marshall. William Marshall is my father. I've been away at school for a year, and you know what can happen to a girl's finances in a year. So I've either got to borrow some money from Father or borrow his car to get home.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do if you care to wait a few minutes. That is, after I get to see your father, I'll take you right to your door.
Well, I suppose it's all right. Are you a client of Father's, Mr.
I
John?
certainly hope to be. He's a busy man, but I hope he can find time to handle my business.
All right. I live in Mission Hills.
That's not far. I have nothing to do. I'd love to accommodate you.
Then I won't be with Father over 1 minute.
Your father will be right out, Miss Marshall.
Jean, darling, I'm very glad you're home. But what are you doing at the office?
I'm broke, Father.
All right, here you are. Money, money, money. Sorry, darling. I wish I could talk to you a while now, but I've got to be in court in 20 minutes. See you at dinner.
This gentleman is waiting to see you, Mr. Girard.
Oh, I see. Gerard? Well, come in, Mr. Gerard. See you at dinner, Jean.
Yes, Father. Bye.
Come along, Gerard. Gerard. Sit down. Seems to me I've seen you before, Gerard.
Have you, Mr. Marshall? Where?
Gerard. Wait a minute. I know now. You're Frank Gerard.
That's right. Frank Gerard.
What do you want?
I want you to handle a case for me.
What sort of a case?
A murder case.
Murder? Who did you kill, Gerard?
Now, wait a minute. First, I want to know if you're going to handle the case.
That depends. Who did you kill and what were the circumstances? And remember, I want the truth. I've got to know everything.
All right. I killed Joe Barkowitz.
Joe Barkowitz? So, that's what happened to Joe.
Yeah. And the police are hot on the trail. And sooner than you imagine, they're going to trace it to me. In fact, they're on my trail now. And the evidence is going to be so strong against me because we were enemies that, well, I'm going to have a tough job convincing a jury.
Convincing them of what?
That I shot Joe Barkowitz in self-defense.
Self-defense? You shot him in self-defense?
Certainly. I'm not a killer.
Self-defense. Do you expect me to believe that?
Why shouldn't you?
Gerard, I know all about you. You belong on the shady side of this city. You've pulled several things that have not been traced to you. You've gotten away with them. But I think you're very bad material. Joe Barkowitz was bad material. It's too bad you didn't kill each other at the same time.
Is that the way you feel about it?
I do. And if Joe Barkowitz came to me with the same story, I'd tell him the same thing. It wasn't in self-defense.
Yeah? I've got a witness.
Oh.
Mickey Gifford was with me. He saw Joe pull a gun on me.
Mickey Gifford? Why, I wouldn't trust him across the street. He was Joe Barkowitz's right-hand man until you came along. He'd turn state's evidence so fast it'd make you dizzy.
You really think that, eh?
Certainly. I wouldn't touch your case.
Why not?
Because I think you deliberately murdered Joe Barkowitz. And I've never yet defended a person unless I was convinced he was innocent of malice aforethought.
So you don't think I killed Joe in self-defense?
No. I know you. I know all about you.
Okay, Marshal, I'll find somebody else.
Then find them. I'm not interested.
You're making a big mistake, Marshal. A big mistake.
I'm a busy man, Gerard. Good day.
Okay, Marshal. Okay. Oh, Miss Marshall, I That was longer than I thought it'd be. Huh?
That's all right, Mr. Gerard.
Where did you say you live? Oh, yes, Mission Hills. Are you ready now?
I certainly am. I've got some bags downstairs. Can you handle them?
I'd be delighted, Miss Marshall. Come along.
This is awfully sweet of you. How can I thank you?
Oh, you don't have to thank me, Miss Marshall. It's a pleasure. A great pleasure.
A week later, Jean Marshall has fallen deeply in love with Frank Gerard. She has seen Frank night after night. Now, 2 weeks later, she has begun to stay out rather late. Too late, in fact, to please her beautiful stepmother, Sylvia, who has mentioned the matter to Mr. Marshall.
Jean, dear, you've been getting in rather late quite a few nights in succession, haven't you?
Well, yes. Lots of parties this summer, Father.
They seem to break up unusually late. Sylvia says you came in around 3 this morning.
Oh? Were you awake when I came in, Sylvia?
Yes, I've been troubled with insomnia lately.
Insomnia at your age? Why, you should do something about that, Sylvia.
Who escorts you to these parties, Jean? Why do you always leave here alone?
Oh, that's the way everyone's doing these days.
Why?
Gas rationing. The girl meets her escort halfway, parks her car, and continues on in his.
I see. Well, I'd prefer that you try to get in a little earlier. I didn't know you were staying out so late until Sylvia told me.
Is that why Sylvia has insomnia?
Yes, Jean. You never say where you're going or who you're going with. It naturally worries me.
Where were you last night?
Why, I went to a party given by Jack Hyatt. You know the Hyatts.
Oh, of course. But I'm sure you understand what Sylvia and I mean.
Oh, I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, I've got to run along now. See you at dinner, Sylvia.
Why didn't you tell your father the truth, Jean?
I told him everything he wanted to know.
You weren't at a party given by Jack Hyatt last night because Jack Hyatt has been at Pensacola Naval Station for 4 weeks.
He's on leave.
I talked to his mother yesterday. She'd have told me if he were home. You're meeting the same man every night. Someone you don't want us to know about. Oh, it has nothing to do with gas rationing. Either he doesn't want to come here or you don't want him to come.
You're not my mother, Sylvia. And you're not so many years older than I am, so why don't you quit trying to mother me?
Are you in love with this man?
Yes, I am. Terribly in love. I've never met anyone like him. He's young, handsome, and charming, and I'll marry him the minute he asks me. Does that answer your question?
Why don't you bring him to the house?
Because he and Father had some business disagreement, and Father doesn't care for him. But whether Father likes him or not, well, that has nothing to do with me.
Who is he?
His name is Frank Gerard.
Frank Gerard? You mean...
Well, what's wrong with him?
Oh, you can't mean it.
Well, what are you so shocked about? Do you know him?
No. That is not personally. Oh, but he isn't your type. He's a gambler, a gangster.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
He belongs to the lowest element in town, the underworld. Oh, no wonder he doesn't want to come here. He's not in love with you. He's stringing you. He isn't the marrying kind. Oh, please, Jean, don't see him anymore. Oh, if your father knew this, it would kill him.
If we're talking about the same man, Father is entirely wrong. Father forms opinions about people he knows nothing about from personal experience. Frank is the sweetest man in the world.
Oh, please, Jean, don't go through with this.
You know nothing about him except what Father has told you?
No.
Then why don't you stop saying things about people? Things of which you have no personal knowledge.
Very well, Jean. I'm terribly sorry for you. I'm sorrier for your father. This will break his heart.
Oh, Sylvia, don't be so dramatic.
And now several more days have passed, and Jean continues to see Frank Gerard, but never brings him to the house. Sylvia has said nothing about Jean's infatuation to the father for fear of the consequences. Then one day, Frank Gerard has an unexpected visitor at his apartment.
Well, hello, Frank.
Annette. Well, come in.
Haven't seen you around for quite a while.
No, I've been awfully busy lately.
Yeah? What's been keeping you so busy?
Oh, one thing and another.
I haven't heard from you in over 2 weeks. Lose my phone number?
No.
Why don't you use it?
I told you I've been busy. I've been out of town a good deal.
I subscribe to the Grapevine. You ought to know that I can find out everything I want to.
Yeah?
Frank, you're making one terrific mistake if you think I'm the kind of a gal who can be kicked into the corner like an old shoe whenever you take a notion.
Who's kicking you around?
What else would you call it?
Now, look, you haven't anything to squawk about, Annette. You've had all the breaks for a couple of years.
So, just like that, you decide you've seen me around a little too long.
Now, your imagination's running wild. You're just working yourself up into a dither.
You said it. And Frank, when I really get worked up, you'll see a dither that is a dither.
You needn't get any louder.
I've overlooked an incident or two before because they were mere flashes in the pan. But believe me, this time it's different.
You've been listening to a lot of bunk.
I know where you've been and what you've been doing since the last time I saw you.
So what?
I'm a woman, Frank. Oh, not from Vassar or Park Avenue. But when it comes to feelings and emotions, I'm just like any other woman. I don't care who she is. Waited and waited for that moment when we could be married.
Married?
No other woman will ever love you as I have. You belong to me, Frank. This Marshall girl has no right whatever, do you hear?
That's not for you to decide.
Oh, you don't love her. You've suddenly gone high-hat. You'll only make a sap of yourself.
You're just a natural-born troublemaker, Annette.
Troublemaker?
Yes. You had any ideas about marriage, you concocted them yourself. I never mentioned the subject.
I could kill you.
What did you say, Annette?
Frank Gerard, if you marry this Marshall girl, if you even see her again, I'll kill you.
Kill me?
Yes.
I think you're bluffing, Annette Laverne.
I'll show you.
I intend to see Jean Marshall many, many times. And if I should decide to marry her, I will.
So long, Frank. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah. You better change your face before you get outside. You might scare somebody.
And on that very evening, Frank Gerard and Jean Marshall sit in a booth of a quiet roadside inn on the outskirts of town. The old innkeeper, having no other customers, divides his time between serving the food and playing soft music on an old violin.
Oh, I like it here, Frank. So quiet and secluded. How'd you ever find it?
Oh, I don't know.
Have you been here before?
Once. Some time ago.
You know, darling, I guess that's why I like you so much.
Yeah? Why?
Well, you always seem to know the right thing to do at the right time, the right place to go.
Do I do?
Yes. And we seem to get along so well together. We talk about so many things. We understand each other.
Yes.
We seem to have so much in common. Mutual interest in things and places and people.
We've sort of avoided people.
Why should we want people around us? Nightclubs positively bore me. You really love me, don't you, Frank?
What do you think?
Oh, darling. From the moment you leave me at night until I see you again next day, I almost... Well, it seemed like 1,000 years. All day long, I worry and worry.
What about?
That I won't see you that evening.
Don't ever worry about that, Jean.
Remember that day in Father's office? When we first met?
I certainly do.
Did you feel the same way as I did?
I'm sure I did.
I knew from that moment that I loved you. That no one else had ever or would ever mean so much.
You're such a lovely girl, Jean. Lovely eyes. Red hair. In fact, you're the most beautiful picture I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, Frank, darling. I have a wonderful idea.
So have I. A terrific idea.
Why can't we drive someplace out of town tomorrow?
That's just what I was going to suggest. We can drive out of town and go to someplace up in the mountains. We can swim and fish and boat. Would you like that?
And we could stop someplace on the way, some little town.
Oh, of course we could.
Justice of the
There are a
peace.
dozen towns on the way.
Oh, Frank, darling, I've never been so happy in all my life.
Oh, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Oh, I can't possibly go tomorrow, Jean. I have an important engagement tomorrow. A business engagement. It's very important. I've got to keep it.
Oh, Frank.
We can leave the next morning early. Won't that be all right, dear?
Well, I guess it'll have to be all right.
Good. And I won't see you until morning after tomorrow because, well, I'll be tied up all tomorrow evening as well.
Oh, darling.
I can't help it. I don't like it any more than you do.
All right. Guess I can stand it. Tomorrow morning and all day tomorrow and tomorrow night. Well, I guess I can pull through. I'll see you at the usual place day after tomorrow. What time?
We'd better start early. Say, 8 o'clock.
I'll be there, darling.
The next afternoon, Jean is in her room packing a few outing things. Her father has come home from the office early, so he drops in to see Jean on his way to his room.
Hello, Jean.
Father, what on earth are you doing home so early?
Oh, I don't know. I got a little weary, kind of tired lately, so I thought I'd just quit for the day. The heat was terrific in town.
Why don't you give up practicing? Heaven knows you've enough money.
Oh, I've thought about it, but I just can't bring myself to quit. Afraid I'll fall apart once I admit I'm through with the profession.
I should think you'd want to quit and get around a bit and enjoy life. See things. You've done nothing but keep your nose to the wheel.
Where in the world can you go these days?
Oh, there are plenty of places to go. Right around here. Within 100 miles of your own door.
Mm-hmm. And where are you going?
Oh, I'm running up to the mountains with some of the gang.
Looks like you're packing enough for a week.
Really? Oh, no, just for the weekend.
Tell me, in all the parties you've been to this summer, how does it happen you haven't been to the Wilmots?
Oh, I don't know. Just didn't happen to fit in, I guess. Parties at several places every night.
Fine family, the Wilmots. Fine family. What happened to you and Charlie Wilmot? You and Charlie used to be great pals before you went away to school. Always liked that boy.
Oh, when kids go away to school, things like that just break up.
Hasn't broken up with Charlie. I saw him today, and he's still crazy about you, Jean.
Is he?
Yes, he said he'd tried and tried to talk to you on the phone, but you were never in.
Maybe I wasn't.
I'm taking Charlie into my firm as junior partner next week. Oh, he'll make a fine lawyer. Lots of brains, that boy.
No, he's such a stick in the mud.
You could do far worse.
Are you trying to make a match for me? Is that it?
Oh, certainly not. I wouldn't want you to marry anyone you didn't love.
Oh, good. I'm glad you said that. So why don't you let me select the man? I'm sure I'm capable of finding the one I love.
All right, but Charlie's a fine boy.
Oh, here you are, William. You're home early. Don't you feel well?
Well, you know.
Oh, you're awfully pale, dear. You've had another one of those dizzy spells.
Yes, doctor said it's just my liver. Take it easy over the weekend. Jean's going up to the mountains for a few days.
Mountains?
Yes. Well, I think I'll take a nap before dinner.
When did you decide to go to the mountains, Jean?
Last night.
You're really going to the mountains?
Yes, I'm going to the mountains with some of the gang.
When?
Tomorrow morning at 8, and as usual, you don't believe me.
Well, I think you may be going to the mountains, but not with the gang, as you term it.
Then maybe you'd like to come along to make sure. Would you like to be chaperone? Maybe I could arrange it.
Please don't go, Jean. Please don't. You'll regret this to the last day of your life.
Think so?
You're not going with the gang. You're going with him, with Frank Gerard.
Yes. And on the way, we're going to be married.
Married? I don't believe that.
Why should I lie about it?
You may think he's going to marry you, but he has no such intentions. It's an old trick.
Sylvia, if you don't drop the subject, you'll drive me into hysterics.
Very well, Jean. I've warned you. I've done my best. You're going to be a sad, sad girl.
The afternoon passes and evening comes. Frank Gerard in his apartment lolls and considers the past and the future. Then, as he prepares a drink, there is a soft knock at his door.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Gerard.
Well, please come in. What can I do for you, Mrs. Marshall?
I want to talk to you.
Yes? Oh, make yourself comfortable. Oh, what a beautiful gown, Mrs. Marshall.
Thank you.
I haven't seen you for some time. How long has it been?
It's been 4 years, Mr. Gerard. We met last in a nightclub with a group of mutual friends.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. You were captivating that evening, and may I say you're most charming tonight?
What a line.
I've often wondered if I'd ever see you again.
Have you? Well, here I am.
And I'm flattered. Highly flattered.
And just as conceited as ever.
Very happy you're here.
You won't be when you hear why I came.
No? Oh, how disappointing. I was sure you came just to see me. Me alone.
I did come to see you alone. Are you alone?
Of course. You're perfectly safe here, Mrs. Marshall. Mrs. Marshall. The Mrs. Marshall of the Blue Book. Sylvia de Levante. Remember the Club National in Detroit? The Folie Nationale, starring Sylvia de Levante, direct from London. I can see it now.
So can I. What of it?
Does your husband know all about that?
He does.
I doubt it. Maybe you'd be interested to know, huh?
I don't scare, Mr. Gerard. And why are you on the defensive? Maybe you know why I'm here.
Oh, now, please, don't disappoint me.
I came here to appeal to your decency, if you have any.
Well,
Jean Marshall is a fine girl. I want you to leave her alone.
I beg your pardon?
Her father is the finest man who ever lived. He worships her. Jean is under the impression that you intend to marry her. I know better. If Jean got mixed up with you, it would kill her father.
Did Jean tell you we were going to be married?
Yes, and you've led her to believe that. But you know you've no such intentions, and you're going to the mountains with her in the morning.
That's right.
But not to get married.
Mrs. Marshall, if you were to run along home now and forget all about this and tend to your own business, I might see to it that your husband never knows all about you that might be told.
You don't like Jean's father, and he doesn't like you. Why would you want to marry a girl under those conditions?
That is none of your business.
Maybe I'll make it my business.
You do, and I'll guarantee you'll regret it. You'd better run along now.
Then you won't listen to me. My appeals to your sense of decency mean nothing.
Now, look, I've had... You better get out of here. Go out through the back way and through the other hall.
Very well, but please consider what I say.
Yes, I'll consider. Go on. Just a moment.
Darling, I had to see you.
Why, Jean.
I just couldn't stand to be away from you so long.
I didn't expect to see you this evening.
I knew you said you were going to be busy tonight, but I'll just stay a moment. Oh, Frank, darling, it's been 1,000,000 years this day.
Yes, dear, I missed you terribly, but, well, I didn't expect you, and...
I just wanted to see you for a second, that's all. Are we driving tomorrow or taking the train?
We can drive if you like. It's not far.
I can take my car. I love to drive the top down, and yours isn't convertible.
All right, we'll take your car.
All right. I'll go now. Night, darling. Tomorrow's going to be the most wonderful day of my life. But I've said that before so many times.
Good night, dear.
Frank, dearest, where are my slippers?
What? Who is that, Frank?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Frank, darling, what on earth has become of my...
Sylvia!
Why, Jean!
What are you doing here in those pajamas?
How'd you get into that bedroom? What are you doing in my pajamas?
Why,
So you didn't know Frank Gerard, never met him. No wonder you tried to talk me out of
Jean,
marrying
listen
him.
to me.
And you had a business appointment. So this is your appointment. This is why you couldn't leave this morning.
Jean, she just came here a minute or so ago.
You
I didn't know...
expect me. I thought you were terribly startled when I walked in. I see it all now.
Jean, will you wait?
Sylvia warned me. She told me you were no good. Now I know why. She was telling the truth. Sylvia knows you. You despicable rat.
Well, Mr. Gerard, maybe that will take the wind out of your sails.
How'd you slip into that bedroom?
I'll change now, if you don't mind.
You think you're very clever, don't you? Well, how'd you like it if I picked up this phone and asked a friend of mine down the hall to step in here? Find you in this condition.
What? Well, you wouldn't do that.
That would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Famous attorney's wife found in Frank Gerard's apartment in pajamas. How'd you like that?
Wait, don't do that.
It won't take a second.
Please don't. Please, I'll go.
You'll keep your mouth shut from now on?
Yes, I promise.
If I hear one peep out of you, I'll really make trouble.
Next morning, Sylvia Marshall gets a call to come to the apartment of Frank Gerard. A few moments after her arrival, Attorney Marshall gets a call at his office to come to Gerard's apartment. Now, Sylvia's talking to Captain Brent from headquarters.
But why have you called me here, Captain Brent?
Frank Gerard was killed last night. His body's in that bedroom.
What?
And on the floor of the bedroom, we found this locket with your name on it. Pictures of you and your husband.
But how could that have happened?
That's what we wanted to ask you about. How do you think your locket could get here?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, hello, Captain.
How are you, Bill?
This is my daughter, Jean. Sylvia, what are you doing here?
I sent for her, Bill. Frank Gerard was murdered.
Murdered?
We found your wife's locket on his bedroom floor. I don't like to stir up more trouble than necessary, so I called you. Here's the locket.
This is yours, Sylvia. How did it get here? Did you know Gerard?
Yes. I knew him. Years ago.
What were you doing here?
I came here to talk to him.
What about? This is serious, Sylvia. The truth now.
Would you like to tell them, Jean?
What does Jean know about it?
Go ahead. Tell them, Jean. Very well. I came here to talk to Frank Gerard last night because Jean had fallen for him and was going to the mountains with him for the weekend. She thought he was going to marry her, but I knew better. That's how my locket got here.
Jean, is this true? Frank Gerard?
She's lying. I was here, but I learned she was in love with Frank, and I came here to persuade her to give him up for your sake. She was here when I came in the bedroom in pajamas.
Sylvia.
That's right. I thought I could convince her that he was no good. So when Jean knocked, I slipped into the bedroom instead of out of the back door, put on the pajamas, and stepped into the living room. But I left a few minutes later, and I didn't kill Gerard.
Were you in love with this man, Jean?
No. I didn't even know him.
Jean, how can you say that?
I'm sorry to say it, but Mrs. Marshall is in a tough spot, especially with this locket.
You didn't know this man, Jean?
No. I left here before Sylvia did. So if anybody stabbed him, it must have been Sylvia. I certainly didn't kill him, if that's what you mean.
Well, we've got one more suspect coming, I hope.
Here she is, Captain. Find her waiting for a train.
Oh, yes. Come in, Miss Laverne.
What's all this about?
Just want to check on a few things, Annette. When did you see Frank last?
It's been weeks and weeks. We split up. Why, what's happened?
Frank is, he's in that bedroom. He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
You haven't seen him for weeks and weeks, huh?
No, I haven't.
Turn on that dictaphone machine you found, Sergeant.
What did you say, Annette?
Frank Gerard, if you marry this Marshall girl, if you even see her again, I'll kill you.
Kill me?
Yes,
Well, I think you're bluffing, Annette Laverne.
I'll show you.
I intend to see Jean Marshall many, many times. And if I decide to marry her, I will.
That, Annette, is your own voice. Gerard recorded that on this dictaphone. You threatened his life, didn't you?
Yes, but I didn't shoot him. I couldn't have killed him. I loved Frank.
That, Miss Annette Laverne, is the most conclusive evidence I've ever come across.
I didn't kill him. I didn't, I tell you.
Come along, Annette. Sorry, but there's nothing else I can do.
How did you say Gerard was killed?
With a paper knife. He was stabbed.
Miss Laverne, I'm William Marshall, and I'm going to defend you. I think you did society a good turn.
What?
If you consent, I'll defend you. And from what I know of this case, I'll practically guarantee that you'll be acquitted. How about it? May I help you?
Yes, but I'm innocent.
You're innocent of any wrong as far as I can see. I think what you did is pardonable.
Yes, Mr. Marshall, so far as you can see, Annette did a good deed. Gerard was a blot on society. The evidence is conclusive against her, but you'll get her an acquittal. And why? Because you know she deserves an acquittal. She didn't kill Gerard, but you know who did. Yes, your daughter, Jean. And how do you know? Because Jean was the only person who knew how Gerard was killed. Jean said that if anybody stabbed Frank, it must have been Sylvia. No one had mentioned how he was killed, so if Jean knew he was stabbed, she must have been in the room. But Gerard is out of the way now. He'll be no further trouble to anyone.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorns had a feed on the lonely country.
America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
Till the stars in the sky cease to shine, dear, till the sand of the desert grows cold, till the last petal falls from the roses, and the silver in your hair turns to gold, till the sun and the moon hide in darkness, and we wait for that great day to shine. Oh, my darling, that's how long I will love you, till the end of the world you'll be mine. And the moon hide in darkness, and we wait for that great light to shine. Oh, my darling, that's how long I will love you, till the end of the world you'll be mine.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Well, hi there, friends and neighbors, and welcome once again to Melody Ranch. I am tired and I'm weary, but I must toil on till the Lord comes to call me away. Where the morning is bright and the lamb is the light, and the night it is fair as the day. There'll be peace in the valley for me someday. There will be peace in the valley for me, I pray. No more sorrow and sadness or trouble will be. There will be peace in the valley for me. There the bear will be gentle, the wolf will be tame, and the lion will lay down by the lamb. The host from the wild will be led by a child, and I'll be changed from the creature I am. There will be peace in the valley for me someday. There will be peace in the valley for me, I pray. No more sorrow and sadness or trouble will be. There will be peace in the valley for me.
Guess what whimsical bit of practical skull drudgery I just pulled on poor old Johnny Bond.
Frankly, I can't imagine.
What? Well, you know that old pocketbook trick? The one where you just happen to leave a wallet full of money on the ground?
Yeah?
Well, just like the perfect sucker he is, old stupid John fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Picked it right up and put it in his pocket.
Look, dishonest Pat, I hate to tell you this, but Johnny got the money.
So?
Well, what are you laughing at?
It was your wallet.
Pretty smart.
Yeah, pretty good. Wait a minute. What are you laughing at?
That was the money I was going to pay your salary with.
Will somebody please tell me how come I always wind up the sucker?
Maybe it's because you always ask for it.
You know, you might be right at that. Now, you take, for instance, the other night. I had a date with my girlfriend. Lena Genster is her name. And the only thing, when I got to her house, there she was sitting on the Davenport holding hands with another man.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. But leave it to old Pat. I fixed them good.
Oh?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Turned out the lights so they couldn't see what they was doing.
Oh, you fixed it all right.
Yeah.
Say, you know something, Buttram?
Huh?
You're always thinking you're so smart. You know that?
Pick, pick, pick. That's all both of you do. Just pick on me all the time. Why don't you do something to help me for a change?
Now, wait just a minute there, Barrel Belly. When you were sick last year, who rode 15 miles in a blinding snowstorm to get you to a doctor?
You did?
Yeah, and last spring when you fell in the river and almost drowned. Who saved your life?
Jean did.
And what about the time that horse ran away with you? Who stopped him and saved you from breaking your neck?
You did?
Well?
Yeah, but what have you done for me lately?
I'll wait for you while you're awaiting. So always know my heart beats true. Don't stay too long, 'cause I'll be lonely, my one and only. I'll wait for you when we're apart. I'll never forget you. I'll still recall the things you do. For you I pine, for you I pray, dear, both night and day, dear. I'll wait for you. When you return, I'll be the same, dear. I'll have your love to see me through. Don't stay too long, 'cause I'll be lonely, my one and only. I'll wait for you.
Okay, buddy, step right up and pick a card. Any card. Just pick a card.
Now, wait just a minute. Suppose I don't want to pick a card.
Well, in that case, do it anyway. Go ahead now. Take one.
Okay. There.
Good. Now, I'll just bet you $10 you took the King of Hearts.
You're all wrong. It was the 3 of clubs.
Well, no wonder you picked the wrong card.
Fine thing. You just never learn, will you, Pat?
What do you mean by that?
Do you really want to know?
Well, from that look in your eye, I ain't quite sure.
Well, nevertheless, you're going to hear it anyway. For instance, do you by any chance remember one time, about 3 years ago, when I went out of town on business? And do you just faintly recall that on the same day I left Melody Ranch, you used Champion to ride into town? And by just the slimmest possibility, do you remember strolling into the lobby of the Travelers Hotel with that big country blank look on your silly face, sitting down in a chair, and then just a few minutes later having a stranger walk up to you and say, "Hi, cowboy."
How'd you like to pick up a couple of fast bucks? Sure, why not?
So, you followed this sterling character up a back flight of stairs to a room on the second floor, where you met another sterling character who asked you to make yourself at home and said,
Tell you the truth, cowboy, my friend here and I were just passing through town, and since you looked like a fairly sporting type of gent,
Well,
we thought you might like to sort of pass the time away with us.
sure, why not?
Now you were hooked. But, like the cat with the mouse, they decided to let you just smell of the cheese a little first. So, well, they talked you into playing a little game. A game in which all you had to do to win was tell them which shell a certain pea was under. And you did.
Well, cowboy, it sort of looks like you've kind of taken us over the coals.
Boy, howdy, I'll say. I'm $6.12 ahead.
Look, pal, since your luck is running so good, maybe you'd like to raise the stakes a little.
Okay, how much?
Say $5,000.
Well, suits me. Did you say $5,000?
Well, make it more if you like.
Look, mister, I ain't even got 5,000 cents, much less $5,000.
Well, then, what about that horse we saw you ride up on? Why not bet him?
Are you kidding? That ain't my horse. Belongs to my boss.
So what? The way your eyes follow that pea, you're almost a cinch to win $5,000. Your boss will never even have to know.
Well...
come on. How about it?
You sure I'll win?
Well, I don't see how you can miss. Here's our $5,000.
Wow. Okay, I'll do it. Only go real slow, 'cause this time I can't lose.
Don't worry. Now then, I just pick up the little pea, like this. Switch the shells around, like this. Now, which shell is the pea under?
That's easy. I can't miss. Saw it plain as day. The pea's under that shell right there.
Okay, we'll just lift it up like this.
See? What the... Holy smoke. It ain't there.
Sorry, cowboy. Better luck next time.
But what about Gene's horse? I've lost champion. Oh, me. I wish I was dead. So, Gene, that's exactly what happened.
You know, if you were anybody else, I'd put you right in the nose. How could you do it?
I don't know. I thought it was just a friendly game.
Oh, sure, a friendly game with a couple of professional crooks. Now I'm beginning to think this whole thing was just a frame-up to get champ.
Huh? What makes you say that?
Well, because when I got over to the city today, the guy I was supposed to see said he'd never written me a letter in his life.
Oh, no. Look, if you want to leave me alone in the next room with a loaded gun, I'll be glad to do the rest.
Oh, no. You haven't got enough up there to hurt you. Forget it. It's done, and that's that. But there's one thing sure. I'm going to get Champ back if it costs you every cent you've got in me, too. And so, Pat, 20 minutes later, you and I were back at the Travelers Hotel. Only by the time we got there, your friends had checked out. Nevertheless, we still went up to their room and started looking through wastebaskets, dresser drawers, closets, any place that might give us a possible clue as to where they went. But then, just as we were about to give up the whole thing, I spotted the answer we were looking for over on the telephone stand.
Look, Gene Autry, will you please tell me what in tarnation we're doing clear down here in the railroad freight yard?
You'll find out soon enough. Follow me.
Oh, fine. I've been following you for 20 minutes now, and I still don't know any more than when I started.
Will you quit your griping? What's the number on that cattle car?
How should I know? Wait till I rub off the dirt.
Well?
WP71608.
Good. Well, we're getting closer. Come on.
I'm coming. Still don't see what you're trying to prove, though.
Wait a minute, Pat. Hold it.
What's the matter?
I think this is it. WP72870.
You mean you actually think Champ is really in this here boxcar?
I'm positive. Just keep down and follow me.
Okay. I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Don't worry. Here's the door. Stand back while I slide it open.
Right.
So far, so good.
Yeah, but what do we do now?
Take a look inside. Come on.
Kind of dark in here, ain't it?
Looking for something, mister?
Huh?
Don't reach either one of you.
Hey, look, Gene. There's Champ.
Don't worry, boy. Don't worry. We'll get you out of here.
You hear what the cowboy said, Joe?
Yeah, got a pretty fair sense of humor, ain't he?
I don't know. Let's see if he has or not. What time is it?
4:20.
Good. It makes it just perfect. 10 minutes more and this heap will be pulling out. Only they'll be too dead to enjoy the ride. By the way, Autry, how'd you like the way we suckered your dumb chum here into losing your horse? You should be real proud of that. You don't know the half of it. You see, whether you know it or not, this horse of yours has quite a reputation for his speed. So? So this. Nobody's ever seen him run. That is, nobody from back east, except Joe here and me. Meaning?
Meaning we wait till just the right time, enter him in just the right race, and clean up. Pretty nice, huh?
Yeah, except for one thing. Now, what's that? Why could the people riding the horse? You like this? How you doing, Pat?
Great. One more like this or to do it.
Nice going, kid. Now, both of you get up. What are you going to do with it? Same thing you were going to do with my horse. Give you a one-way ticket back east. Come on, Pat. Get Champ and let's go home. And so, that was the story. Except for one small thing. Just to make everything nice and legal, I took Joe and Al back to the station master's office where I played them one game of Find the Peas. My ranch against champions. You know what? I won. Well, Patrick, does it all come back to you now?
Okay. So I made a fool of myself. But hey, there's just one thing about that story I never did figure out.
And what's that?
How did you know them crooks had Champ in that one particular boxcar?
Very, very simple. I found a telephone pad in their hotel room back in Spring Valley.
So you found a telephone pad. I still don't get it.
Well, the original page had been torn off. But an impression of what had been written down before was on the next sheet.
You mean that number, WP72870?
Right.
Yeah, but how'd you figure out what that meant?
Well, you forget that years ago I used to work on the Frisco Railroad.
So?
So one of the things I learned was that they stencil different numbers on different types of cars. In this case, WP stood for Western Pacific. And since the number was in the 70,000s, I knew it referred to a stock car. After that, all I had to do was go down to the Western Pacific yard and find a stock car number WP72870.
Well, I'm a monkey's uncle.
Yeah, you sure are, sonny boy. Incidentally, next time you're down at the zoo, say hello to your nephew for me.
friends and neighbors, here to my way of thinking is one of the most beautiful examples of musical Americana to be found anywhere. Written by my good friend Carson Robinson. Its simple yet unforgettable melody combined with the sincere thought expressed in its lyrics make it truthfully an all-time classic. Listen and see if you don't agree as the boys and girls join me in singing. I hear the banjos ringing, those melodies that linger in my heart. I hear the voices singing those good old songs that make the teardrops start. Oh, how I long to go back again, back to that blue Dixie sky, down on the old plantation. So take me there and let me live and die. I hear the banjos ringing, those melodies that linger in my heart. I hear the voices singing those good old songs that make the teardrops start. Now there's a stone neath the maple tree where mothers lay down to rest. Down on the old plantation, she's sleeping in the place she loved the Well, good friends and neighbors, looks like that just about closes up shop for this current business. But we'll all be right back here at this very same stand, same time, same radio station. And now, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, holding my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, quite likely, a lot of you have been wondering about margarine lately, wondering what it's made of, what it tastes like, whether it's really nutritious. Of course, I'm not qualified to speak for all margarines, but I can tell you about Parquet margarine, the delicious, nutritious spread for bread made by Kraft. Parquet is a wholesome vegetable margarine made from selected American farm products in Kraft's spick and span modern plants. And as for flavor, well, Parquet margarine is made by Kraft to the same high standards of flavor and quality as all of Kraft's fine foods. Parquet's flavor is really outstanding. It's known, you see, as the margarine that tastes so deliciously good. Now, how about food value? Parquet margarine is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best energy foods you can serve. And every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So with these facts in mind, ask your dealer tomorrow for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, now let's see what's happening to the Great Gildersleeve. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the great man is just arriving home. He's a little early this afternoon, since big things are afoot. And as he enters the house, he finds Marjorie and Leroy in the parlor.
Well, happy little family. You're looking very pretty, my dear.
Thank you, Uncle Mort.
So are you, Leroy.
Yeah.
Mr. Gildersleeve, Miss Ransom just phoned. She wants you to come right over.
Oh, well, I'm going right over, Bertie. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What's going on over there, Unc? Everybody's invited but me.
Well, it's not exactly a party, Leroy. It's a committee meeting. We're going to raise some money to buy the town a new fire engine.
A new fire engine?
Yeah, the old one's got no pumping power, and besides, it never gets to the fire till a half an hour too late.
Oh, that's not on account of the engine, Uncle Mort. It's on account of the driver.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well, Charlie Prentice drives the fire engine, and Charlie is nuts about a girl that lives way out on Lincoln Avenue.
Well, what of it?
Well, every time they go to a fire, Charlie drives past her house no matter where the fire is.
I don't believe that, Leroy.
Well, you can ask anybody. When they go past the house, he waves at her and she waves back at him. Unless her old man's home.
Yep. Leroy, I'm sure that story is nonsense, but I'll look into it. We'll have no 3-alarm courtships in this town if I can help it. Are you all ready to go, Marjorie?
Yes, I'm ready.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but are you going to be out for supper?
No, Bertie. I'll be back for supper.
He's just going over there to buy a fire engine.
Oh, you go along, Leroy.
He isn't joking, Bertie. I am going to buy a fire engine.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you can't keep a fire engine in your garage.
I'm not going to buy it for myself, Bertie. The town of Summerfield's going to buy it. I'm just a member of a committee to raise the money.
Oh. What do a fire engine cost, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, another committee is looking into that. I'd guess around $1,000.
My. Do that include the tithe?
Yes, that's with everything.
How are you going to raise $1,000, Unc?
We're going to put on some kind of entertainment.
Oh, amateur night.
Well, I don't know what kind of a thing it'll be exactly, but I suppose they'll be after me to play a prominent part.
Is Judge Hooker going to be in it, too?
Hooker? What can he do? Send petty crooks up for 30 days? That's not entertainment, my boy.
No. Have you ever heard him recite the Children's Hour?
No.
He does.
Yeah. Well, he won't do it in this show. Oh, my goodness, I gotta go. Maybe I can help Leela get a few things ready.
Shall I come now, too, Uncle Mort?
Suppose you just wait till you see someone else coming, then you come over, huh? You see, I haven't seen Leela at all today.
I get it.
Leroy.
Everybody gets it, Uncle Mort. You go on, and I'll be over in a few minutes.
Oh, well, who said a man is only young once?
Throckmorton, I was afraid it was some of the others.
Am I early? I hope.
Well, there's nobody else here yet, if that's what you mean.
Oh, good.
You know, I'm so excited. I love giving tea parties, don't you? Now, let's see, there'll be Marjorie and Judge Hooker and Dr. Pettibone and Mrs. Pettibone.
Yeah, why did Hooker have to ring her in for? She always wants to run everything. But this is one show Mrs. Pettibone's not going to run.
Well, I hope we'll get to play opposite each other, Throckmorton. Wouldn't that be romantic?
We will. Either they make you my leading lady or I don't accept the part.
And I hope it will be a costume play.
Well, I think something with a little singing in it would go well.
You know, I have this perfectly gorgeous costume. It was my great-grandmother Winfield's wedding gown with a hoop skirt and no shoulders and all.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
I wore it in a performance we gave down in Savannah, and it was a tremendous success. The gown, I mean. The entertainment lost money, but the boll weevil was bad that year.
Well, the gown is in, definitely.
Gracious, here I am rambling on, and I've got biscuits in the oven. I'll have to ask you to excuse me for a moment, Throckmorton.
Don't get nervous. Let me come and help you.
Oh, goodness, no. You sit down, and I'll be right back.
Oh, no, let me help.
Oh, the kitchen is a mess, and I must apologize for the way I look. I'm a perfect fright in this old apron and all.
That's the cutest apron I ever saw in my life. Ruffles.
Oh, gracious, it's just an old thing I had around the house, and I'm afraid I'll probably have flour on my nose.
You're adorable with flour on your nose.
Have I? Where?
Want me to show you?
Please.
Right there.
Oh, my goodness, the oven, Throckmorton, let me go. It's probably burning.
Oh, let it burn.
Well, if you want to help me here, you'll have to help. Otherwise, I shall have to banish you to the parlor.
Well, just tell me what to do.
Well, first, stop interfering with the cook.
I make no promises.
Well, for wonder, the biscuits are not ruined. I'll give them a few minutes more.
Leela, this is kind of fun, isn't it?
Watching the biscuits?
No, being here in the kitchen together. You know what I'm pretending?
What, Throckmorton?
I'm pretending it's our kitchen.
Oh, let's do that. Let's play house.
Yes, let's.
Now, first you must put on an apron, darling, so you won't spoil your nice new suit. Here, I'll get you one of mine.
Well, your apron would never fit me.
We'll try it. Now, stand still. Why, the strings won't even meet in back.
I told you.
Are you so big or am I so small?
It's you, honey. You're no bigger than a minute.
Oh, why, that just isn't so, Throckmorton. Though, of course, my great-grandmother Winfield was famous for her tiny waist, and I can get her wedding gown on without any trouble, hardly.
Yeah. I'll bet I can get my hands around your waist.
Now. Gonna have to send you to the parlor. Throckmorton, do me a great favor, will you?
Anything for you.
Get me a can of anchovies. That's a lamb. You'll find them in the pantry closet.
Where in the closet?
On about the third shelf, I think, toward the back.
What is this, Fibber McGee's closet?
Throckmorton, did you hurt yourself?
Oh, no, I just got hit on the head with a load of canned goods, that's all. Leela, what is all this? You've got enough canned stuff in there to start a grocery. What's the idea?
Well, maybe you'll think it's silly of me, Throckmorton, but I call that my hope chest.
But Leela...
Well, you see, I have this little man down at the Supreme Market, and he's just as nice. Every now and then he slips me an extra can of something, and I just put it away here for when we're married.
But Leela, that's hoarding.
I'm not hoarding, Throckmorton. I'm just saving up.
If you can tell me the difference between that and hoarding, it's unpatriotic, Leela.
Are you implying that I'm unpatriotic, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, you don't mean to be.
You might be interested to know that I had a grandfather who was a general.
Well, he's probably turning over in his grave right now, then. The Army needs the food, Leela. That's why it's a crime to buy any more than you need.
Oh, so I'm a criminal now.
Well, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. I scrimp and save to make everything nice for you, and this is the kind of thanks I get. This is the way you play house.
Oh, brother, what a start for a tea party.
Mrs. Pettibone? Oh, thank you, Marjorie.
Well, if you ask me, I think what we ought to do is give a concert. After all, we have some very fine talent here in Summerfield. Mrs. Ransom plays the piano beautifully.
Oh, Throckmorton.
You do. And I'm told that our friend Peavy here is a real artist on the flute.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I haven't played since the town band broke up, and then it was a piccolo.
Oh, well, that's all right. You can practice up, Peavy. Then there's Dr. Pettibone here. I'm sure he has his musical side. How about it, Doctor?
Oh, I'm a wizard with the saw.
You see, folks, we have a wealth of musical talent present. And, of course, I can always sing if necessary.
I don't think it'll be necessary.
What do you mean, Hooker?
Well, you're charging admission for this. You've got to give them something for their money.
I know, a costume drama.
Yes. Now, I recall a performance we gave some years ago of A Tale of Two Cities, in which I happened to play the part of Sidney Carton. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known.
That is a far, far worse performance than I've ever heard.
Well, it's better than your singing.
Why don't we have a minstrel show? I'll be down to get you in a taxi, honey.
Edward,
Yes, love.
let's agree on one thing, shall we, everyone? There will be no singing.
I'm for that.
If there's anything worse than an amateur baritone, I don't know what it is.
Well, now, just a minute, Mrs. Pettibone.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but while I have the floor, I should also like to say that I don't think we're going to accomplish anything at this meeting unless we organize.
Organize?
Yes. I think we should have a chairman.
I nominate Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Judge Hooker. But I'm afraid with my many other duties, the women's club and so on, all in favor, aye. Opposed? Nobody? Well, I guess I have nothing to say about it then.
Hooker,
I suppose my first act should be to appoint a secretary. And for that, I think we should choose one of our non-performing members. Mr. Peavy.
He plays the piccolo.
Nevertheless, I shall appoint Mr. Peavy.
But I've never been a secretary before, Mrs. Pettibone.
All you have to do is write down the minutes. Give him a pencil and paper, somebody. Now, there arises the question of what type of entertainment we're going to give.
Chairman asked what type of entertainment.
I think we ought to give them a good drama, like A Tale of Two Cities.
Why don't we give them something more popular? Something that's been on Broadway.
Oh, I think a costume play would be
I
fine.
still think we ought to do something musical.
Just a moment. Would you repeat those suggestions, please, for the minute?
Yes.
Never mind, Mr. Peavy. As chairman, I think I can settle this very quickly. It happens that I have a play which I wrote myself that I think would be perfect.
Chairman suggested own play.
Is there any singing in it, Mrs. Pettibone?
No.
Oh.
Gildersleeve wants to sing.
But I'm sure you'll like the story, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's about this terribly attractive man. He comes home from Paris and runs into this sweet young thing.
Oh, Leela.
And they fall madly in love.
Oh, sounds very interesting. Go on.
Would you repeat that, please, for the minute?
Later, Mr. Peavy. I won't tell you the whole plot now, but it's a wonderful part for the right man.
Oh, great.
And I think it would be perfect for Judge Hooker.
Yeah, Hooker? I thought this was supposed to be a romantic part.
Well, whom would you suggest, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I wouldn't want to suggest anybody, but there must be 2 or 3 people here who could do better than the part than Hooker. 2, anyway. Or 1, at least.
Would you repeat that, please, for the minute?
Oh, never mind.
Don't tell me you think you could play the part, Gildy.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Can you imagine Gildersleeve as a lover?
Why, Gildersleeve, you're 60 pounds overweight. I told you 6 months ago, keep eating those starches, you'll bust those arches. Nobody loves a fat man, you know that.
Leela, do you agree with that?
Well, no, Throckmorton, of course not. But I do think they've got a point.
Oh, you too, eh?
Now, don't take it so personally, Throckmorton. After all, your waistline is something you just can't get around.
Very good. Gildersleeve's waistline is something you can't get around.
Wait a minute. I don't see that that's so very funny.
Now, Marjorie.
My uncle may be a little big, but I'd rather be big like him than small and mean like all of you.
Never mind, my dear. Let you and I go home.
And he can sing, too.
Gildersleeve, you're acting like a spoiled baby.
Really, Mr. Gildersleeve, I must say.
Throckmorton, in my own house, I think you might show a little more consideration.
I'll show you some consideration. I'm going home. But before I go, I want to say that for a bunch of ignorant, incompetent, stupid people, this committee takes the cake.
Would someone repeat that, please, for the minute?
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. You know, that nursery rhyme about Old Mother Hubbard and her bare cupboard has a pretty up-to-the-minute ring to it these days. Because many of you are finding, I suppose, that favorite food products are sometimes missing from your grocer's shelves. Take the case of Parquet margarine, for example, Kraft's delicious spread for bread. Even though Kraft is doing everything possible to keep dealers supplied, some dealers just can't keep up with the ever-increasing demand. That's because more people are asking for Parquet margarine than ever before. They've discovered how deliciously good Parquet is, how nutritious it is, too. Of course, maybe you've been lucky. Maybe your dealer has always had enough Parquet to go around, but with a war on, it's wise to watch your dealer's stocks and buy Parquet whenever you can. Remember, besides being an excellent energy food, Parquet margarine is a reliable year-round source of important vitamin A. So always watch for, always ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve and his campaign to provide Summerfield with a new fire engine. Several days have passed. He's still on the outs with Mrs. Pettibone and her committee, but in the bosom of his family we find him his old genial self.
Bertie, you're a queen. I'll bet there's not another cook in the country who can make coffee cake like this.
Oh, I didn't make that, Mr. Gildersleeve. Miss Ransom sent it over.
Oh, well, now, wasn't that nice of her?
Like another piece, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No. And if you see me reaching for one, take it away from me. I'm reducing.
Reducing? What's come over you, Unc?
Well, nothing. What's so strange about my reducing?
Can the leopard change his spots?
Huh?
Can the hippo change his potamus? Leroy, that's not very nice.
Well, let the boy speak his mind, my dear. I seem to be fair game for everybody else. I don't know why my own nephew shouldn't pass a few remarks.
There. I thought those people were very rude making fun of you the other night. Leroy should have better manners.
Well, I may have flown off the handle a little myself, Marjorie. If the truth be known, I am a trifle overweight just at present.
Yeah, you're really filling out there, Unc.
All right, that's enough.
You're developing quite a rotunda.
Yep. Leroy, that'll be quite sufficient.
I've been noticing it too, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You too, Bertie?
Yes. The last few weeks you've been busting all the buttons off your pajamas.
Yes. Well, I think I'll drop a pound or two and get back into fighting trim.
A pound or two, he says. Say, here comes Judge Hooker.
Oh, Judge Hooker, eh? Coming around now, huh? They'll all be coming around now, I suppose.
Now, Uncle Mort, be nice to him. I know he must feel terrible about the other evening.
Well, he'll have to be a little nice to me first.
I'll go. Hi, Judge.
Morning, Leroy. I haven't seen you for some time.
Well, anytime you want to see me, I'm right here.
Marjorie, you're looking very charming this morning.
Thank you.
Bertie, how are you?
Just fine, Judge, just fine.
Got all over that, whatever it was?
Oh, yes. I had a little misery last night, but it's gone now.
That's good. Well, Gildy.
Well, Judge, I suppose you've come here to apologize.
Well, we talked it over.
You can forget about what happened the other night. I've already dismissed it from my mind, and you with it.
Now, Gildersleeve, don't be a sorehead.
Listen, is that any way to apologize?
Gildersleeve, you don't deserve an apology. But the unfortunate fact is we can't get along without you. If we're going to get anywhere with this project, we've got to have you in on it.
Uncle Mort, I think you ought to.
Well, I'm willing to go halfway with you, Judge.
Well, we'll go the other half.
All right. Who gets the lead in the play?
Well, now, Gildy, we went into all that the other night.
So I remember.
Let's face it, old man, if you don't fit the part...
Who says I don't fit the part?
Well, Mrs. Pettibone wrote the play. She ought to know.
Pettibone?
We're having another meeting at her house, and if you just come around, I'm sure...
Hooker, I wouldn't go near Mrs. Pettibone's house if it were the last house on earth. And you can tell her so.
Gildersleeve, you're just being bullheaded.
Out of my way. I'm due down at the office. I'm a busy man, Hooker. I haven't got any time for charades. Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
She's been laying for me. Oh, hello, Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, you've been avoiding me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, no, I haven't. I've been busy.
Oh, yes, you have. But you know, I don't blame you. A man in your position must have so many things on his mind.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. Now, today I have to see a man at 11, and then I have to see another man at 11:30.
Oh, think of that. Well, I hate to impose on you when you're so frightfully busy, but we're having another meeting tonight at my house, and I really feel that the water department should be represented. It's such a worthy cause.
Well, as you know, Mrs. Pettibone, the fire engine is very close to my heart.
Frankly, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't see how we could accomplish anything without you.
There's always Judge Hooker.
Oh, you know, Judge Hooker is a dear old thing, but then he is old, and he tends to forget things, and he dawdles. Now, one thing I'll say for you, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're not a dawdler. You're a doer.
Well, I've always prided myself on getting things done.
Exactly the kind of man we need, the executive type. Oh, the world is so full of dreamers, isn't it? And there are so few of us who really get things done. Oh, dear, the world. What are we going to do about it? See you at 8 o'clock tonight.
But wait a minute.
I'm simply thrilled that you can come. Oh, and be sure to bring Mrs. Ransom. I think she's so sweet. I told her you'd call for her.
But...
I'm so glad I ran into you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. This is going to be one of my bad nights.
Any moment now, Mr. Gildersleeve will be arriving. We are very happy to have him back with us, and let's show him we are, shall we?
Well, I don't know why not.
How shall we do that, Mrs. Pettibone?
Well, that's a very good question, Mr. Peavy. Well, in the first place, none of us think Mr. Gildersleeve is fat anymore, do we?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, don't be so literal, Peavy. She means nobody should make any remarks about his figure.
And one more thing. Remember that Mr. Gildersleeve is not completely won over yet. The question of the play remains a delicate point, and I suggest you let me handle that.
Shall I go, love?
Will you, love?
Yes, love.
Now, we're all clear on everything?
Oh, yes. So.
Well, of all people, Gildersleeve and Mrs. Ransom. Gildersleeve, I never saw you looking better. Mrs. Ransom, you look like $1 million.
Oh, now, don't.
Oh, I should have gone myself. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm so glad to see you. And Mrs. Ransom.
Good evening, Mrs. Pettibone.
Mrs. Pettibone, I want to make one thing clear to your committee. I'm only here because I believe in fire engines.
Oh, so public-spirited. I quite understand, Mr. Gildersleeve, and believe me, all of us appreciate your generosity.
Good evening, Throckmorton. Leela, glad to see you.
Good evening, Judge.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. You've lost a little flesh, haven't you?
I don't really know, Peavy. I fluctuate, of course.
Mr. Gildersleeve, Mrs. Ransom, won't you sit down, please?
Thank you.
Now, as you all know, we've made quite a little progress in planning our entertainment. And I would like to call on the chairman of the different committees to make their reports. Let me see now, Judge Hooker. I believe you were the auditorium committee.
Yes, ma'am. I'm very happy to report that we've been offered the Elks Hall for the night of the show.
Will it cost us anything?
No, but we'll have to let the Elks in at half price.
Oh, thank you, Judge. Isn't that splendid, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Just fine, Mrs. Pettibone. Congratulations, Judge.
Mrs. Pettibone, can I make my report now?
Mr. Peavy, if you don't mind, I'll call on my husband first. I know he has some very good news for us on the ticket situation. Speak up, love.
Well, Fred Rosenoff is going to print the tickets for us. And if they're all sold, that'll bring in almost $1,500.
Oh, I think that's marvelous, Dr. Pettibone. That's an awful lot of money.
Of course, so far we haven't sold any.
Is Rosenoff charging us to print the tickets?
Oh, no. He has a bad gallbladder I'm looking at.
Could I make my report now, please?
Just a minute, Peavy. Mrs. Pettibone, I'd like to say a few words.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve will be so pleased, won't we?
Of course, Gildy. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Would just like to say that I think the committee has done a wonderful job, and I'm proud to be associated with the committee. That's all.
Mrs. Pettibone, I'd like to have some idea about the show.
Oh, of course, my dear. One thing I meant to tell you. We have a wonderful part for you in which you simply must wear that lovely dress you were telling me about.
Oh, now, isn't that thrilling, Throckmorton? You hear?
That's fine,
Oh,
Lila.
may I say at this time how pleased I am that we've all forgotten our little differences.
Yes.
And I'm sure we're all going to put our shoulders to the wheel and all pull together. Mr. Gildersleeve, there's just one thing now that would make the evening perfect.
What's that, Mrs. Pettibone?
I've never heard you sing. Won't you favor us with a selection?
My golly, she stops at nothing.
Now, Mrs. Pettibone, I told you I'm much too busy to take part in the entertainment.
But just for our pleasure this evening, Mr. Gildersleeve, please, I'm told you really have a golden voice.
Well, I used to do quite a bit of singing in my younger days.
Oh, he sings beautifully. Do sing, Throckmorton.
Will you play for me, Leela?
I'd love to.
Well, what shall it be? Something short?
How about Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Quiet, please. Quiet now.
Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine. Or leave a kiss within the cup, and I'll not ask for wine. The thirst that from the soul doth rise, doth ask a drink divine. But might I of Job's nectar sleep, I would not change for
How magnificent.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, simply thrilling, and it's given me a perfectly marvelous idea for my play.
Oh, it has?
Yes, a twist to the story, where a famous opera star comes to this little town where the heroine lives. That's Mrs. Ransom.
Oh.
And of course, when she hears him sing, she falls head over heels in love with him.
Naturally.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you've got to play the part.
Oh, no.
Now, please, remember our cause, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, for the sake of the fire engine, all right.
Oh, splendid.
That's fine,
Oh,
Gildy.
isn't that wonderful? I'm so happy. I just know the play is going to be a tremendous success.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll take in enough money to buy 2 fire engines.
Mrs. Pettibone, could I make my committee report now, please?
Oh, of course, Mr. Peavy. I'm terribly sorry. Just what was your committee?
The fire engine committee.
Oh, yes. And the report?
There won't be any fire engines for sale until after the war.
Well, there's been a lot of kidding around here about Gildersleeve's stomach, but I guess we're all a little concerned about our stomachs these days and what we're going to put in them. They tell me the Army's going to need half of our processed foods this year, which leaves just half as much for you and me as we've been accustomed to. That's why they're going to put in this point rationing system. There'll be a lot of jokes about rationing. I hope I get my share of them. But when you come right down to it, rationing is the only fair way of distributing the food that's available. It gives women with war jobs the same chance as those who can spend the whole day shopping around from market to market. And the poor man will get just as much as the rich man. It's the only fair and democratic way of handling it. Another thing, you hear a lot of vague talk about how much of our food has been going to our allies on Lend-Lease. We looked into that, and do you know how much of our food all our allies got last year? Only 7.5%. And if that contributed even a little to what the Russians are doing to the Nazis right now, brother, it was cheap. Good night, everybody.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Have you discovered the speedy way to make swell macaroni and cheese? These days, clever women prepare that favorite main dish without any fuss of making a cheese sauce, without any bother with blanching and baking the macaroni. They simply open up a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. They cook the special Kraft Dinner macaroni quickly in boiling water. And with the Kraft Grated, which also comes in each Kraft Dinner package, they sprinkle the cheese flavor through and through. Presto, the dinner main dish is ready in only 7 minutes cooking time. And the cost is only a very few cents a serving. But the best part of it is, Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese is extra special good. Fluffy, light, and drenched in cheese flavor. When good cooks discover the 7-minute way of making macaroni and cheese, they say never again to the old-fashioned slow method. Of course, Kraft Dinner is extra popular these days. You can help your dealer with his problem of keeping stocked by ordering your Kraft Dinner early in the week. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
States Marine Base at Quantico, Virginia, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis A. Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and the McFarlane Twins and their orchestra. Friends, you know what I received the other day? A fan letter. Yes, sir, that said, why don't you people do something about that dull word delicious? I've heard it on the air 40 times today. Go and get yourself a new word. So my fan doesn't like delicious, huh? Well, I wonder if he'd settle for the super duper pandandy. Well, instead of saying how delicious Grape Nuts Flakes are, I can certainly call them sweet as a nut Grape Nuts Flakes. And oh boy, does that describe to a T their delicious... No, now, wait a minute. I mean their malty rich flavor. And I'll wager there's one thing my fan does like about delicious, and that's the ditto way Grape Nuts Flakes taste, and their ditto crisp and toasty texture. And does this nutritious and delectable breakfast food satisfy? Why, you'll find the whole family clamoring for it. So try this ambrosial, this swell elegant breakfast dish, Grape Nuts Flakes, tomorrow. You'll find they're delicious. Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from Quantico, Virginia, where we're broadcasting to the world's roughest, toughest fighting men, the United States Marines.
You said it.
We bring you the Waukegan Cream Puff, Jack Benny.
What happened to that first number there? My goodness. I thought Phil Harris was back with us again. I mean, what was... hello again. This is Jack Benny speaking. And Don, you can talk about my gray hair, and you can kid me about being, shall I say, conservative. But when you call me a cream puff, that's going too far. Well, when I was a young fellow in Waukegan, everybody used to call me the Mangler.
The Mangler? My goodness, why did they call you that?
I used to crush strawberries at a soda fountain. I was the best jerk they had. Soda, of course. And talk about being tough. Why, Don, would you believe it? When I was only 8 years old, I had a fight with a kid who was over 12.
And what happened?
I knocked her cold. She had it coming, though. She was always dipping my curls in the inkwell. But you're right about these Marines, Don. They're as rugged a bunch of boys as I've ever seen. I mean, they've got what it takes. Pardon me. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm at the Marine station here. I want to welcome you to Quantico.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. What in your cut?
Yes, sir. Gee, these guys are really in condition, aren't they, Don?
Yes, they certainly are. By the way, Jack, how's Mary's cold? Is she going to be on the program tonight?
No, she isn't, Don. She'll be back next Sunday, though. You know, we've been knocking around the country at a pretty fast clip, and a woman can't take it like we men. I feel fine myself.
You do, Mr. Benny?
Yeah. How do I look?
Well, I'll probably get plugged for this, but you look like something that's cat dragged out.
That's in. Dragged in.
This cat dragged you out again.
Never mind. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Dennis, what do you mean I look bad? I mean, what's wrong with me?
Well, gee, you're awful pale and run down looking.
Well, sure I'm pale. I ruined my sun lamp trying to make waffles in it. What else is wrong?
Remember this morning on the train when you were shaving?
Yeah?
Well, you cut yourself and no blood came out.
Now, that settles it. I gotta see a doctor. I'll mail out bids and get an estimate on a good checkup. First thing tomorrow.
Tell me, Jack, who's going to take Mary's place on the program tonight? After all, we do need a girl's voice.
Well...
Don't look at me. I'm just a tenor.
I'm not looking at you. I was about to say that Virginia Bruce is going to be with us tonight.
Virginia Bruce?
Yeah, she's down here on location for a picture, and she very graciously consented to come over.
You mean Virginia Bruce, the big movie actress?
Yes, sir.
You mean the beautiful blonde with the dreamy eyes that I'll fall madly in love with and ask her to marry me and she'll say no and I'll hang myself with that lousy necktie you gave me for Christmas?
boy, what an imagination that kid's got.
It comes in handy when you haven't got a girl, believe me.
Anyway, Miss Bruce will be here in a few minutes. And Dennis, I want you to be on your best behavior.
What do you mean?
I mean, no standing on your head and showing off. And now, folks...
He hates me because I can stand on my head.
I hate you because your head is flat and you can do it the easy way. It's not fair to the rest of us. Well, here comes the musical end of the program, the McFarland twins. Hello, Art, George.
Hello, Mr. Berry.
Gee, these two boys do look exactly alike. If George didn't owe me $5, I couldn't tell them apart. By the way, George, when are you going to pay me that money?
Right now. I'm tired of wearing this ring in my nose.
Well, I had to mark you. I didn't want to get that old runaround, you know. Now, fellas, Virginia Bruce should be here pretty soon, so in the meantime, let's have your band number.
Gee, is Virginia Bruce going to be on this program?
That's right.
I think she's terrific. Don't you, George? I think she's terrific. Don't you, Art? I think she's terrific. Don't you, Dennis?
Dennis, stop talking to me. Now, come on, fellas, let's have that band number and put some real stuff in it. Remember, we're playing for the United States Marines. A bunch of red-blooded, raring guys, ain't Sergeant Wilson?
You said it, buddy. Now tell these guys what you had for breakfast this morning.
Toasty brown sweet as a nut grape-nut flakes, of course.
Of course, what? Of course, sir. That's more like it. And why do these grape-nut flakes come in?
12-ounce economy-size packet.
Sir, right. And what does grape-nut flakes contain?
Iron, vitamin B1. How's that?
Very good, Benny. Now button your lip.
Yes, sir. Gee, how could we get so tough on breakfast food? Oh, well, play, McFarland. Taking a Chance on Love, played by the McFarland twins and their orchestra. And, fellas, that was all right. You twins are really going places. And now, boys...
Twins, that's a hot one.
What do you mean, a hot one? It so happens, Dennis, that they are twins.
Oh, yeah? One of them throws his voice and the other one's a dummy.
Believe me, Dennis, there's no ventriloquism involved. They're both flesh and blood.
Then I better quit carving my initials in the one I thought was wood.
Yes. And now, boys, no use waiting. I got to give that kid a hot chocolate with a Mickey in it. Now, boys, I'd like to have you meet that beautiful and talented screen actress, Miss Virginia Bruce. Come on over here and take a bow, Virginia.
Thank you, Jack.
Well, listen to that. You know, Virginia, you got more applause than I did.
This is my last pair of nylon stockings. I'm glad they're doing a good job.
Oh, is that it? Well, now that you brought up the subject, Virginia, I've got pretty good-looking legs myself. Here, look. Not bad, eh?
I'd hate to get an order of mashed potatoes with that many lumps in them.
Well, I've been taking vitamin pills, and they don't dissolve, you know? But, I don't know. I think my legs are gorgeous.
And those pink lace garters, did you borrow them from Mary?
Oh, no, Virginia. A girl threw them at me in a burlesque theater. She hooked my ear with one of them, but the other one I had to fight for. What a brawl.
My hand still hurts where you stomped on it.
Now, don't be so grabby. Oh, Virginia, this is our young tenor, Dennis Day.
Hello, Jenna.
Gee, Miss Bruce, this is the happiest moment of my life.
Well,
just say the word and I'll stand on my head.
Dennis, you'll have to pardon him, Virginia. He's so emotional.
You're panting a little yourself, Daddy.
Oh, yes, I am. And this is our announcer, Don Wilson.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
How do you do, Miss Bruce? I can't stand on my head for you, but I can shuffle my chins like a deck of cards.
Don, don't act like a schoolboy. Get a load of them, fellas. Huckleberry Hippo. And now, Virginia, I'd like you to meet the twins, Art and George.
I'm glad to know you, boys.
Same here. Yeah, aren't they cute, Virginia?
My goodness, Jack, I didn't know you had twins.
Oh, they're not mine. They're the McFarland twins. By the way, Virginia, I understand you're down here making a picture. How's it coming along?
Well, we haven't started shooting yet. Mr. Ratoff, the director, is looking over typical southern locations.
Oh, you mean Gregory Ratoff?
Yes, you ought to meet him, Jack. He has the cutest Russian dialect.
Oh, I know Ratoff and his dialect. We're old friends. Did you tell Gregory you were going to be on my program tonight?
Certainly.
What did he say?
Watch out, Virginia. He's old, but he's a wolf.
Well, I do have my romantic moments. By the way, Virginia, speaking of pictures I've been in.
Who's speaking of pictures you've been in?
I am. See, I've got a new one coming out pretty soon called The Meanest Man in the World. A nice title, isn't it?
Yeah. But, Jack, that doesn't fit you at all. Why, good heavens, you're not the meanest man in the world.
I'm not?
Of course not. How could anyone be mean who has such a sweet, friendly smile?
Well,
big blue eyes that are always twinkling.
Well, my eyes have been compared to the waters of the Minnetonka. What else, Virginia?
Well, we've already mentioned your lumpy legs.
Oh, those are vitamin pills, you know?
I'm just kidding, Jack. You're really one of the nicest, sweetest, kindest, most considerate...
Most lovable?
Wait for me.
Oh, pardon me. You know, Virginia, it's funny that all the time we've been in Hollywood, you and I have never made a picture together. You know, you'd think that...
Come on, Virginia, let's get going!
Hey, that sounds like Ratoff. What's he doing here?
Oh, he came to pick me up. We're interviewing several local boys to play opposite me in the picture.
Oh, you mean you haven't got a leading man yet?
No. We're looking for a young fellow with one of those charming southern accents.
Well, shut my mouth, honey child. Why'd you all say so sooner? How's that sound, Virginia?
Like a minstrel show, but maybe Ratoff will like it.
It's a cinch. When he hears me talking like this, he'll...
Open that door or I break it down. I'm a roasting and I'm a dancing.
Come on in, Gregory. Well, this is a surprise. How are you, Gregory? I haven't seen you since Hollywood.
Fine, Jack. I sure like it down here in old Virginia.
In old Virginia?
That's what we all southern call Kentucky.
That's what you call Virginia. Say, Gregory, how's your picture coming along?
It will be colossal. Stupendous. It even might make some money.
Say, that sounds like it's going to be an epic.
If it's only an epic, I'll blow my brains out. Say, Jack, how can I miss? I've got the most beautiful leading lady.
All we need now is a southern boy for the part of the hero. I see. Well, I think I can help you out. Listen to this. Your search is ended, sir. I'm at your service. How does that sound? Like a minstrel show, but maybe I like it. Good. Now, look, Gregory, have you got the script with you? Right in my pocket. Well, I'm going over in the corner and study this, and right after Dennis's number... Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. Where are you calling from?
Washington, D.C.
Oh, you're still in Washington. Now, listen, Rochester. You were supposed to be on the bus with me at 10 o'clock this morning to go to Quantico. What happened?
Well, I got some friends here.
Yes?
And at 10 o'clock this morning, I was at a party they gave for me last night.
Well, why'd you have to stay till 10 this morning?
We had a bottle of champagne and we couldn't get the cork out until 9:45.
Well, that must have been some party. Who was there?
Well, there was my brother and his second wife.
Uh-huh.
And my cousin and my brother's first wife.
Uh-huh.
And there was my sister who married a total stranger.
Oh.
And then we also had my Uncle Sylvester who came in from Beverly Hills, California.
I didn't know you had an uncle in Beverly Hills. Where does he live?
360 North Camden Drive.
Wait a minute. That's my address. That's my house.
I've been meaning to tell you, boss, he lives in the garage.
Oh, I thought I saw lights there at night. Now, Rochester, how long has your Uncle Sylvester been living in my garage?
Well, $2 a week. I got $80. 40 weeks, boss.
Well, that's my fault. I should have suspected something when I saw you carrying all those pork chops out to my horse. Well, I'll talk to you about this later. Goodbye.
So long, Mr. Benny.
Imagine his uncle living in my garage. Sing, Dennis. Now, don't run away, Virginia and Gregory. I'm going to study this part.
This day and age we're living in gives cause for apprehension, with speed and new invention and things like third dimension. But we get a trifle weary with Mr. Einstein's theory, so we must get down to earth at times, relax, release the tension. No matter what the progress or what may it be true, the simple facts of life are such they cannot be removed. You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh's just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you, on that you can rely. No matter what the thrill shall bring as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date, hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man, and man must have his mate. But no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes by.
Because as time goes by from Casablanca, starring Franklin D. Roosevelt and Winston Churchill, Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman, and sung by Dennis Day. Well, Gregory, I glanced over the script, and I'm more convinced than ever that I'm just the guy for the part of the Southern boy.
Part nothing. I want a guy that can do the whole thing.
I'll do the whole thing, and I'll be colossal.
Colossal is a big word. Don't kick it around.
You should talk. Well, Virginia, it looks like I'm going to be your leading man.
But, Jack, you haven't even rehearsed the part.
It's bound to work out. I can just see it in lights. Virginia Bruce and Jack Benny in a Gregory Ratoff production.
Leave my name out of it.
Now, wait a minute, Gregory. Don't run me down till you try me. Now, let's get started with the rehearsal.
Okay, I'll get my technical advisor.
Your technical advisor?
Certainly. He's a real Southern colonel, and he knows all about Dixie. Come on in, Colonel.
Is that the colonel?
Hello, stranger.
Well, Slapperman, how long have you been a Southern colonel?
Since Tuesday. Rather put an ad in the paper.
Oh.
But don't you all give me away, oh?
I won't, but Slap, I can't imagine you being a technical advisor. What do you know about the South?
Tote that bags, lift that veil. Mammy's little baby loves saltine. Mammy's little baby loves saltine bread. I'll take some fun.
Say, that's pretty good.
I tell you, Jack, he's terrific.
So you like him, eh, Ratoff?
His dialect kills me.
Well, what do you say we get started? Let's try a scene from the picture, Gregory, so you can see what I do. A love scene, that's where I shine.
All right, a love scene. Now, Miss Bruce and Mr. Benny, take your place. Now, Jack, it is a hot summer night, and you are waiting for your sweetheart on the veranda.
I see.
Then the butler comes in.
The butler, eh?
Yes. His name is Julep, and you ask him for a piece of candy.
The butler's name is Julep?
Look, it says right here, bring me a mint, Julep.
That's bring me a mint julep. It's a drink made with bourbon.
Bourbon, schmorbon, all I know is vodka.
Oh, Mr. Ratoff, where am I in this scene?
You are in the garden, and you are heartbroken because your lover is going away. You are sniffling a rose.
Sniffling a rose? What's that?
That's the way he talks, Jack. Yesterday he went into a restaurant and ordered a porter horse steak.
Porter horse? Say, he might have been right. Hey, that's a good one.
Quiet, actor. I am in charge here.
All right. How does this thing start?
The butler has told you that your sweetheart is in the garden. Now you enter the garden. Music.
Oh, Magnolia. Magnolia, honey. Where are you all?
I'm over here by the bird bath, sugar.
Oh, if you're taking a bath, I'll come back later. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. It isn't her. It is night, and the gales are bathing.
You mean the nightingales are bathing?
That's what I said. Right here.
Okay. Magnolia, honey, I'm a-leaving tonight. But before I go, there's something I gotta ask you.
Yes, cinch bottom?
Cinch bottom? Magnolia, honey, I want you to do me the honor of becoming my wife.
Your wife? Oh, cinch bottom.
Kiss me, Magnolia. Kiss me. Kiss me, Magnolia. Kiss me.
Well, go ahead, Jack. Kiss her.
How can I kiss her when she keeps ducking? Oh, still, will you, Virginia?
All right, let's take that line again.
Excuse me, Jack. Oh, Mr. Ratoff, may I speak to you a minute alone?
Certainly. What's on your mind, Virginia?
Well, wait a minute. I better whisper it.
What's the whispering for?
Listen, Gregory.
All right, so he drools in it.
Cut out the whispering. Now, come on over here, Virginia, and let's do this love scene.
You better tell him, Gregory.
Sorry, Jack, you cannot have the part.
What do you mean I can't have the part?
In Russia, we are very direct. You stink.
What?
Colossally.
Now, wait a minute, Gregory. Listen, Virginia, I can do this love scene if you'll just give me a chance.
But, Jack, you're so violent, so passionate.
Passionate?
Look, there's steam all over your glasses.
I'll wipe them all. Now, don't worry, Virginia. Let's try it again. And this time I'll be as gentle as a lamb.
Animal teacher, I will not direct.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now, come on, let's go. Magnolia, honey, I want you to do me the honor of becoming my wife.
Your wife? Oh, pinch bottom.
Kiss me, Magnolia. Kiss me. Now, how was that, Virginia? Do I get the part or not?
Whoa, you certainly do as far as I'm concerned.
That's great.
Now kiss Gregory and see what he says.
Gregory,
Kiss me, pinch and bottom, kiss.
cut that out. Oh, what's the use? Play the part.
Well, let's face it, friends. You know and I know that right now we're all up against a serious shortage of many important foods. And these shortages will never be more acute in the future. However, there is one valuable food that is now and will continue to be plentiful. Whole grain cereals, one of the finest, most nourishing foods you can serve, and one that our government nutrition program successfully recommends. There's only one hitch: the danger of a serious shortage in the paper used to pack these cereals. But you and I, all of us, can do something about that. Simply buy as many foods as possible in large packages instead of small ones, for it takes less paper per pound to pack the larger sizes. So when you buy whole grain cereals, whether it's Great Nuts Flakes or any other of your favorite brands, be sure to ask your grocer for the largest package he has. You'll be saving paper, and so you'll help to make sure that there will be enough of these nourishing whole grain cereals to go around. And incidentally, you'll find that you save money, too, when you buy the larger package. So help your country, help your neighbor, help yourself. Buy whole grain cereals in large size packages.
That was the last number of the 18th program of the new Grape Nuts Flake series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I want to thank Miss Bruce and Mr. Ratoff for appearing on our program tonight. Miss Bruce will be with us tomorrow when we do a show for you Army boys at Newport News, Virginia, and also Tuesday for your Navy boys at Norfolk. Good night, now. Good night, everybody.
This program is for the entertainment of the personnel of the United States Marine Base at Quantico, Virginia, and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of the product by the Navy Department.
The Fred Allen Show, scheduled especially at this time and rebroadcast exclusively for you men in the armed forces of the United States and your brothers in arms by the Special Service Division of the War Department, starring Fred Allen with Portland Hoffa and Al Goodman's orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week a lady, after missing a question on a quiz program, received over 300,000 pennies in the mail. Tonight we bring you a man with two bags under his eyes big enough to hold the lady's pennies. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, what was that excitement they had on Truth or Consequences last week, Jimmy? You said a lady missed a question, and the listener sent her in 300,000 pennies?
Yes, that's right, Fred.
Well, if Truth or Consequences can raise money that easily, Jimmy, all of the country's troubles are over.
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Well, all we have to do to settle the national debt is to put Mr. Morgenthau on Truth or Consequences, let him miss a question. When the mail starts pouring in, Henry will have more dough than he'll know what to do with. Jimmy.
Mr. Alice!
Of course it is. Well, Portland, did you hear about the lady on Truth or Consequences?
Yes. Mama was on that program the week before.
Oh, the week before, really? What happened?
Well, Mama missed her question, so for 10 minutes she had to moo like a cow.
She had to moo like a cow? Did she get any mail?
Mama got letters from 20,000 butchers.
20,000? I know a fellow on a roundtable program. Right in the middle of a discussion, he sneezed.
He sneezed?
Uh-huh. The next day, he got 400,000 postcards with Gesundheit written on them.
That shows the power of radio, doesn't it?
Oh, boy. I'll say radio is a power. Did you know that on account of radio, the Russians had to slow down their advance this week?
Why?
Well, through some mix-up, the Russian army got 4 days ahead of H.V. Kaltenborn. Oh, there was an awful mess. The sponsor had Timoshenko on the carpet. Kaltenborn put his foot down, and the Russian army had to slow up until he read the commercial. Well, enough about radio, Portland. I've got to get down to Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question for tonight?
Well, this week the OPA ruled that people eating in hotels and restaurants will not have to surrender their ration stamps to get food, you see. Now, the OPA says that dining out will be recognized as an uplift for morale. And so our question is, how do you feel about dining out? Does it affect your morale?
Shall we away to Allen's Alley?
Well, why not? Well, here we are, back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting Becky Davis, maybe?
Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about eating out?
Who is eating out? I'm a dog, maybe.
Well, if you're eating at home, what are you doing about your morale?
This I'm keeping up by making patriotic dishes.
Patriotic? Well, how do you mean?
Spaghetti I'm calling Liberty Noodles.
Liberty Noodles, good.
Sauerkraut I'm calling Victory Cabbage.
Victory Cabbage, very good.
Hamburger I'm calling Meatballs Kosher Blanca. Saturdays I'm cooking bundles for blinches. Also, free French fried potatoes.
Free French fried potatoes.
Herring I'm calling Uncle Salmon.
Uncle Salmon. Well, in summing up, Mrs. Nussbaum, would you say that dining out raises your morale?
Only if the other party is taking the check, thank you.
Now, let's see who's here next door.
A welcome to you, hale and hearty. Falstaff is here, the life of the party.
Now, you haven't been up to more poems.
Have you heard, said the Pekingese as it started to wheeze, I hope you'll excuse my asthma, please?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, she called me darling Maxie till I made her pay for the taxi?
No.
You may be a lieutenant to those wax old girl, but you'll always be mother to me.
Now. You have decidedly done it again. Tonight we have been talking about dining out, raising morale.
Precisely why I am here. I have coined a dactyl.
Well, what is your dining out poem called?
Dining out.
That's some switch, isn't it? Well, how does your poem go?
The OPA only yesterday put all food ration talk to rout, ruling an uplift for morale to be the act of dining out. Roosevelt and Churchill went out to dine. They dined at Casablanca. They both had several dinners there, complete from soup to sanka. They proved to all that dining out can raise the world's morale from the wind-swept hills of Kharkov to the shores of Guadalcanal. They served notice on Herr Hitler and his barbaric Nazi band that they too will soon be eating out of the United Nations' hand.
Thank you. As Falstaff holds his adverbs and prepares to steal away silently, we turn to welcome our singing guest, Tamara. Tamara's song is You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To. Mr. Goodman, meet Tamara.
You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sings a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire. On the stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to. You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sings a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire. On the stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to.
That was just a touch of Texas, played a little too long by Al Goodman, and 25 men Toscanini wouldn't be found dead in front of.
Isn't there any guest tonight?
Well, I had Thorndike Levitt booked tonight.
Thorndike Levitt?
Yes, he's a big picture star. In Random Harvest, Thorndike Levitt played the Scarecrow, if you've seen the picture. Kept too much corn from getting into the picture.
And he isn't coming tonight?
No, he quit pictures. All of a sudden, Thorndike got a big job. He's running the Elizabeth Arden concession for the CIO. You know, Elizabeth Arden is putting out Riveter's goggles with built-in mascara. It's a big thing now.
Well, didn't you try to get a guest?
Well, I sent a wire to a little radio agent. His office is behind the weighing machine in that drugstore, you know, at 50... Say, see who's at the door, Portland. This may be Sidney now.
All right.
I got your telegram, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Sidney?
I can't find no actors, no place.
You couldn't find a single actor?
Well, I got one guy outside. He's okay for a stooge, but he ain't big enough for a guest star.
Well, I have to have a big name, Sid.
I know. This poor guy was a radio star once. He got a bad break. His career was ruined.
Really? Who is he?
Well, he's going under a consumed name.
Consumed name?
Bradley Ballantyne.
Bradley Ballantyne, huh?
His real name is Oscar Levant.
Oscar Levant? Why, Oscar Levant is a great musician.
He was a great musician. Today, he's a soldier of misfortune. A bum.
Oh. What? You didn't have to stress it, Sidney. Well, what happened, Sidney?
2 weeks ago tonight at Carnegie Hall, Oscar Levant played a concert with Jack Benny.
Uh-huh.
That's all, brother.
Now, look, Sid, I have to have a guest here tonight. Where is Oscar?
He's outside talking to himself. Nobody else will listen to him.
Well, look, Sid, I'm stuck. Can you bring him in? I'll see.
Sure. Here he is, folks. Oscar Levant.
Well, gosh, Oscar, I wouldn't even know you. You look terrible.
You look beautiful.
Gosh, you're in worse shape than I thought, Oscar, old man. Tell me, what's the matter?
I can't eat. I can't sleep. Ever since that night at Carnegie, I keep hearing a voice.
A voice? What voice?
There it goes again. Listen.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
It goes on all day, all night. I'll go mad. Do you hear? Mad.
Now, Oscar, snap out of it. Look at me. I'm Fred Allen. Look at me.
Please. I just got over one shock.
Now, Oscar, we mustn't be upset. We mustn't go to itsy bitsy pieces.
You sound like an old kindergarten teacher I once killed in Syracuse.
But, Oscar, you can't let one...
Fred, for 20 years I lived on the wings of music. And in one night, I was a dead duck.
I know.
20 years of practice. I was starting to play with both hands.
Play with both... You were right at the peak, and then...
Then he gave me the kiss of death.
Yes, he'll do it every time.
Musically, I'm through.
That's silly, Oscar. What makes you think you're finished in music?
Today I passed Sammy Kaye on the street. He turned his head the other way.
Oh, look, Oscar.
I wish I was dead.
No, Oscar. You have got to master this phobia. When you go to a psychiatrist, he makes you speak freely. Now, let's pretend that I am your psychiatrist. Tell me exactly what happened that night at Carnegie Hall.
First, the curtain went up. Uh-huh. Then, without warning, Benny stepped out on the stage with his violin.
Uh-huh. Was there any excitement?
There was a loud shriek in the back of the hall.
A music lover?
No, it was Deems Taylor. He fainted.
I see. And then you, as Benny's accompanist, stepped out?
Stepped out. I was pushed out by one of Benny's relatives.
Well, now, you and Benny were there on the stage. Then what happened?
A fireman stepped out on the stage.
A fireman stepped out, yes?
The fireman announced Benny's number and pointed out all of the exits at the same time.
What was Benny's first selection?
He played the B.
Yes?
Right after Benny finished the B, the government took honey off the ration list.
It was bad, eh?
It was so bad, Rimsky and Korsakov split up.
Well, it must have been terrible.
Fred, you've heard a gypsy when he makes his violin cry?
Yes, Oscar.
Benny makes his violin sweat.
Well, tell me, how did the audience react?
A man going through the audience selling tar and feathers would have cleaned up.
Gad, you must have been humiliated, sitting there at the piano in front of all those irate people.
By this time, I wasn't sitting at the piano.
No?
I was inside, playing it like a harp.
But, no wonder you're musically unnerved, Oscar. What came next?
The manager of Carnegie Hall began beating his head against the wall. Benny mistook this for applause and started to play an encore. Love in Bloom.
Well, how did he make out?
Fred, if the Empire State Building converted to coal, the janitor couldn't hit that many clinkers.
Well, when Benny finished Love in Bloom...
He never finished. The last thing I heard was someone yelling, "Women and children first!" Then everything went black.
Well, tell me, what happened to you?
The next morning, they found me on 57th Street, throwing stones through Steinway's window.
No.
I'm through, Fred.
No, you can come back, Oscar. Why don't you be like Benny? Happy-go-lucky. He comes, he smells, he leaves.
No, Fred. I'm through with music. I'm looking for some other kind of work.
Why, you still have your job on information, please.
How long can I last? Today, everything they play for me to identify sounds like Love and Bloom.
Gad, it must be terrible.
We lose more encyclopedias that way.
Well, you've got to do something, Oscar.
Yes, I've got to get a job. I have 2 little children. It may be years before they can support me.
Well, have you looked for anything yet?
Yes, I clipped out some help wanted ads. I've got them right here.
Oh, good. Let me see. Oh, here's a job. Man wanted to play shortstop for Brooklyn Dodgers. Must be in 4F.
That's okay, but it doesn't start till spring. I could starve by then.
Well, look at this next column. There are plenty of jobs here. Look, steam fitters, plumbers, sand hogs, stevedores.
You've got the wrong column. That's for women.
Oh, women.
Maybe I can get a defense job.
Now, Oscar, let's face it. All you know is one profession. You have got to come back.
No, Fred. Musically, I'm done. Since that night, I can't tell Shostakovich's 7th from Der Fuhrer's face.
Oscar, Benny's off-key rendition of Love and Bloom brought on this mental condition you have. Now, if you were to hear Love and Bloom played beautifully, your subconscious music neurosis would be adjusted.
But who can play Love and Bloom beautifully, Fred?
Well, I'll play it for you on my clarinet, Oscar.
Go ahead, Fred. So I'll go to Bellevue a week sooner.
Well, we'll surprise you. Oscar. 5 of the boys in the band and I have a clarinet ensemble. Say, will you fellas come down? We're auditioning for a job at Hamburger Heaven tomorrow. They want all wind instruments at Hamburger Heaven on account of the onions, you see. With the 5 clarinets, we can play and air condition the place at the same time. Now, all right, boys, if you just wait till we'll hold my gum, too. I have to get my gum out. You can't play with it. Just to make sure this thing is warmed up here. I guess I'm ready. All right, Mr. Goodman. Well, Oscar, you see, I put a couple of squeals in there so people would know I was playing. I just played that in there. Did our rendition of Love and Bloom have any effect on you?
Yes, Fred. I'm getting that old E-flat feeling again.
I knew it. You're back to normal, Oscar. Now you can return to the scene of your crime and prove your greatness.
Me? Alone? In Carnegie Hall?
Not alone, Oscar, this time. I'll go with you.
You mean I'm to accompany you as I did Benny?
Why, yes.
Which way is Kaiser Shipyard?
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Oscar. You just heard me play the clarinet. Why, I'm better than Benny on that squash racket he plays.
I know, but what can we play in Carnegie Hall?
We'll play the best tunes of all at Carnegie Hall, Oscar. Well, you know those little commercial jingles you hear on the air?
Pepsi-Cola hits a spot, one of those?
Right. Now, for Carnegie Hall, all we have to do is make a symphony out of one of those little jingles. We'll get a sponsor and clean up.
Say, I've got a jingle that might make a symphony. You know, Rinso White.
Rinso White. Well, will my clarinet fit in?
The clarinet is the only instrument that can do that Rinso White effect.
Well, I don't want to hog the whole thing, Oscar.
Fred, you're the clarinetist. It's a clarinet part.
No, I want you at the piano, too, Oscar.
All right, I'll play a little background music.
Fine. Now, we're all set, Mr. Goodman, if you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, Oscar Levant, assisted by Al Goodman's orchestra, presents the world's premiere rendition of the symphonic jingle, El Rinso White.
The Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States has presented the Fred Allen Show, scheduled at this time and rebroadcast exclusively for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations. Now, a special musical afterpiece arranged and prepared expressly for you servicemen. Here's the orchestra with the sort of music your letters express a preference for. Take it away. You have just heard a delayed broadcast scheduled expressly at this time for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This program has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Faster, boy, faster! I'll Silver!
Tonto was in the Pine Flats General Store with Dan Reed, the Lone Ranger's 14-year-old nephew. The man behind the counter referred to a long list of items as he filled the order, piling the articles on the counter. Meanwhile, Dan Reed observed,
Tonto, I don't understand this.
You not savvy what?
We're laying in a mighty big stock of food. But there must be about enough to last us all the rest of the trip to Texas.
Lone Rangers say we get plenty food.
I know it.
He make long lists.
Well, I know that, too. The Lone Rangers always thought it was wise to travel as lightly as possible.
Well, that's right.
Well, there are at least two places between here and Texas where we could get supplies.
That's right. We not go straight to Texas, Dan.
Oh.
Other business come first.
Golly, I wondered about that. Does anyone suspect the Lone Rangers around this part of the country?
Maybe.
There's been a man standing on the porch ever since we came into this store. He's kept a sharp watch on us.
Plenty people curious when Indian buy long list of food.
Did you notice that fella?
Me see him. We keep sharp watch on him, too.
No, I didn't see you look at him at all. I didn't think you noticed him.
You look in back of store. You see mirror glass there?
Oh, sure enough.
Keep watch on the reflection.
I see.
Well, I reckon that'll fill the bill.
How much?
Well, there's a total right down there. I figured it up 3 times to make sure it was right.
Here. Here, cash.
Hey, wait a minute. Well, don't bend. I guess you're all right. Yeah, you must be figuring on taking a downright long trip.
Maybe long time before we buy more food.
Yeah, which way you going?
Maybe go plenty different way.
Who's the kid?
Him, friend. We go now, Dan.
You don't hanker to give out much information, do you?
You take that bundle, Dan. Me take this one.
Look here, Injun. If you don't want to tell true facts, just say so.
I'll take over.
Hey, let's go, mate.
Not so fast, kid.
Now, see
Now,
here.
take it easy, kid. This is Mr. Sneed.
I only want to ask a couple of questions, that's all.
Take hand off boy's arm.
Redskins talk different when they talk to me.
Take hand off boy's arm.
Is that a threat? Oh. Well, all right, then. You needn't look like you was about to knife me. Only wanted to ask something that's mighty important.
Well, you ask.
I've heard that a masked man was seen near Pine Flats this morning. Now, is there any chance that you two are his pals?
That's none of your...
Dan?
No.
Why you ask?
Now, look here. If your name happens to be Tonto, I've got some downright important information for you.
Maybe me see someone, me tell him.
All right, then. If you should just happen to see a masked man riding a white horse, and if it should just happen that this hombre is the man that's called a Lone Ranger...
A Lone Ranger? Doggone, I've heard of him.
It might be that he's interested in the Forbidden Plains. If so, I could help him out considerable.
What are the Forbidden Plains?
A good place to stay away from. A doggone good place to stay away from if you like to stay healthy.
How you help out?
Well, I happen to know considerable about those plains. That's all I got to say. If this Lone Ranger wants me to help, I'd be downright glad to do so. There's a tough pack of 2-legged wolves that make their headquarters in the Forbidden Plains. They've done me no end of harm. I'd like to see them cleaned out.
Well, if me see Lone Ranger, me tell him.
I reckon anyone in town can tell you where Jim Sneed lives. The Sneed Ranch is one of the biggest. I'm home most of the time. That's all.
You come, Dan. We go now.
Hey, wait a minute.
We go now.
Now, wait. It's all right important you listen to me.
And you speak.
Well, I don't know if you're the friends of the Lone Ranger, but if you are, sakes alive.
What matter?
Well, there ain't no arguing the point that the plains need to be rid of them rats and snakes, but I would want to see the Lone Ranger killed in trying that same.
I never heard of the Forbidden Plains.
Son, they're badlands. Somehow or other, that stretch of country between the Gap and the river was left out when they made up the states. It's really a place that no state controls, so there's no law there. It's a hiding place for every cutthroat in this part of the country.
Oh.
There's fertile land, fine grazing, good water, everything. But an honest man can't live there. It's for outlaws. They kill off each other for a time, and they all organize into one big band. They come out and rob and kill, and then go back with their loot. Take an old man's advice. Don't go there. Don't do it. Don't let the Lone Ranger go there. It's certain death.
The Lone Ranger was camped in the woods outside the town of Pine Flats. He rose from beside the fire as Tonto arrived at sunset.
Tonto, where's Dan?
You stay back. Watch trail.
For what?
Feller in town know you nearby.
Is that so?
Now, we come back here in roundabout way. Make sure no one follows.
Oh?
Dan, stay back at Tonto. Watch at edge of woods. Make sure no one follow.
Who knows I'm nearby?
Feller named Sneed. Him big rancher. Him tell about Forbidden Plain.
Sneed. I've heard the name.
Him offer help. Say him know Forbidden Plain. Go with you. Help catch crook.
I see.
Him plenty curious. Ask plenty question.
Tonto, I've learned that there are at least a dozen outlaws banded together in one group.
That's what Sneed say.
They made a lot of raids on the people around here. They've also stopped a few stagecoaches and one railroad train. There's no way to arrest them while they stay on the Forbidden Plain.
Ah.
Let me help unload those supplies.
You get plenty big list of supplies. How long you plan to stay in Badland?
No longer than is absolutely necessary, Tonto.
Here, flour sack.
Thanks, Kimasabi.
Steady, Scout.
Now, what about the gunpowder?
Here, small can.
Good.
And here, salt. Here, bacon.
Did you get everything that was on the list?
Me get 'em.
Good enough. Now then, Tonto, I want the man named Sneed.
Me show you where Sneed live.
No, I don't want to go there. I want you to bring him here.
Oh.
More than that, Kimosabe. I want you to do a lot of other things for me. I'm going to drop out of sight.
Where you go?
I'll tell you later.
You not stay here?
You'll have to take care of Mr. Sneed yourself. You'll also have to give Dan his instructions. Now pay very close attention to what I tell you.
Tonto listened attentively to the instructions, then left the camp and met Dan Reed.
Ho, Scout, ho, fella, ho, fella, ho. Rein up, Dan.
Oh, there, oh, boy. Oh.
He wants to speak to you.
Is there anything wrong? I was going on to camp.
Lone Ranger, make plans. You got job to do.
I have. Oh, golly, that's swell. What is it, Tonto?
You go back to town.
Yeah?
You stay at feller in store. Tell him Lone Ranger want you stay there.
Stay there? But what can I do while I'm with a storekeeper? How'll that help?
Well, me not know. Lone Ranger make plan.
He wants me out of danger. That's the angle. He wants me to stay with a storekeeper while he goes after those crooks in Forbidden Plains. Isn't that it?
Lone Ranger make plans, Dan. And me tell you, you go to store. Tell him you stay there.
All right. Orders are orders. But I'll be mighty glad when I can be of some use to you and the Lone Ranger.
There's plenty time ahead.
Look, Tonto. When my dad was my age, I'll bet he was able to ride and shoot and do things.
There's plenty time ahead. You go now. Me got job to do.
Where you going?
Me go get Sneed. Take him to Lone Ranger camp.
Sneed? That man we saw in the store.
That's right. Get him up, Scout.
Doggone it. I'll be glad when I can be of some help to him. Get up there, boy. Get up.
Tonto headed for Sneed's ranch, ready to carry out the masked man's orders to the letter, no matter how Sneed might object. After inquiry, he found the rancher in a saddle shed.
Hey, Juniper, it's the Redskin again. What are you doing here?
You give me message.
Yeah?
Me take message to Masked Man.
The Lone Ranger?
So
you're his friend?
Him want you.
Yeah?
Him say you go to camp with Tonto.
You being Tonto?
That's right.
Well, let me see. Wants me to help him?
That's right.
When?
You come now.
Well, I don't know about that. Maybe I could. I'd plan to do some things here, but I can set them aside. I'd sure be glad to help that Lone Ranger clean out the crooks in the Forbidden Plain. How's he plan to get at them?
Me not know yet.
He can't get the law to help him. He knows that, don't he? The law don't have a thing to say on the Forbidden Plain. Unless he can get the crooks to come here, he won't have a chance.
You come now?
Maybe he plans to go in there gunning. Just shoot it out with him and clean him out that way. Is that his scheme?
Him not know where gang hide in Plain.
You sure he don't know the hiding place? Maybe he knows it and didn't tell you.
Him not know it.
What is the plan he's aiming to use?
Me not know.
But he wants me to go to the camp with you. Wants me to line up alongside him and shoot it out with the toughest pack of killers in these parts.
You go camp now.
Well, all right. Maybe he'll tell me his plan when we get there. Oh, what'd you want, Hendricks?
Mr. Sneed, I got to speak to you.
Speak up. What is it, Hendricks? Anything wrong in the bunkhouse?
What's wrong's here.
Meaning what?
Night's coming on, boss, and the night air ain't healthy.
What?
I wouldn't take too much of it if I was you. You never can tell what might come up out of the dark.
See here, when I want advice, Hendricks, I'll go to someone more than a cowhand that works for me.
Maybe the boys wouldn't like for you to get too chummy with a Lone Ranger. If, you know what I mean.
The boys? Hendricks, you
I wouldn't go out in the night air, boss.
Well, maybe you're right.
You come with Tonto now.
Injun, you get...
Need come with Tonto now.
I said...
You...
Hey, Tonto, you knocked my toughest ranch hand down. You better vamoose and fast. I won't be able to keep him from killing you.
Me go and you go too. You come on.
Let go of me. Hey.
You come. At Lone Ranger order.
No, let go.
We both go.
Sneed, you're heading for trouble.
Get him up, Scout.
Let go.
Why, you?
Get him up, Scout.
Missed. Sneed don't know what he's asked for. Stand still. We got some hard riding to do. Now, get!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Tonto carried Sneed to the Lone Ranger's camp. It was after dark when the two arrived, and Tonto dismounted from his powerful paint horse.
Where are we? Why'd you bring me here? I won't help.
You get down now.
Get me a horse. Let me leave here.
You leave by and by.
Where's that Lone Ranger? Let me talk to him. I won't help you now. You practically kidnapped me.
Lone Ranger not here.
Well, not here. Then where is he?
Maybe you see him by and by. Not now. Who's that feller who shoot at us?
Hendricks? I never knew it till tonight, but he must be working with a gang in the plain. You heard what he told me.
Me hear him.
I'll be killed if I help you and the Lone Ranger. Loan me a horse. Let me get away from here.
Pretty soon we both leave. Me look over camp first.
I'm not going over the boundary. I'll not set foot on the Forbidden Plain.
Maybe you afraid your friend shoot you.
What do you mean?
Your friend. Outlaw.
They're not my friends.
We see by and by. You know where Outlaw hides.
Oh, yes, but...
Hendricks know that.
I didn't know he was one of the gang. Might have realized it. Suppose the gang does have men working in town to keep posted on what happens, but I didn't suspect it. I told Hendricks a lot of things I knew about the gang's hideout.
How you know where gang hide?
Well, I've lived around here a long time. I knew that country before the outlaws took over. There's only one place where they could hide. Listen, suppose I draw a map and show you how to get to the gang's hideout. How'd that be?
You do that. Me build up fire for light, and you draw a map.
While Tonto kept Sneed occupied, Dan examined the little room on the second floor of the general store where the storekeeper had told him he could stay. The Lone Ranger's nephew was about to blow out the candle when he heard...
Yeah?
Dan, are you awake?
Oh, yes, sir.
You mind if I step inside?
Not at all. Come right in. I was just about to blow out my light.
I want to have a little talk with you, lad.
Yes, sir?
I understand that you're a friend of the Lone Ranger. Is that the truth?
Oh, you bet it's the truth. Well, I told you he's the one that sent me here.
He figured you'd be safe here, eh?
Well, I suppose so.
Did he figure there'd be danger where he was?
Well, I don't know.
He's aiming to catch the outlaws on the Forbidden Plains, ain't he?
I don't know what his plans are.
You don't?
No, sir, he didn't tell me.
He must have had plans of some sort. Don't he usually tell you what he's going to do?
Well, not always.
But if he does anything that's not especially dangerous, he takes you with him, don't he?
I'm generally with him.
I see.
Is something wrong?
Well, Dan, a little while ago, a desert rat came by and begged a place to sleep.
Oh?
I told him he could bunk in the woodshed back of the store. Then he told me a few things.
Yes, sir?
Maybe I should pass him on to you in case you can get word to the Lone Ranger.
But how can I find him?
I wish I knew if you was telling me the truth.
I never lie.
All right. You needn't get so huffy about it. Did Lone Ranger say anything when he got the goods you and the Indian bought from me?
Well, I wasn't there when he got the goods.
Not there?
No, sir. Say, what did that desert rat tell you?
Well, he told me things that you should hear. But I'm hanged if I'll tell you. If you don't tell me anything.
But I don't know anything.
Hey, storekeeper. Lem, where are you?
In here. What's up, Hendricks?
Who's the kid?
Friend of the Lone Rangers. Why?
Oh, he is, huh? Well, listen, the Lone Ranger's going to make trouble. He had that redskin friend of his make off with Sneed.
Yeah?
Yeah, and Sneed knows a hideout.
What of it?
Sneed can be made to show where it is.
And I've got later news than that. Listen, Hendricks, the Lone Ranger is working to get me.
You?
The desert rat told me. The Lone Ranger suspected a lot of the stuff that was stolen from the Express would be sold right here in my store. He had this kid and the Indian buy up a lot of goods.
So, that's it.
He's not interested in the gang. He wants the head man. Me.
You were just acting like a storekeeper.
That's right. Now shut up.
Yeah, but Lem, this kid's a...
Yes, the kid's a friend of the Lone Ranger. But when we're done, the Lone Ranger won't be making trouble.
I'm getting out of here. Back there. You can't keep me here.
The window.
I got him. Let me go. You can't hold me. Let me go. Do you hear?
Here's some ropes. Tie him up.
He's a fighting fool.
Help me rope him.
Yeah. Be careful.
I got him.
I don't want him hurt yet. He's my trump card if the Lone Ranger gets too close.
Help. Come in. Help me.
Well, so you finally decided to rope that youngster, huh?
Come on in, Larson. I didn't know you were here.
I sent for Larson and the rest. They're coming in to get their orders.
Oh, so this is another one of your murder gang.
My, but ain't he the spunky young squirt? So this is a friend of the Lone Ranger, huh? Why, you little coyote.
Take your breath, Larson. We got a lot of work.
What are the plans, boss?
The Lone Ranger suspects me.
How'd he do that?
He found my store was stocked with goods. It was stolen.
Well, how'd he know it?
He found some of the stolen goods north of here. Asked the Pilgrims where they got them.
I told you to be careful who you sold them things to. If you'd been as careful about the way you sold your part of the stuff as you make us be in the selling of the cattle, the Lone Ranger would never have found out about this.
No use talking about that now. We gotta work fast. There's two things to do. First, get all the stolen stuff out of my store in case the Lone Ranger sends the law here to search me.
The boys will be here to take care of that.
The second is locate the Lone Ranger. If he's hard to handle, remind him we got his young friend here who could be killed in a variety of ways. Bring the Lone Ranger here. I got his killer all picked out.
Who?
A desert rat that's asleep in my woodshed. We'll frame him for anything we do.
You'll never get the Lone Ranger.
You shut your trap or I'll shut it for you.
You haven't got anybody around but our own men, have you?
Yeah, just our own boys and the critter in the woodshed.
The rest of the gang will be here soon. Then we'll get the goods out of your store.
Then we'll get the Lone Ranger. I know how we can find him. Through Sneed. Sneed will lead him to the cave hideout. We'll trap him there.
Good enough. Now wait here. I'll check up with the breed.
What's he doing?
He's guarding that desert rat. Larson, you and Hendricks stay here till the rest come.
The storekeeper went down the stairs, then through his darkened store to the rear, where a half-breed sat next to an open door.
Well, Breed, is everything all right?
Si, senor. It's all right so far.
How about him?
Amigo, he is very grateful for drink I give him.
You saw him drink it all?
It is dark. I make no light. But he give me back cup and ask for more. I give it to him. He sleep very tight.
Good enough. I'm going to need him. He'll be a downright handy critter to have. When he's found dead with an empty gun, I'll say I shot him because he shot the Lone Ranger, savvy?
That is good. Bueno.
Stay right here now. I'll let you know when you want it.
Está bueno. I will do so. Maybe I find money in hombre's pockets. Soon I take look. When I am sure he sleeps, I
do not move. Do not make sound.
Tonto, reaching from in back of the breed, clamped a hand across his mouth and an arm about his neck. In scant seconds, the crook was gagged and roped effectively and carried to a corner of the room.
Oh, you stay there. You make move, me throw knife. Now me go to woodshed.
Tonto went into the dirty, dark woodshed, his moccasined feet making no sound as he crossed the dirt floor. He crouched beside a pile of straw in the corner.
Me come.
Keep very quiet. I'm getting out of the old clothes now. Did you bring my own things?
Everything here. Here. Boots.
Good. Tonto, tonight is the showdown. What about Dan?
Oh, him safe. But gang get rough plenty soon.
They won't have time to harm him now. My shirt.
Your shirt.
Careful when you handle the guns. Don't make a sound. These crooks are on every side.
Here, gun belt.
I'm going to slip out the rear door. Silver's right outside, isn't he?
Him there. Him waiting.
Good. You know your part, don't you?
Me know, and me ready. Here. Hat. Mask.
Thanks. Right, I'm ready. You wait here until you get the signal. If someone comes in, you'll have to lie on the bunk and hope they don't know I've gone. Adios, Kimosabe.
While Dan Reed lay on the bunk, tightly tied, Hendrick stood guard and kept a running account of what went on.
Now they're hauling the cases of goods out of the store. They're loading it on 2 wagons out on the side.
They won't get away with anything.
No? Don't you wish that was the case?
Yeah, well, Lone Ranger will be here.
Kid, the Lone Ranger's a long ways from here now. Sneed has just about now been persuaded to show him where the hideout is. It's a doggone good thing the boss ought to have some of us around here to keep a watch on things. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known Sneed was ready to blast.
Let me look out the window.
There we are. I'll do all the looking.
But I hear hoofs.
Shut up. Someone's coming. 6 riders. Maybe new members of the gang. It's the law.
It's the Lone Ranger.
Surround the place. Shoot to kill if you have to. Get those horses. Don't let them get away with the evidence.
He brought the lawman. He had it all worked out.
Don't fool them.
Tricked you into bringing all the men from the plane. There's plenty of law here.
I'll deal with you. Then I'll get down and join the fight. But first I'll get the Lone Ranger from this window.
No. Look out. The window up here. Look out.
Let me get him.
Tonto, stop him.
I'll get you.
That's it, Tonto. You hit him like a battering ram.
Let me get you loose now. Cut rope and jiffy.
Tonto, the storekeeper's the head man.
Lone Ranger suspected.
And there's an old desert rat around here that...
No, there's no desert rat. Lone Ranger come here in disguise. Keep watch.
So that was it. The Lone Ranger was the desert rat. Hurry my legs now. Get that rope.
He keeps Sneed busy. Gang thinks Sneed lead way to hideout. Lone Ranger, long way off.
Up, don't shoot. My hands are up. Get roping on those crooks, boys. I guess the charge is enough against every one of them, except the storekeeper. And we've 2 wagon loads of evidence against him.
Marshal, I found the half-breed tied up inside. He's one of them.
I guess that finishes the job. A lot of men will find their stolen cattle in the Forbidden Plain.
Forbidden no longer. The Lone Ranger cleaned it up.
Marshal.
Tonto.
Another feller upstairs.
Tonto knocked him out and then tied him. You may have to carry that critter. Tonto sure smacked him.
Here, Dan. Here, horses.
Oh, good.
Where's the Lone Ranger? I want to express the gratitude of the rancher.
Come on, Tonto. Now we're heading south.
There, Lone Ranger.
Steady, boy. Get up there, boy.
Get him up, Scout.
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
As all the world knows, on last November 7th, the Stars and Stripes were raised over the port cities of North Africa. But it was not the first time that land had seen that flag at the head of an army. Tonight on the Cavalcade of America, we're going to tell a story 138 years old. The story of our first military exploits on those shores. The almost incredible tale of Bill Eaton, a swashbuckling Connecticut Yankee who in 1805 sliced off and conquered Africa's richest province with only 8 United States Marines and a handful of Arab mercenaries to help him. Carl Carmer suggested this astonishing and little-known story for Cavalcade, and Peter Lyon wrote the original radio play. Starring Joseph Cotton as Captain William Eaton, the hero of this African overture, the DuPont Company presents To the Shores of Tripoli on the Cavalcade of America. Our play begins with a prologue. It is a bright, sunny morning in the year 1802. In the Moorish courtyard of the piratical ruler of Tripoli, and under the personal supervision of the Bashaw himself, a delicate diplomatic ceremony is in progress.
Where is the Yankee prisoner I had ordered to watch this little spectacle with me?
He is here, Your Magnificence.
Bring him forth. I prefer not to turn my head. I see the Yankee is in chains. Good. Note carefully this little ceremony, Yankee.
What's it all about?
My workmen chopped that Yankee flagpole, and when it falls, we are at war with your America. The flagpole is nearly come through.
Freedom has a peculiar toughness, Bashaw. It lends the state a great strength.
So the flagpole is chopped down. The Yankee flag is in the dirt. Look well at it, American. Now, Tripoli is at war with the United States of America.
That started it. Our play begins in the first years of the 19th century. Of the 4 fierce Barbary states, one is at war with the young United States of America. In one of the others, Tunis, William Eaton, played by Joseph Cotton, is American consul. And every week to William Eaton's office come American merchant captains to tell an old and bitter story of tribute levied on American shipping.
You say they demanded $180 tribute from you, Captain? $180, Mr. Eaton. Only don't call it tribute. It's downright piracy. They're going up in their request. Oh, I'll say they're going up. Last time I put in at the port of Tunis, I paid out 75 good American dollars. And that was 75 too many. But 180 must be something you can do, sir. This is plain robbery on the high seas. I want all the information you have, Captain. Let's see. Cargo of nails and rum bound for Cairo and Athens. Right, out to Boston. This affair has held me up 4 days over my limit already. Can you do something? I'll do something, all right. I'll go over to the Dey's Palace right now. It's high time this piracy is stopped once and for all. Mr. Eaton, I assume business brings you to the Palace of the Dey.
That's right, Caraman.
You are in too much of a hurry, perhaps, to stop in the courtyard and speak to the new Minister of Finance, Mr. Eaton?
You? So that's right, isn't it? Congratulations. Many happy returns of the day. Hope I'll get along better with you than I did with your predecessor.
The first way, Mr. Eaton, and the only way to get along with me is to be prompt in your payments of debt to the state of Tunis.
The old question of tribute money, is it? Caraman, I pay when I choose. Sometimes I pay if I choose.
America must be a remarkable country, Mr. Eaton. It is such a young country and still so weak. Yet her consuls speak with such a loud voice. You will kindly make the payment of tribute money for the year 1803 by sundown.
Will I?
One of my clerks will call at your offices, Mr. Eaton.
He will be armed.
And he will come straight back to your office's caravan, horsewhipped, with this very whip. If he so much as dares set foot in my office's arms. As my mother used to teach me, one good threat deserves another.
Maybe I shall call at your office myself, Mr. Eaton. Did your mother teach you anything to take care of a situation like that?
I rather think she would have advised me not to keep my treatment waiting, caravan. I rather think she would have said, use your horsewhip, Bill. The gentleman's waiting for it. Like that.
No, and that. Soldiers, help! Arrest this swine. Have him taken to the bay at once. He shall be made to answer this insult to the bay in person.
His Majesty the Bey of Tunis, defender of Muhammad, prince of princes, protector of all who bow for right, sword Mecca.
So, Mr. Eaton, you're in hot water. You disappoint me. You insist so strenuously on the role of headstrong young man.
Majesty, your minister seemed anxious for instruction on an American custom. I undertook to oblige him.
This time you've gone too far, American. But I'm a generous ruler, so I offer you two courses. Either you are out of my country on the next available ship, or the alternative, well, I leave to your imagination.
I think you forget there is another alternative, Your Majesty. I'm going to allow you to sit and guess what it is until I return.
You dare not return.
We'll see about that after I've talked to the Secretary of State. All right, Mr. Eaton, you may come in. The Secretary of State will see you now.
Thanks.
Morning, Mr. Madison.
Morning, Eaton. Well, sir, I must say this is a surprise. What brings you all the way from Tunis without being recalled?
The fact is, sir, I left the country rather hurriedly.
Oh?
At the urgent personal request of the Bey himself.
The devil, you say? He hasn't declared war on us like the Bashaw of Tripoli, has he?
He hadn't when I left, sir. But he may have done by now. That's why I'm in a hurry.
To do what?
Get back to North Africa, sir. Tripoli first, Tunis later.
Tripoli? Nonsense. We've been at war with Tripoli for 2 years.
I know about that. I was in Africa when the Bashaw cut our flag down. Yusuf Karamanli. He's the man I'm out to get.
What are you talking about, sir? Will you have the kindness to make some sense?
Mr. Madison, the point about Yusuf Karamanli is that he's not the true Bashaw of Tripoli. His brother Ahmed is the rightful Bashaw. Yusuf threw him out of the country.
Yes, I know.
Wait, please, sir. Listen, I'll be brief. My idea is that Ahmed would go along with us and give us the support if we offered to get him his throne back. His part of the deal would be to stop all piracy against our shipping and put an end to demands for tribute money.
This is a fantastic idea. First, you'd have to find this army.
I know where he is. He's in Alexandria. From Alexandria, we strike at Derna. That's the richest of the Tripolitan provinces.
No. Just a minute. Are you seriously proposing to advance from Alexandria in Egypt all the way across that stretch of desert to Derna? Must be 500 miles.
As a matter of fact, sir, it's 600. But it can be done, Mr. Madison, and I can do it.
Eaton, you must be crazy. Do you realize how big an army and navy we'd need for a march like that?
6 Marines and 2 officers. 8 men in all.
Mr. Eaton, I must admit at least that you're entertaining.
I'm dead serious, sir.
What do you want me to do?
Sign your name to an order appointing me American naval agent in the Mediterranean. Give the cooperation of our frigates now in those waters and leave the rest to me.
Well, Mr. Eaton, if you're willing to take the consequences, I'll get you your orders.
Well, Captain Eaton, you'll forgive me, but I think this is a reckless, unfortunate, and hopeless venture. From start to finish.
Here's the coffee shop. Come on now, cheer up. You're not dead yet. Who are you? What do you want? Come to see Ahmed Pasha. I wrote a letter. I'm Eaton. William Eaton? The American? That's right. This is Lieutenant O'Barron of the United States Marines. You follow me. Alone. Lead on.
Now, wait a minute. I'm going to stick right with you.
Alone. You come alone. You stay here.
I'll do nothing of the sort. I've got... Hey!
Yes, he means business,
Tell him
O'Connor.
to get that scimitar away from me. I shoot his head off.
Take it easy.
You, Eden. You come along. And you wait here. All right. Stop here.
Come in. Good. There now. Where's Ahmet? Which of you is Ahmet?
I am Ahmet, gentlemen.
You? Ahmet? Good. Can I talk in front of these people here?
Talk. They are friends.
Very well. Now listen, I'm in a hurry. I'm going to make you Bashaw Tripoli again. You'll be able to do what you like with your brother.
You make me Bashar again? How much?
This won't cost you a penny. Just your word that no tribute will be levied by Tripoli on American commerce.
Just my word.
And there'll be some of our people around to make sure you don't forget you gave your word.
Yes, of course. But how do you propose?
Raise an army, march on Derna, and seize it. Dictate terms from there. Go on to take Tripoli itself if necessary.
An army to Derna. It's 600 miles, gentlemen. Where would I get the men?
That's my job. How many followers have you here in Alexandria?
Oh, not 100 men. 90.
90? Good. I'll raise the rest. You'll take care of getting camels and camel drivers. We need about 75, I figure.
But such a march has never been done before,
Don't you worry about that. You just get the camels and drivers. Can you do it?
Well, for a price, it is possible.
Then have them at the Arab's Tower. You know the place?
In the desert to the west, yes.
Have them there on Wednesday night, ready to start. Quite a collection of camels Ahmet got together, Baron.
Believe me, Captain Eaton, we should call the whole business off right here and now.
What's the matter, Lieutenant? I'd say we were all ready. There's you, Sergeant Peck. Look at him, will you, trying to drill some discipline into that crowd. And we have 6 of our own Marines.
And that's all. And that's really all.
Oh, I don't know. Ahmet and his crew don't add up to much, but he did deliver the camel drivers. Then there's my Greeks. I'm really proud of them. 24 of them. Listen, no, Baron. Don't worry so much.
And just what do we do when we get out in the desert and our supplies have run out?
Don't forget, we're meeting Captain Hull's ship at Bomba, the halfway point. He'll have fresh supplies.
And if we don't get to Bomba, if we get out in the desert and these Arabs decide to mutiny, look at this Ahmet, close, Captain. You can't trust him. He's
right behind you. Oh.
Gentlemen, we leave right away, gentlemen.
Listen, stop calling me that. Call me Captain Eaton. Yes, we're ready. The camel drivers are.
Yes. They want to pay, gentlemen, as captain.
Tell them they'll be paid at the first stop.
But Captain, they insist.
Pay at the first stop. Let's go. Not bad, Lieutenant. Less than 3 weeks, and we're 200 miles along.
Well, I wish I could share your cheerfulness, but
why not? Another 100 miles, and we've reached Bomba. August meets us there with fresh supplies. Why not be cheerful?
Captain Eaton, sir.
What is it, Sergeant?
The camel drivers. They're packing up to go back, Juan. They claim Ahmet only hired them to go this far. They say they've gone as far as they're going to go.
I might have known that, Ahmet. Where's the lead of the camel drivers?
I am here.
Oh. Alan, what's all this about?
Ahmet Pasha pays to go this far, no farther.
You can't turn back now. We're only a third of the way to Derna.
Ahmet Pasha pays to go this far, no farther.
I've had you. Can't you stay with us just a few more days?
Ahmet Pasha pays to go this far, no farther.
I'm beginning to believe you. Oh, Baron, how much money can we raise?
We have a little over $600 with us still, sir.
Ahmet Pasha pays. All right. I'll pay you more. $450 to take us to the next Arab encampment so we can hire new drivers.
Ahmet Pasha pays to go.
That's the only English you know. $500. $600. $650. That's all we've got. $650 for 4 more days. To the next oasis.
Captain Eaton, that leaves exactly $6.54 in the treasury.
Well, how about it?
Ahmet Pasha pays. Oh, is a bargain.
Thank heaven he knew that word.
listening to The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, starring Joseph Cotton in To the Shores of Tripoli, a fantastic story of the Marines in Africa 138 years ago. As our play continues, Captain William Eaton, played by Joseph Cotton, has led his little army of 8 Marines and a few score Arabs 300 miles across the desert to Bamba, halfway point of their march to Derna. Here at Bamba, they are to meet the American frigate Argus with fresh supplies. But no ship rides at anchor in the harbor.
Well, I hate to say I told you so, sir. 2 days. We're 2 days behind schedule. Why didn't Hull wait for us? Couldn't he wait 2 days?
Captain Eaton, gentlemen, the ship, the American ship that brings supplies to us army, where is he?
Oh, probably around the cove to the left on it. Take it easy.
Captain Eaton, my men, they are starved. They are not eating in 3 days. Not good eating in 3 weeks.
I haven't been exactly stuffing myself with food.
My men, Captain Eaton. I cannot take responsible for them.
Say, Eaton, look at them. They're coming for us. Ahmet, this is mutiny. Order your men back.
I go to my men, Captain Eaton, but I give them no orders.
Ahmet, you're still under my orders.
We will see who is in command, Captain. First, my men want their revenge on you. You will excuse me, Captain.
Oh, Baron, all the Greeks to join the Marines behind me at once.
Right, Sergeant Peck. Yes, sir. Get all our loyal men into a hollow square. Quick. Yes, sir. Hey, Robin! Hello, sir! Take this out of the square. All right. Load your muscles. Push the string. Captain Eaton. Surrender now or you're dead. Come 10 yards closer and say that on that. I'll choke you barehanded.
You'll give the order to fire, sir? Watch on it.
Right about that.
He's taking 5 more paces. I'll give the order. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Fire the shot. I was a little nervous, I guess.
Easy, look. He's calling his men off. Whoa, what's the matter with him? Only a car. The chop scared him to death.
Captain! Look, sir. It's a sail. I tell you. It's the Argus. Rounding the point.
Thank heaven. And not a minute too soon.
Captain Eaton?
Captain Hull, I'm certainly glad to see you, sir.
This is our second trip to Bombay, Eaton. We must give you up for long.
If you hadn't come when you did, so we would have been. Well, how many ships have we within fighting distance?
The Argus, of course. And the Hornet. Nautilus, a 2-day sail away.
I figure it'll take us 3 weeks more marching to reach Derna. That would be the
25th April.
Can you get the Hornet and the Nautilus to join you and sail into Derna Harbor on the 27th? You come in from the sea, and we'll storm them from the land.
You seem mighty sure you can bring this off, Eaton. Now, I know about your Marines, but how are the rest of your soldiers?
Not very good, Captain Hull. I haven't given up hoping yet. Well, Lieutenant O'Barron, are we all here?
We are, sir, yes, sir.
Myself, you, Sergeant Peck, and the 6 Marines.
We can fight like more than 6, sir.
I'm sure of that. Now then, all of you, listen to me. We're not in very good shape, any of us. 9 or 10 weeks on the desert. Food, nothing to boast about. I called you together because I wanted to impress on you what a tough job we've got ahead of us. There's Derna. You just see those walls. This is the evening of the 26th. Tomorrow, our frigates will sail into that harbor to bombard the town. We'll attack by land. You 6, O'Barron, Peck, and I. The Greeks will fight with us, I'm pretty sure. For the rest, well... Any questions?
Yes, sir. Captain Eaton, sir. How many men inside the city? Have we any way of knowing?
Maybe 6,000 in fighting trim. Why?
Just one of them, sir. About 300 apiece for us and the Greeks.
That's right.
Well, hold the fight now.
Sit down here in the tent, O'Barron. Yes, sir. Sent for Ahmet, holding a council of war.
Fine.
Well, at least he's prompt. Here he comes now. Come in, Ahmet. And then all set for their scrap tomorrow morning?
No. We will not fight this walled city, my men and I.
What's the trouble, Ahmet Pasha? Food disagree with you?
Inside the walls, there are many, much bullets. Not good. We are too few.
What do you think, Lieutenant O'Barron?
Ahmet Pasha,
Why did you and your men come all the way to Gunner if you don't want to fight now that we're here?
There are too many in the walls of the city. 20, 25 to 1. They are more than we.
Tomorrow we're going to fight if the governor inside insists on it, and you'll fight too, Ahmet Pasha, and your men will fight with you.
My men do as I tell them, Captain. I say we won't fight.
I know you're a coward, Ahmet. I suspect that you're a traitor as well. A good mind to have you shot as an example to your men.
Captain?
Yes, Sergeant. What is it? Come in. Governor's answer to our offer, Captain. Ahmet, I told the governor you would grant him full pardon if he surrendered. Apparently, he's not the coward you are. Here's his answer. It's addressed to you. Read it.
Addressed to me?
And it says,
my head or yours.
Looks like you've got a tough choice to make, son. If you don't fight, I shoot you. If you do fight and lose, the governor takes your head to send to your brother as a souvenir. Maybe they'll use your skull for an inkwell. The sort of thing your brother'd like to do. Looks like there's only one thing for you to do, Ahmet. Well, looks like you'll fight come tomorrow morning, and all your men with you, and it looks like you'd better get them to fight well enough to win.
Excuse me, please. I feel sick. I go to my men.
Nice work. But it's lucky the governor wrote that note back. That note?
Yes.
The governor?
Yes.
I wrote that note myself. Maybe they should be coming in now.
Have a look through your glasses, sir.
Yes. Now it's set. There they come, all three of them.
The Argus, Nautilus, Hornet. Good for Captain Hull.
Sergeant, they've opened fire. Have the Egyptians bring a field piece up to bear as close as they can. Tell them to try and breach the wall somewhere. Keep aiming at one spot. Right, sir. Where are my Marines? All right, O'Brien. Let's go. Right, sir.
Everybody, to the attack. To the attack. Your shots to be close to the walls. Come on. There's a double.
Cantor, Baron.
Reporting, sir. 4 dead and counting yourselves of 10 wounded. The city is ours. The garrison fled to the west, sir, and our Arab cavalry cut them off.
Good.
How's your arm, sir?
All right. Only a flesh wound.
Who's this?
Excellency, Captain Mercy, disarm it.
Quiet. Baron, who's this?
The governor of Ghana, Captain. Ahmet seems to think
Yes, Captain Eaton, you remember our little bargain, the governor and I, the little matter of head.
But, Captain, honored Excellency, I know nothing of this.
Oh, yes. Look, Ahmet, now that you are the ruler of this country again, you should remember that Your Majesty's greatest gift is mercy.
Oh, but, Captain, gentlemen, a bargain is a bargain here.
No, Ahmet. I have a message I want this governor to take to your brother Yosef. Governor, I want you to go to Tripoli. Tell Yosef that the stars and stripes wave above your palace here in Derna. And tell him that I am coming to Tripoli personally to raise the American flag that he cut down. Tell him it's going to wave over his very capital. Thank you, Joseph Cotton. Ladies and gentlemen, later in the broadcast, Mr. Cotton will appear again. Before he does, we have a story to tell of the part chemistry is playing in the drive for salvage. This year, the 82 plants of the DuPont Company will salvage more than 60,000 tons of scrap metal. Salvage is nothing new to the chemical industry, for salvage is merely another word for conservation. And industrial chemistry is built around the idea of conservation, finding more economical ways to produce and use materials. Coal tar was once thrown away, for instance, because we did not realize its usefulness. Today, thanks to chemical science, drugs, dyes, disinfectants, hundreds of things are made from coal tar. DuPont set up a salvage and reclamation division 35 years ago, a central control for handling waste materials. In 1907, its first year, the division salvaged, among other things, some acid drums, an old ladder, and $3 worth of wood ashes. This year, the salvage of scrap metal alone by this division will amount to 60,000 tons. Hundreds of men in DuPont plants will devote all of their time to salvaging materials
ranging from conduit and valves to boilers and electric motors representing thousands of units of vital power. This type of salvage finds its way back to the steel mills. Even the sand banks into which test shells are fired are screened to recover lead and copper. Cleaning rags, waste paper, broken glass, burlap bags, cotton fuzz, cloth, containers, and bristles are reclaimed. Rolled steel drums are salvaged by the thousands, the dents ironed out and the holes welded. Even typewriter spools are returned to the manufacturer by the thousands. Every DuPont plant organization makes a continuous survey of buildings and equipment. Lists of any machines that become idle are circulated to all departments. Valuable machines and materials idle in one location are sent where they are needed. Equipment listed and not called for is sold to other companies for use in war work. But the ordinary kind of salvage in plants everywhere, important as it is small beside the hundreds and thousands of tons of material that industry is able to conserve in other ways with the help of chemistry. For instance, for many industries, chemical science saves metallic leftovers and puts them back to work. Leftovers like iron sludge, which helps to feed the blast furnaces producing America's steel. Another example of industrial salvage is the use of a DuPont solvent in removing oil from woolen cloth. One manufacturer alone reports that 250 drums of this solvent salvaged 650 drums of spinning oil, and in addition made it unnecessary for him to use 20,000 gallons of naphtha, 250 drums of ammonia, 56,000 pounds of sulfonated castor oil, 150,000 pounds of soda ash, and 75,000 pounds of soaps. Literally tons of materials were released to other manufacturers who needed them for other kinds of war work. This is salvage. Salvage and conservation are one and the same thing. One more activity touched by the helping hand of the chemist who brings you better things for better living through chemistry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the star of tonight's Cavalcade of America, Joseph Cotton.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure reenacting on Cavalcade tonight this almost forgotten incident in our history. For by such adventurous exploits, we are reminded, especially in the coincidence of this story, of the power of the past in shaping the forces of the present. Thank you.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, will present a new radio play based on a favorite American classic, The Perfect Tribute. This celebrated and touching story is about the great emancipator in a moment of mingled triumph and despair. And our star will be Edwin Jerome. Be with us next week when Cavalcade presents Edwin Jerome as Abraham Lincoln in a new radio play based on the famous short story, The Perfect Tribute. Joseph Cotton, whose latest motion picture, Shadow of a Doubt, is being shown throughout the country, appeared on tonight's program through the courtesy of David O. Selznick. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single motor. Very low. Scene. 6 Kenneth 3. Overhead. West.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, dedicates this official weekly radio program to the 150,000 volunteer civilian filter center workers and ground observers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 25th gala performance of Eyes Aloft. You'll hear Filter Center News, edited and presented by the famous newscaster Sam Hayes. This week's winners of the Why Do I Come Here contest, the presentation of the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award, and another great American story. There'll be special music by the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the King's Men. And we have some very good news about your Eyes Aloft theme song. At this moment, we turn the watch over to your narrator, Gain Whitman.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is news that will interest Aircraft Warning Service volunteers. Word has just been received from the West Coast office of Shapiro Bernstein and Company, New York music publishers, that Eyes Aloft, the official theme song of the 4th Fighter Command, has reached the counters of most of the music shops and 10-cent stores this week. In a few minutes, Ken Carpenter will give you full particulars about how to get a published copy of our theme music, Eyes Aloft. Now we present the 100-word entry that won this week's popular Why Do I Come Here contest. A weekly prize, a Treasury Department War Savings Stamp Book with $5 worth of war stamps goes to the winner. Also, his or her observation post or filter center receives a handsome desk clock as a prize. Gordon Jenkins composes an original musical score to background the dramatization of each winning entry. This week's winning entry is unusual as it was written by a 14-year-old girl observer. Why do I come here? Why do I come here?
This week's winner, Miss Betty Lou Ramsey, box number 686, Barstow, California. And this is 14-year-old Betty Lou Ramsey's winning entry.
Why do I come here? Why do I come here to a lonely desert hilltop to share my vigilance with God alone? Why do I keep company with the sentinels of the past? I'll tell you why. Because I'm an American. I'm free to live, to worship, and to talk as I please. I'm not forced to serve my country at this post because I am free. Yes, I'm an American. I come up here because of those 3 words. I'm an American. I come up here to serve the country that gives me everything. While I give a few hours of my time, so many men and women of this nation are giving their lives. I merely serve because I'm an American. That's why I come here.
Congratulations, Betty Lou Ramsey of Barstow, California. Your prize of $5 worth of war stamps has been mailed to you. Also, you have won for your Barstow observation post a handsome clock. Because of their excellence, we wish to give honorable mention to the following 3 contributors to the contest.
Books with $1 worth of war-saving stamps have been forwarded as honorable mention prizes to Maud E. Nelson, Route 2, Box 171, Canby, Oregon, Mrs. Bess L. Seifert, 1307 California Street, Mountain View, California, and Mrs. Harry Klemp, Mukilteo, Washington. The statements are judged on the basis of originality and sincerity. Decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in the case of tie.
Congratulations, all. Those civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service who wish to contribute a 100-word entry to next week's Why Do I Come Here contest, please send your entry to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Merely state in approximately 100 words why you continue to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Maybe you will be one of the next week's winners. Filter Center News, compiled, edited, and presented each week for the 4th Fighter Command by the noted newscaster Sam Hayes. Here's the 4th edition of Filter Center News, presenting Sam Hayes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Eyes Aloft reporter, Sam Hayes, bringing you personal news of Pacific Coast Filter Center volunteers from border to border. Portland, Oregon. Snow, sleet, and rainstorms last week might have paralyzed Portland public transportation, but dressed in ski pants, hip boots, slacks, and whatnot, Portland Volunteer Filter Center women arrived regularly and kept all shifts fully manned. One example, Miss Billy Thomas of Shift 6 skied 5.5 miles to work. That's the stuff, Portland. Bellingham, Washington. Stork work. Congratulations to Mrs. Mildred Engdahl of the Bellingham Filter Center. She plotted that great, long-legged, single-motored transport, the Stork, right to her own doorstep and presented her husband with a fine baby boy, Craig Albert. San Diego, here's a record, we think. Elsie Brick, Team 1B, was absent January 27th due to illness. Her first absence since coming on duty, December 8, 1941. San Diego, Mrs. Carl Engel, a new volunteer, gives this reason for offering her help to the Aircraft Warning Service. Her husband has been in Australia for the past 9 months. Her father is now a prisoner of war at Taiwan. Port Angeles, Washington. Wedding bells. Phyllis Stannard, Shift 10, is proudly wearing a new diamond ring. The lucky fellow is Staff Sergeant Troy Hurry of Olympia, former member of the Port Angeles Filter Center. Nuptials in June. North San Francisco Filter Center. Team 8 devotes all its spare time to making scrapbooks of complete serial stories, short stories, cartoons, and crossword puzzles for boys in hospitals overseas. Good idea, Team 8. Seattle. Only one casualty in the ranks of Seattle Information Center volunteers resulted from the recent storms. Lillian Grieg, Shift 10-0, fell on ice and sustained a brain concussion. Fresno, California. Mrs. Harold C. Lewis entertained the third afternoon team at tea in her home. The entire team enjoyed the afternoon and hoped someone else gets a similar idea. Redding, California. Dorothy McRae has now reached the 1,000-hour milepost. Redding. Men have been pouring in this past week to offer their services, operating the Redding Filter Center's graveyard shift. Other filter centers, please copy. Roseburg, Oregon. Shift A has 3 sets of sisters. Supervisor Miss Yvonne Gadway is the sister of Mrs. Don White. Mrs. Velma Watson's sister is Miss Dorothy Crocker, and Miss Virginia and Faith Young sisters all serve on the same shift. Sacramento, Mrs. Frances Alstrom, Shift 1, serves 2 shifts each week, attends radio school 5 days a week, and has just signed up for the chemical warfare course given by the Filter Center. Mrs. Alstrom also manages a home and 3 children. Here's a report from Port Angeles, Washington. We aren't sure whether we to believe it or not. Norma Feta of Shift 10 yesterday released this latest military secret from Italy. She claims that the new paratroop planes of Italian design carry 20 men and 1 paratrooper. The other 20 men are there to push the paratrooper out. And thus, we conclude tonight's Filter Center News with this week's nomination to the Honor Roll of Service. This week, we name Mrs. H. Pickrell of Priest Valley, California, who last October, in the single month, served 316 hours. Who among you can beat that record? This is your Eyes Aloft Filter Center News reporter, Sam Hayes, bidding you one and all a very good evening.
Here's an announcement for women only. If you can qualify, you too may be given the opportunity of sharing the vital work of operating the Army Air Force's filter centers, which are located in many key cities of the Pacific Coast. True, not everyone can be accepted for this secret work. If you want to volunteer as a filter center worker, call your local civilian defense headquarters. They will put you in direct contact with the proper military authorities who supervise the work. All those women who serve say it's the most fascinating work they've ever done. Telephone your local civilian defense headquarters if you would like to learn whether you can qualify. And now, good news for those who have wanted to own a copy of our theme song, Eyes Aloft. Here's Ken Carpenter to tell you all about it. Ken?
Well, several months ago, we asked you if you'd like to buy a published copy of our theme, Eyes Aloft, which Gordon Jenkins wrote. At the time, we expected it available for purchase long before this. However, paper shortage made it necessary for the New York song publishing firm of Shapiro Bernstein to delay. But now the song is printed. Its attractive cover is the dark blue of the night skies. Searchlights pierce the darkness and illuminate the printed words at the top, Eyes Aloft. There's also an interesting photograph of Gordon Jenkins on the cover. You'll readily recognize the song when you stop into your local music song shop or 10-cent store to buy a copy. Buy a copy? Oh, yes, indeed. It'll sell at approximately 35 cents. And do you remember where we told you the profits from this song are to go? Well, Gordon Jenkins has turned over all of his title rights and profits, all of them, to the Aircraft Warning Service. However, Gordon specified that the money, his profits from the sale of Eyes Aloft, is to be used to build a comfortable, modern, well-equipped observation post for some community whose observers need such a post building. Obviously, the more copies of Eyes Aloft purchased, the sooner a tower will be constructed for some worthy observation post.
Ken, may I interrupt?
Oh, yes, Gain.
You say a tower, Ken.
Well, I did say that, yes.
Well, if the song goes over, as we now have indications, I wouldn't be surprised if there'd be money enough to build several towers.
We certainly hope so. Say, Gain, did you see the copy of the blueprints of the tower we're going to build?
No, I didn't. Who drew them up?
Well, we got them from the Clackamas County, Oregon Civilian Defense Office. It's a tower that they've built up there in Clackamas County. Very nice, warm, comfortable, offers a fine view from the lookout room itself.
Windows on all sides, I suppose?
Mm-hmm. Large windows that'll open up in the summer when the heat comes and keep the rain, snow, and wind out at this time of the year.
How high is the tower that you have the plans for?
27 feet. 18 feet from the ground level up to the catwalk that runs completely around the observation room.
The whole thing's built out of pretty sturdy lumber, I'll bet.
Oh, yes. The main legs of the tower are of 8x8 timbers. The legs are sunk into huge blocks of concrete at the four corners to guarantee absolute anchorage. Oh, it's the kind of tower that any community would like to have for its observation post building.
Particularly some community that's put up with an old tent or a broken-down shed or such.
Oh, yes. Too many people are putting up with fall, winter, and spring discomforts of cold and exposure. But if everybody gets behind the Eyes Aloft song and buys a copy for 35 cents, a number of worthy communities will find themselves the proud possessors of an Eyes Aloft tower post.
Well, I think we ought to hear the song right now, Ken.
Well, it's coming right up, Gain. Gordon and his orchestra and the notable King's Men have a very special version all cooked up for right now. Gordon, King's Men, orchestra, you ready?
Ready.
Okay, then play it and sing it, guys. Eyes Aloft.
Watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA. This is the way Eyes Aloft can be played for a dance. We mean swing style. Dig it, Jenkins. Could be played if you like to waltz, and who doesn't like to waltz? We like to ask if we have enough breath, and we have a waltz. Choose partner. As we say in Roma, shall we all pick our clavis and our gourds? We shall!
Eyes Aloft, your theme song, the official song of the Aircraft Warning Service, the way everybody likes to sing it.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One it by land and two it by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
It, your own official theme song of the Aircraft Warning Service. You'll want a published copy for your home, for your club, grange, school, or service club. Buy Eyes Aloft and then hear some worthy communities sing when it's presented with the Tower Observation Post. Go to your music dealer, song shop, or dime store now. It's on sale at all music counters for approximately 35 cents. Sing Eyes Aloft.
Now, tonight's new and true Great American Story. In many communities, the local observation post has grown to mean more than just the place from which reports are made to the Army about airplanes. Take the case of Bellingham 25. This post is located in the center of a group of 5 Washington communities: Lawrence, Deeming, Van Zant, Goshen, and Hopewell. At first, the post was housed in one of the cabins of a tourist court near George Lusk's General Store at a crossroad about 1.5 miles from the town of Lawrence. But today it proudly operates from a new tower recently completed and occupied. And how did this observation post become so important to the community? Well, listen to what happened on the very cold and foggy night of January 11th. Mrs. Mary Wakefield and Mrs. Ruby Clark had just come on their regular midnight to 3 a.m. shift.
I'll open the window, Mary.
Yes, do. I'll put some more wood in the heater.
I wore a heavy sweater under my coat tonight. It's below freezing right now, you know. There. The window's open.
Whew, cold, all right. I guess a lot of observers would think we're plain batty if they saw the way we operate our watch.
You mean open the window and then heap wood in the stove?
Well, I don't care, Ruby. We come here to watch for airplanes.
Watch for airplanes on a pea soup night like this?
That's it. We have to listen for them. Remember what that Army officer said when he came and held the meeting?
Well, what do you mean?
About the Japs, if they ever come over.
Oh, sure. He said they'd probably fly over at 30,000 feet or higher.
Well, you certainly have to be listening sharply to hear a plane at that altitude.
Oh, maybe we're talking too much now, tonight.
We are. I'll hush up.
We're only here 3 hours once a week. I guess we can keep quiet and listen that long.
Yes, some observers make a regular clubhouse out of this place, and I personally think that... Wait.
Is there a plane?
I'll step outside on the catwalk.
Just leave the door open, Mary. Well, we got fooled. A car.
Yes, auto going up the highway. Just crossed the bridge.
Oh,
it's terribly foggy, Ruby. I'm going to stay out here and walk around the catwalk.
Well, you stay for 10 minutes, and then we'll trade off.
Well,
I'll come out, and you can come in and sit by the window in the stove.
We just mustn't miss any plane.
Oh, I know. It's all so very important, isn't it? I wish more people felt as we do, Mary.
It was the kind of a night when some observers would have huddled closer to the stove and attempted to convince themselves that no planes, enemy or friendly, could possibly be in the air. But not Mrs. Wakefield, Mrs. Clark. About 2:15 that bleak morning, the two ladies heard an odd sound.
What on earth is it? It's coming from the tourist camp down there, I think.
What?
See, Ruby?
Isn't that a sort of a glow showing up through the fog?
Oh, it is. I see it now. It's a fire.
Why, it is.
Oh.
The cabin camp has caught on fire.
Oh, that camp's filled with people, you know.
Come on, down the stairs. Those people are probably all asleep.
Oh, but maybe I'd better go back up and telephone to Everson to send their firefighting equipment.
Everson's 7 miles away. They'd get here too late. Look.
Oh, heavens. I put the entire front porch of that cabin ablaze.
I'll go wake Herb Pierce. He has one of those foam-eyed fire extinguishers.
Yes, well, go on, Mary. Go on, hurry. I'll go over and rouse George Lusk. We'll still be able to hear any planes that pass over. Oh, but after all, that whole camp's asleep.
We've got to get the people out of this one cabin or they'll get burned to death. You get George Lusk. I'll get Herb Pierce.
matter of moments, the two women of the observation post had awakened half the camp. The flames of the burning torch of the one cabin rapidly spread to the roof. Heat and sparks threatened the other close-by cabins. The glow of fire threw an ominous light upon those who feverishly worked with hand fire extinguishers, with buckets.
Is there anybody in that cabin?
Yes, Mrs. Selma Greenow and her 12-year-old boy. Come on, boys, pass those buckets of water.
Can't they get out the back door?
No back door. They got to be taken out the front. What are you going to do with that fire extinguisher now, Herb?
When I get up closer, smother the fire around the door.
Well, somebody get a rake or something. Pull that burning piece of lumber that just fell off the porch.
I'll get it. Hey, turn that extinguisher over this way a while, Herb.
I'm busy putting out the fire around the door.
All right, it's out now. I'll yell to Mrs. Greenow to be ready. I'll run in and open the door.
Be careful, George.
It's all right now. Mrs. Greenow, don't worry. We'll get you out all right. Gotta get that door open. The door's stuck.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Come on, Mrs. Greenow. Take my arm. We'll run across the porch.
Yes. Come on, son. All right, Mother. Keep hold of Mother's hand. Oh, we were trapped in there.
Yes, I know. We'll talk later.
A blanket of fire at our door. Oh, you saved my life and my son.
I said, come on. Come on. Now, watch out you don't slip. The porch is wet now. Come on, Mrs. Greenow. Come on, son.
Hey, here they come.
The occupants of the burning cabin, a mother and her young son, were saved. The fire was controlled, finally put out before the other cabins caught. Dire disaster might have been the result had not Mrs. Mary Wakefield and Mrs. Ruby Clark, two airplane watchers, been alert. The fire happened on the night of January 11th. On the evening of January 14th, nearly 125 people of the communities attended a meeting in the Lawrence Grade School. A meeting to dedicate the new observation post tower, which had just been occupied. Lieutenant E.M. Ford, ground observer officer of the Bellingham filter area, commended the community.
This is, has always been, one of the best posts in this area. Bellingham 25 has always had a splendid record of efficiency in making plane reports. Tonight, as we dedicate the handsome new tower you've built, you must think of it as an emblem of the fine cooperation and teamwork you of this district have shown. The Army congratulates you.
The dedicatory services continued. Chief Observer Laura Williams thanked all who had assisted with the construction of the tower, those who had donated materials and labor. She thanked observers new and old for helping establish the post's good record. Lieutenant W.S. Merrill told of his experiences at Pearl Harbor and then awarded 100-hour armbands to 79 observers and 6 assistant chief observers. The coveted 500-hour pin was awarded to 4 observers. Assistant Chief Observer W.D. Wills gave a history of the post, and then Lieutenant Merrill asked Mrs. Mary Wakefield and Mrs. Ruby Clark to come forward. As the two bewildered ladies stood there before the audience, Lieutenant Merrill said,
"On Tuesday morning of this week, the Army received from your Chief Observer a written report of an incident which occurred at your post on Monday morning, January 11th, about 2:15 a.m. You, Mrs. Wakefield, and you, Mrs. Clark, observers on duty at that time, discovered a fire on the porch of a nearby cabin. The two occupants were sleeping soundly despite the noise of crackling fire and falling wood. Had the fire gone much longer undetected, it would have trapped them and would have quickly spread to the adjoining cabins, one of which was occupied by an elderly invalid. Friends, these two observers were on the alert. They awakened neighbors who extinguished the fire before it had reached any serious proportions. Mrs. Clark, Mrs. Wakefield, for Lieutenant Ford, myself, and other officers of the Aircraft Warning Service of the Bellingham filter area, I wish to commend you for your exceptional devotion to duty.
Well, I haven't the slightest idea what...
Just a minute, please. There's something else. Here, these. One for each of them.
What in heaven's name?
Your community wishes to prove to you its appreciation. From the well-financed post funds, they purchased a $25 war bond for each of you. And with them go the thanks of the people with whom you live.
I don't know what to say. Just a minute. Lieutenant Merrill.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Williams. Has the Chief Observer something to say about all this?
Well, I've been talking plenty tonight. But I think Bobby Lusk here would like to say something. Step up there, Bob.
On behalf of my father and the other folks on this corner, we would like to duplicate the award given by the Post. If you hadn't seen that fire and did what you did, Dad and other folks say there probably wouldn't be a corner store or cabins or anything left standing today. Here, another war bond for each of you. And thanks.
Oh, well, I'm so overwhelmed. I just can't say anything but thanks.
Yes, thanks to everyone. Oh, believe me, it's good to be appreciated by your home folks. Thanks, everyone.
Those are the kind of people who live in the rural Washington communities of Lawrence, Deeming, Van Sant, Goshen, and Hopewell. Those are the folks who so successfully and efficiently operate observation post Bellingham 25. Perhaps now you understand what we meant when we said in some communities the observation post means more than a place from which airplanes are reported. In many communities, the observation post has grown to be a symbol of the spirit of the community. We salute the people of Bellingham 25.
Each week, the National Broadcasting Company presents the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding post or filter center. Here is Major Russell Z. Smith to make this week's presentation. Major Smith.
The Aircraft Warning Service is a new part of the United States Army Air Forces. Our Volunteer Ground Observer Corps has been given standards by which to serve. However, it is making its own traditions. The story of Ruby Clark and Mary Wakefield on the alert during the foggy midnight shift of January 11th, 1943, has added a glorious and new chapter of the post history of Bellingham 25 and to the records of the 4th Fighter Command. To that post, we proudly present this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
This is Gain Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 valiant Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be ever safe from enemy attack by air. Good night.
Don't forget to send in your 100-word entry to the Why Do I Come Here contest. Send your entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. And don't forget to check your music shops or dime stores for our theme song. If your dealer doesn't have it yet, ask him to order it. Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. The music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky. Watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
This program comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Adventures in Research. Did you ever have one of those unpleasant nightmares in which you dream you're falling through space, hurtling earthward with nothing to stop you, to then wake up with welcome relief? The fear of falling is one of mankind's few really basic phobias. But there was a man who took much of the danger out of falling. His name was Andre Garnerin, and he fell 8,000 feet through space to prove his idea of a piece of silk. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of Andre Garnerin, the man who perfected the first parachute. The idea first came to him in his physician's office in the late 1700s.
There, Andre. That should do it. If you're careful about not putting your weight on your ankle for a while.
It feels much better, Doctor. How long do you think it will take my ankle to mend?
Oh, now, not so fast, Andre. You have a nasty sprain there, and I suggest you keep to the ground for quite a while.
But, Doctor, I intend to make a balloon ascension.
Aha, as I suspected. You and those insane balloons. That's how you sprained your ankle in the first place.
It was no one's fault but my own. If we had gotten rid of the ballast more quickly, we wouldn't have landed with such a jar.
Ah, Andre, every time physicians find a new way to keep a man alive, man invents some new way to kill himself.
If you had ever been up in a balloon, Doctor, you'd realize the wonder of it. You'd see why I feel so strongly about... Hey, now there's a thought. Why don't you take an ascent with me? The next time... Oh!
Aha! What did I tell you about keeping the weight off that ankle? Thank you for the invitation, my friend, but I am not foolish enough to risk my neck. I have a higher regard for my life, not like some doctors I could mention.
Uh-huh. Who is that?
Oh, that fool Lenormand. Have you heard of him?
Lenormand? Dr. Lenormand? No, I do not believe...
Well, I went to medical school with him. Even then, he was a dreamer. I thought he would outgrow it, but like yourself, he seems to want to risk his neck in some foolhardy adventure.
He is a balloonist?
Oh, no. He is inventing a method for saving lives in a fire. Oh, a worthy purpose, I grant you, but the way Lenormand is going about it, letting his practice wither while he experiments around with this idiotic idea.
Just what is this idea?
Well, as he explains it to me, it is a way of rescuing people from the upper stories of a burning building. He told me, as sane as you please, that he is devising a parasol of some kind, so people can leap to earth without injury.
A parasol?
Well, a special kind of parasol, to hear him tell it. A piece of cloth which would be shaped like a cone upside down.
Huh?
The air would fill out this cone and hold the cloth aloft, so the descent to the ground would be gradual. Mind you now, I am only saying what Lenormand told me.
The air would fill out the cloth and keep the person suspended beneath it so he wouldn't be dashed to the ground, huh?
Well, as I say, it is one thing to talk of such foolishness and another thing to try it.
Try it? Does it work?
Well, that is what Lenormand intends to find out. He intends to jump from the top of the Montpellier Observatory Tower, putting his faith in a little piece of cloth. Why, he will be dashed to bits.
A piece of cloth? It just might work. I must see Dr. Lenormand at once.
Well, I hope you can talk him out of it, Andre.
Talk him out of it? Why, it's the most amazing thing I've ever heard of. Talk him out of it. I will use this idea in ballooning.
Andre Garnerin saw in the idea a great aid for balloonists. He was there in the crowd when Dr. Lenormand took his amazing leap from the observatory roof with a piece of oiled silk 14 feet in diameter well strapped to his person. He jumped. And, surprisingly enough, landed safely. Nothing came of the idea as a fire-saving apparatus, but the remarkable leap gave more fuel to the idea in Garnerin's mind. A device somewhat like it to save balloonists. Although Leonardo da Vinci and countless other men had the same idea, none of them had ever put it into practice. Garnerin, giving his ankle time to mend, worked out a practical idea for a parachute. He then went to England to interest people in the idea.
I am not interested, Mr. Garnerin. I have no faith in the device whatsoever.
But it has never been tried. Using one to land from a balloon, I mean.
But it was, not 2 months ago, and right here in England. Funny you didn't hear of it, Mr. Garnerin.
I was in France. Probably the news...
It was a chap named Arnold. He used to be a purser in the Royal Navy, as I recall.
I'd like to know more about it.
Well, he had a basket attached to this parachute and had one of his assistants all stretched out in the basket. The idea was to go up 1 mile in the balloon, cut loose the parachute, and let the basket come back down. A big crowd turned out to see it. He had signs all over London. See a gentleman sent down by parachute. Well, sir, they failed to get the balloon off the ground before the assistant got pitched out of the basket. The wires let go, and there the balloon went sailing up through the air, and the parachute and the basket was left below. Mr. Arnold went up with the balloon and got pitched out in the Thames River. I figure that's the way it was meant. People and parachutes should stay on the ground.
No one seemed very interested in another parachute, not after Arnold's failure. But Andre Goneran was determined and went ahead with his plans.
Pardon, you are Mr. Glodget, the tailor?
I am. Hey, what can I do for you, sir? A new suit, perhaps?
No suit. I'm interested in silk.
Silk. Ha, the gentleman wants a shirt.
No.
You're wise to come to Glodget, sir. You're from France, I see, eh? You'll not find anywhere in your country such a tailor as myself.
But
now, if I can ascertain the size...
I want 870 square feet of silk.
Yes, sir, 870... What? 870 square feet?
It is not for a shirt. I want you to sew a parachute.
But I never... Well, I mean, what is it?
You have to do it exactly as I say. You will be well paid for your pains. Now, first I will need 870 square feet of silk. Now, this is to be cut according to
Andre Goneran planned well. His parachute was designed much like modern ones. A center disc of silk cloth bordered by 32 panels of silk strips. Instead of the cone shape, Goneran devised a cloth which resembled an inverted cup, a cup 23 feet in diameter. Goneran's measurements were comparable with modern parachutes, and by modern standards, he had a safe parachute. He had estimated the speed of his descent and the weight of himself and the basket that would be attached to the parachute. And one more thing, a most important addition.
At the top of the canopy, I want a small hole for air to escape.
Later, Andre changed his plans and closed that opening so he could attach the chute to the bottom of the balloon. But remember that small opening he had planned. It would have been better had Goneran kept to this original idea, but it's too late now. He's ready for the ascent from Volunteer Ground, London. The year is 1802. A large crowd has gathered to watch this breathtaking spectacle of a man purposely hurtling himself to earth with nothing between him and his reward but a thin wisp of silk.
That's what the blue's gonna do. Gonna let himself out of the balloon.
I wouldn't trust my life to a piece of cloth, mind you. Not while I have all my senses, I wouldn't.
Watch now. Any minute the balloon will go up. He'll start as soon as they get that fool parachute put on the bottom of it.
There we go.
That's the parachute hanging down from the bottom of the balloon. There, you see it? You see it?
We'd better say a prayer for the poor blighter.
As Andre Goneran sails toward the clouds, the crowd seems to grow quiet. From the balloon, Andre can see the vast meadows and open spaces ranging below him. He fingers the cord that connects the parachute with the balloon itself. He is up to 8,000 feet now. He takes a knife and cuts the cord that keeps the parachute aloft.
Here he comes!
The balloon rises sharply when freed from its load, and Goneran begins to plummet earthward. Then the parachute billows out, and his fall is checked. Now, the fall becomes gradual. And then a most unpleasant thing begins to happen. The basket in which Goneran is riding begins to swing back and forth, back and forth. At times, the basket swings so high as to be almost level with the top of the chute. Goneran swings to and fro like a human pendulum in the sky.
Look at him swing! Oh, he'll be pitched right out of the basket.
Lonnie, he's swinging like a hammer.
Goneran is almost unconscious from the severe oscillation of the parachute. The chute side slips rapidly toward the earth. But Goneran has presence of mind enough to throw ballast out of his pockets. This checks his descent somewhat, but he is still falling to earth at the rate of 20 feet per second.
If he lands when it swings like that, he'll be smashed to bits, he will.
The swinging of the parachute is now lessened as Garnerant comes close to Earth after dropping 8,000 feet through space. He is ill and wobbly from the dizzy swinging, but he lands safely.
Here he is! Here he is! Come on, men! Come on!
Is he alive?
Bless you, Garnerant! Bless you!
Get me out of this cloth.
Hey, come on, men! Come on! Get this cloth off him or he'll suffocate under it. There we are. You did it, Andre.
Let me shake your hand. Please. I would like to rest a bit. No, that swinging up there, I don't feel very well. If you don't mind, gentlemen, if I could just get some air and be left alone. I feel rather dizzy.
Come on, buckos. Let's hoist him up on our shoulders and carry him back to town.
That's it. Up you go, Andre. Oh, no, please. Oh, dear.
And so Garnerant rode through space on a silken parachute, the first man to leap from a balloon and fall 8,000 feet through space and suffer no harm. The swinging of the parachute was caused mainly by the lack of an air vent to let the excess air escape through the top of the chute. Oddly enough, it was an idea which Garnerant had abandoned and which nearly cost him his life. But the air vent was soon restored, and man, having conquered the skies, now conquered the journey back to Earth. Thanks to Andre Garnerant, who rode through space on a piece of silk in his Adventure in Research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
On two widely separated fighting fronts, the United Nations today are moving into the final stages of their campaigns. The Russians are choking off Rostov, and in the Solomons on Guadalcanal, United States Army forces have outflanked the Japs to make a substantial advance. In North Africa, bad weather is once again holding up operations, but we are using that lull to good advantage, consolidating our positions in central Tunisia and checking the German drives around Pont-du-Fa. Now for the first direct report. Today, on today's major developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers' Charles Collingwood reporting.
Charles Collingwood in North Africa. Today I want you to hear one of the most remarkable stories of the war. But before I tell you the story, there's one bit of news that might interest you. Winston Churchill has visited Allied Force headquarters here for a while on his way back to London. Now here's the story. It's the story of Lieutenant Bernard Gillespie, an American bomber pilot from Gila Bend, Arizona. Briefly, this is the story. Lieutenant Gillespie was bombing Gaza. In the blaze of anti-aircraft fire, his plane was set on fire and exploded in midair. Somehow, Gillespie got out and parachuted to Earth. He was captured by the Italians and taken to Tripoli. There, they put him on a submarine to take him and other prisoners to Italy. In the middle of the Mediterranean, the Italian sub was attacked by a British plane and sunk. Lieutenant Gillespie got out and was picked up by a British destroyer, and now he is back here. In fact, he is right here in the studio. I look on him with awe. Lieutenant Gillespie, how in the world did you ever get out of that plane over Gaza?
Oh, it now wasn't so hard. I was in the middle of the course, and when the plane exploded, we went spinning off by ourselves. I opened the escape hatch, and the centrifugal force just tossed me out.
And then the Italians caught you.
That's right. We were only about 20 miles from Gables, and they sent a detail out for us before we could get away.
What were those Italian soldiers like?
They weren't much good. They were dirty little fellows and mixed up uniforms.
And they took you down to Tripoli.
That's right. They kept us around Gables for a couple of days, and then they put us in a wicked old truck one night and we started off to Tripoli. The truck kept breaking down, and it took us 15 hours to get there.
Well, what did they do with you when they got you to Tripoli?
Oh, they put us in a nose fort, and they kept us there for a week or so. They put a big German stooge in with us who was in a British captain's uniform. The Italians threw him in the door with all kinds of curses and gestures to make it look real, but we spotted him right away.
Well, Lieutenant Gillespie, how did they feed you there?
Some camels meat most of the time.
How was camels meat?
It's all right if you're hungry. They fed us a lot better on the submarine, though. The Italians feed their submarine crews a lot better than they feed their soldiers. I suppose they have to.
How long were you in that sub?
We left Tripoli about 7, just after dusk. We weren't supposed to leave that night, but the British were raiding the port, and the Italians got panicky and just pulled out. About 3 the next afternoon, we were attacked.
And what attacked you?
A British Beaufort. He dropped depth charges. That was an awful feeling, sitting there in the dark waiting for the water to start pouring in.
I'll bet it was. Did the Beaufort sink the sub?
No, just crippled us. Then a British destroyer came up and started shelling us. That was when I got out.
Were you in the water long?
Oh, about half an hour, then a destroyer picked me up. Boy, was I glad to get aboard.
I'll bet you were, Lieutenant Gillespie. And now this is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
Economic Director Burns has just announced in Washington that shoes will be rationed immediately. The rate will be 3 pairs per person a year. The new order covers all kinds of leather shoes except house slippers and soft-soled infant shoes. We'll have full details from CBS correspondents in Washington as the story develops there later in the program. More news in just a minute. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
All facilities of both great Admiral plants are devoted to producing radio communications equipment for the United States Army and Navy. We'd like to spend a few seconds telling you of the part radio plays in the sea battle. Our Navy is the greatest afloat today, chiefly because it has developed coordinated action to so high a degree. Through radio, the job of every man, every weapon, every ship is accurately woven into an efficient plan of battle. When a plane or submarine spots enemy vessels, it radios the flagship of the fleet. The flagship radios the aircraft carriers to get planes aloft, tells cruisers their positions for battle, orders destroyers to rush specified enemy craft and drop torpedoes. Radio in individual planes coordinates the air fighting. Radio pairs off American battleships with those of the enemy. Radio directs the fire of the big guns. In a fleet action, radio plays its important role on the surface, in the air, and under the sea. Radio weaves the pattern of a victorious sea battle by coordinating the actions of men, weapons, and ships. We Americans can be eternally thankful the United States Navy has given Navy radio men the best possible training for their work and the best possible equipment with which to do that work. It is the best equipment. Admiral is sure of that, for Admiral is building Navy radio and knows the high standards which must be met and are being met by the same workers who produced the high standard radio of peacetime, Admiral, America's smart set. Now here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
In the Southwest Pacific, our flyers have scored an impressive victory over Jap planes in the New Guinea area. For a direct report from that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Australia, William J. Dunn reporting.
As Australia watches intently news of reported air and sea action from the Solomons, one fact stands out prominently in the news from the Southwest Pacific area. That fact being the unmistakable increase in Allied air attacks on Japanese bases northeast of this continent, from which aid might be directed to an enemy force further south. During the 8 days ending Saturday, Allied planes based in this area made a total of 36 separate raids on enemy bases or shipping in New Britain, Bougainville, Bucco, and the Admiralty Islands. This is almost double the number of raids on similar bases in the preceding week, and covers a much wider area than has been the custom in normal operations. Rabaul, of course, is the enemy's number one base south of Truk, has been subjected to the severest blows.
That was William J. Dunn in Australia. We return you now to CBS in New York.
The biggest news in England is that Prime Minister Churchill has returned home after conferences in Casablanca with President Roosevelt, conferences with the Turks, and a visit to the British Eighth Army in Tripoli. As is to be expected, the Prime Minister's visit to Turkey has caused a resurgence of speculation on the future participation of Turkey in the war. Today, there is a report from Ankara that observers see a definite possibility of the Allies seeking use of the Dardanelles Straits for transit of unarmed merchant ships carrying supplies to Russia. This speculation is tied in with a report that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was host last night to Turkish Premier Şükrü Saracoğlu at a dinner attended by the American ambassador and the British ambassador. It is definite evidence of improved relations between Turkey and Russia. In the past, the relations between those two countries have not been of the best, and very probably a part of Prime Minister Churchill's job when he went to Turkey was to get a rapprochement between the Turkish government and the Soviets. The fact that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was the host to the Premier of Turkey at a dinner is really a very significant development, principally because the ambassadors of foreign countries in other capitals are usually ignored if the relationships between the two countries are not of the best or are not improving. If there's a deterioration of relationships between two countries, the ambassador of the country, whether it be ours or anybody else's, is usually given a brush-off, as we would say in this country, by the government officials of the country to which he has been assigned. The developments between the Turkish and the Russian relations are very important to the progress of the war in the general Mediterranean area. There is, of course, a great deal of speculation about the possibilities of campaigns on the underside of Europe. The Allies are planning all sorts of campaigns. We got that much news out of the Casablanca conferences. But any major Allied move in the Mediterranean area must, of itself, have some help from the Turks, whether it be beneficent neutrality or action on their part, military action. Either one would be helpful. One big possibility in the way of invasions into the underside of Europe would be an Allied drive up through Crete, Greece, into Yugoslavia, and then into Austria. The drive would be difficult because the country over which such a military campaign must be conducted would be very hard terrain to take modern weapons through. However, the Turks, if they came in with us, could go up through Bulgaria from European Turkey, and it would aid our cause substantially. And now for another direct report from overseas. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Cairo. Chester Morrison reporting.
From tonight, we shall go ahead in 6 seconds from now.
In the last war, I spent a lot of time in a seacoast town at home that was a port of call for transports bringing troops a long way around to Europe. And one of the things I remember is the succession of large numbers of men who were dumped ashore for a day's leave into a town they didn't know and which didn't know them. The town, being an old town, accustomed to the antics of our own fleet on leave, found it no remarkable circumstance that a lot of homeless, lonesome military men, restless after a long voyage, could appear overnight out of nowhere and depart 2 days later. To the men, it was high adventure. To the town, it was routine. To preserve its own sanity, the town pretended the men were not there. And usually, when nobody paid any attention to them, the men went away somewhere else. But I, among thousands of others, never will forget a sign sticking up from the lawn of a park in that town. It read, "Sailors and dogs, keep off the grass." Something of the same kind is happening here. This is an even older town than Norfolk, Virginia. And from town to town, thousands of soldiers have passed through it. Phoenicians, Romans, Greeks and Arabs and French and British, even Americans. I had lunch today with a soldier whose complaint must have sounded in this strange city centuries ago as it sounded in Norfolk in 1917. "I've got to go," the soldier said, "and back home I could go into any hotel I wanted to. But here, just because I'm a private, they tell me they have no room." And from there, it's an easy step to a blanket indictment of all the factors responsible for the thing he was complaining about. Some of this kind of complaint will bounce back to you people at home sooner or later. Don't let it worry you. When our boys here get used to routine hardships, they won't mind the experiences they're having now. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York.
Back across the Pacific, another American fighting man, a submarine skipper, is standing by to tell us of his successes against the enemy. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
I have with me here at Pearl Harbor a submarine commander who has just returned from a patrol in Japanese waters. He is Lieutenant Commander David C. Wright of Detroit, Michigan, who is now a veteran of several successful patrols against Japanese warships and supply ships in the Pacific. Commander Wright, what luck this time?
We had a short but very active and interesting trip. It started out by sinking a nice-sized cargo ship one night, and later we tangled with a convoy which took the remainder of our torpedoes.
Could you tell us about that cargo ship, Commander?
Yes, we were conducting an offensive patrol in the Yellow Sea. While closing the China coast and trying to fix our position one night, we sighted an object which we thought at first was an island we'd been looking for. Coming closer, we discovered that it was a good-sized cargo ship for a naval auxiliary. We continued on the surface and fired a salvo of torpedoes at him, all of which missed. This was quite a blow to our pride, so we shifted to full power on the engines, reloaded the tubes, and started chasing. It was a bright moonlight night, and I felt pretty sure he could see us. He picked up what speed he could, but it wasn't enough, and we were soon at very close range, directly astern of him. I then fired one torpedo, which blew him up.
Blew him up? You mean the ship blew apart?
Yes, he almost disintegrated. There was a terrific explosion, a tremendous sheet of yellow flame, and he went under in about 5 minutes. He must have had a considerable quantity of explosives aboard. Quite a few of our people came up on the bridge to watch her go down. We were only a few hundred yards from the ship.
What was your next encounter, Commander?
One evening sometime later, just before evening twilight, the officer of the deck reported seeing 3 Japanese ships in column a considerable distance away. Our position was such that it was impossible to close and fire during daylight, so I started chasing on a converging course. Part of the run was made submerged to escape detection. After dark, I surfaced. There were many fishing boats all around us. We had to thread our way through these, close aboard, and I was afraid they might give an alarm.
Would they?
No, we got through them all right. After about an hour's chase at full speed, we were close astern of the last ship in column. The first torpedo missed, but the second one hit him in the stern. This stopped him and jammed his rudder hard left. He presented a nice target as he swung, and we fired another which hit him amidships on the port side. He sank immediately, and we started after the others. The alarm was now given, so the others put on all the speed they could. It took several hours to overtake them, but we finally got one torpedo in each of the 2 of them. That's good shooting. I couldn't wait to see the ship sink, because our lookouts reported escort vessels chasing us, and we had to clear the area to charge batteries.
Commander White, I happen to know that you've been twice decorated for your aggressive attacking and sinking of enemy ships in the Pacific. Could you tell us about some of your other patrols?
Well, we've sunk some ships and we've damaged more. The Pacific used to be a pretty big ocean to us, but now it's like our own backyard. We operate from one end to the other without giving the matter a second thought, and that involves miles, thousands of them.
Commander White, they tell me that once you men get into the submarine service, you wouldn't change over to any other service for anything. Why is this so?
It's hard to explain, but it's true. It's not the softest job in the world, but there's a lot of satisfaction in it. It's certainly been gratifying to work with such a fine bunch of officers and men as I have on my ship. They're really wonderful, these boys. I wish I could tell everybody what these men have to undergo and how they do it with light-hearted cheerfulness and courage. Of course, every submarine commander thinks he has the best crew in the world, but I wouldn't want to trade mine for any.
Commander, I know that Mrs. White in San Francisco and your parents back in Detroit will join me in adding a word to that. We're glad that our submarines are commanded by men like you. As the Navy men say, well done. This has been an interview with Lieutenant Commander David C. White, commanding officer of the United States submarine, just returned from another successful Pacific patrol. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
The official Russian midday communique gave some details of the capture of Bataisk 10 miles below Rostov, which was announced last night. That battle followed the now familiar format of Red Army units systematically clearing Germans out of one street after another. Other than that, the communique merely said that Russian forces conducted offensive operations in the same directions as before, toward Rostov, Kursk, and Kharkov. On all three of these main drives, the Russians occupied some more towns, but the communique gives no details. However, frontline reports said that Russian forces had reached a point only 3 miles south of Rostov and were preparing to force a crossing of the Don. And just a short while ago, the British news agency Reuters reported that Stockholm had heard a Moscow broadcast reporting that Russian troops crossed the Don today and violent street fighting is raging inside Rostov itself. That report is, of course, unofficial, but the communiques may confirm it later. Now, for more news on the shoe rationing program announced since we went on the air, and for the latest report on the Solomons, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
15 minutes ago at the White House, economic stabilizer Burns announced that shoes will be rationed effective at midnight. From now on, he said, every American can buy 3 pairs of shoes, but no more each year. Infant shoes and slippers will not be rationed. Stamp number 17 of War Ration Book number 1 will be good for 1 pair of shoes until next June 15th. The stamp will be transferable within a family, however, so that if a wife wants 4 pairs and her husband can get by on 2, well, that will be quite all right. Shoes are being rationed for 2 reasons. The Army and our Lend-Lease allies have created a great demand for shoes, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 million pairs a year. The second reason is that since the war, more civilians have been buying shoes than ever before in history. Sooner or later, a shortage would have resulted, so that the OPA, acting under orders from the War Production Board, has stepped in to assure us all of a reasonable and equitable number of shoes each year. The War Production Board, however, will direct manufacturers to reduce the number of styles and to limit colors to 4, black, white, brown, and Army russet, aiming ultimately at the mass production of only several serviceable, moderately priced war model shoes. Leather for shoe repairs will not be rationed, at least for the time being, and liberal allocations of shoe leather for the benefit of shoemakers has been made. There was a Navy communique an hour ago. It wasn't the one we've been waiting for, with news of the outcome of the naval forays off the Solomons, but it contained some very good news nevertheless. Our troops on Guadalcanal, the Navy says, have outflanked the Japanese to the west of Henderson Field. Presumably, we advanced from 40 to 50 miles without encountering much resistance, circling around the enemy center at Cape Esperance and taking up new positions at Titi, a half-mile west of Marovovo on the northwestern coast of the island. For the time being, at least, the Japanese appear to be virtually surrounded, and Henderson Field has been freed from any further threat. Meanwhile, American dive bombers have again attacked Munda, and other planes have bombed some newly installed Japanese positions on Kolombangara Island in the New Georgia group. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here in New York is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The military successes of the Red Army are already having their effect on both flanks of the long Russian fighting line. To the south, the Turks have entertained the British Prime Minister and his chief military advisors at a conference on Turkish soil, a conference in which he talked with the President of Turkey and Turkey's military chief. The significance of this event can hardly be overestimated, both as to its possible military results and as to its influence in strengthening Allied prestige throughout the Muslim world. To the north, meanwhile, persistent reports come out of Finland to the effect that that country is anxious for a separate peace with Russia and desires to dissociate herself from any connection with the Axis. This may be more easily aspired to than accomplished, as long as German troops remain on Finnish soil in any numbers. There can be little doubt that the Finns find their position a most difficult one, but now the situation is changing. The relief of Leningrad, the reopening of the rail communication to that city, afford the Russians an opportunity to make it into a great base of operations for further offensives in the north. The Finns know very well neither their own decimated forces nor the few German divisions remaining in Finland could stand before the onset of a full-scale Russian assault. But they are likewise aware that the Russians may now find the opportunity to press back the German left flank along the southern shore of the Gulf of Finland. And should this be the case, the German troops in Finland would be cut off from any hope of support. Hence, many Finns must be wondering whether the time may not be at hand to break with Germany and seek a separate peace with Moscow, a peace in which they might hope for the good offices of the United States.
Now, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Last week, we suggested you have your Admiral dealer put your name on his list. That is, ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. Here's the reason. Certain vital parts are becoming difficult to obtain. If your set is checked regularly by an Admiral dealer, he'll keep those vital parts in operation as long as possible. Admiral dealers know how, and if he sees they won't last, he can start looking for replacements far enough in advance to ensure getting whatever you need by the time you need it. Yes, and there's another important advantage to being on an Admiral dealer's regular list of service customers. In these days of shortages, it's only human nature for any dealer to take care of his regular customers first. So if you don't want to be disappointed when your radio runs into real trouble, call your Admiral dealer now. Get your name on his list. Have him check your radio twice a year regularly. Be assured of tip-top performance for the duration. And don't forget, Admiral dealers have the backing of the entire Admiral organization. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. This week, the United States salutes her Boy Scouts, 1.5 million strong. Almost without exception, every Boy Scout has done more than a full share towards winning the war and is still on the job, doubling and redoubling his all-out effort. A salute, then, to the Boy Scouts, an organization of which America is proud. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. But first, here are the 6 hits and a miss, singing Hip Hip Hooray.
Hip, hip, hooray, we're living in the USA. Come on, you Yanko, holler thing. Hip, hip, hooray, hip, hip, hooray. Americans will always say, we like it here, stand up and cheer. Hooray, hooray, every girl and boy
our land of paradise. Hip, hip, hooray, we live in the USA. Let freedom ring, come on, sing. Hip, hip, hooray, hooray.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's early morning at the Burns home, and all three of the Burnses are still sound asleep. There's Papa Burns. And Baby Burns. And Mama Burns.
Oh, Tyrone, do you really think so?
Huh? What? Oh. Gosh, it's cold. Every morning since our maid quit, it's the same thing. Get up in a cold house and go fix the furnace. Oh, well, somebody has to do it. Gracie, wake up. It's time for you to fix the furnace.
Oh, how. Good morning, George. Fibber, wake up there. It's morning. Good morning, darling. Now say good morning to your daddy.
Gee, he's cute. I could just eat him up. In fact, I think I'm going to eat him.
That's no way to talk.
All right. Well, you better get up and fix the furnace there.
Oh, I don't have to this morning. We have a maid to do that.
A maid? You mean Minnie is back?
Oh, no.
I thought maybe Lucky dropped her option. Imagine having a maid again.
Oh, yes, isn't it wonderful? We're going to have breakfast in bed this morning.
Really?
Yes. You know, when I was a girl, I went to a hospital once for 3 weeks just so I could have breakfast in bed every morning.
And you weren't sick?
No, but I kept insisting I had a pain in my side. And did the doctors fall for it? Imagine, they even took out my appendix.
Well, you sure put one over on them.
Yeah, I know. Well, ring for the maid, dear. The bell's right alongside your bed.
Okay. Gee. I can't believe we finally got a maid.
Yeah, and you'll be surprised when you see her. Oh, good morning, Tootsie. Oh, did Madam ring?
Oh, no. Don't tell me Tootsie Sagwell is the maid.
Sure. Is breakfast ready, Tootsie?
Uh-huh. I'll bring it up as soon as the coffee cools off.
As soon as it cools off?
Yes, those tin cans get so hot you can't pick them up off the stove.
All right, Gracie. You better explain why Tootsie is in this house pretending to be a maid.
Well, it's part of our plan, George.
What plan?
The Beverly Hills Uplift Society give each other a boost in the crisis plan.
Might have known that silly club of yours was involved.
Well, it's a marvelous idea.
I'll bet.
Well, you know it's almost impossible to get help now, so the members are going to take turns being each other's servants.
Only a genius could think up an idea like that.
Oh, please, Judge, you're making me blush.
Oh, I say.
Now, take our laundry arrangement. I do Mrs. Taylor's laundry at her house, and she does mine here.
Well, that saves you both a lot of work.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is carry our washing machine back and forth.
That's all I have to do?
Sure. She doesn't live so far from us, and it's all downhill all the way to her house.
And uphill all the way back.
You never made the trip, George. You're just guessing.
Yeah. I'm just guessing.
Breakfast is served, madame. And shall I place it on the table?
Hey, look out for that footstool.
Oh. I think I tripped.
Oh. Well, don't feel bad, Tootsie. I asked for breakfast in bed, and that's where you put most of it.
Look at this mess. Coffee, eggs, butter, bacon in our bed.
Aren't we lucky? Most people haven't even got it in their icebox.
Yeah, we're very lucky.
I'm sorry, Gracie. I didn't mean to.
All right. Stop cackling, even if you are the only hen who ever laid a fried egg on a blanket.
Well, never mind. fine, Tootsie. Just go down and start all over again.
She'll do nothing of the kind. If you want to cook that badly, I'll hire one.
But, George, if you do that, what will happen to the Beverly Hills Uplift Society give each other a boost in the crisis plan?
Just clean up this mess. I'm going down and get a cook. Tomato juice all over my pajamas. Wish that Tootsie Sagra would get drafted. But I guess her face will always be in 4F.
Hi, George.
Oh, good morning, Bill.
I just dropped by to... Say, you certainly like to brag, don't you?
I like to brag?
Yeah, I know bacon is hard to get, but do you have to wear a slice behind your ear?
Just had my breakfast thrown at me. Do you know a good employment agency? I want to hire a cook.
Well, George, I know the girl at the newspaper office who takes the help wanted ads. I'll give her a ring, huh?
Oh, don't bother, Bill. I'll just call an agency.
Oh, it's no bother, George. She loves to have me call her. In fact, Barbara's so crazy about me, she'll probably put the ad in for nothing.
Oh, good.
Hello. Oh, hello, Babs. This is Billy. Take this ad, will you? Billy. Yeah, Bill. Oh, you know Bill Goodwin. Look, who's got dimples and curly hair and kissed you last night, huh? What? About 9:30. Oh, he did? Well, maybe I was there at 9:15.
Look, Dimples, just give her the ad. Maid wanted, good salary.
Oh, you remember me, Babs. We had a wonderful conversation. You said, what's new? And I said, Swan soap. And you said, what do you know? And I said, I know Swan is purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't buy a purer soap. And you said, get him. Gee, it was such a romantic conversation.
Just give her the ad, Lochinvar. Maid wanted, easy hours.
Well, gee, Babs, don't you remember? I said Swan is great for washing the dishes because it suds faster than other white floating soaps. And since Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's kind to your hands, too. Helps keep them soft and lovely. So use Swan for every soap and water job in the house. And you said, uh-huh. Babs, don't you remember saying, uh-huh?
Bill, I'd like to hire a maid. Would you tell
Oh,
her it's...
Babs, don't you remember how I took your little hand in mine and showed you how to break Swan in two with a simple twist of the wrist?
Look, Bill.
So that you could use half in the kitchen for your dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face? Remember? Oh, you do?
Well, good. Bill, now give her the ad.
Well, I'll be right over, sweetheart. Goodbye.
Bill, you called that girl for me.
Are you kidding?
Well, I'll get a cook. Where's the phone book?
George, what are you doing?
Looking up an employment agency.
Well, you might as well use the club plan. You'll never be able to get a cook.
Well, don't worry. I'll get one.
I'll bet you won't.
Oh, all right. It's a bet. You know that expensive hat I wouldn't let you buy?
Yes.
I'll bet you that hat.
All right.
All right.
And if I lose, you can go up and get it out of my closet and take it back.
This is Paul White, and the boys and I would like to pay a little tribute to a good neighbor with our arrangement of Brazil.
Gracie, you said it was impossible to hire any help. But just look in the other room. There are 4 or 5 women waiting to be interviewed.
Oh, George, you're making a big mistake. You ought to use our Beverly Hills Uplift Society to give each other a boost in the crisis plan.
Gracie, I don't want to hear any
well,
more about it.
Well, it's a wonderful plan, George. They boost you today, and you boost them tomorrow.
I can't wait till tomorrow. I'd like to boost them right
George!
out. Well, forget the plan, Gracie. Forget the club plan. I'll show you how to handle the help situation. Okay, I'll see the first applicant. Now, madam, I'm going to be businesslike about this and not waste any time. The pay is $20 a week, and you get Thursdays off, and there's no use asking any questions because that covers everything. Do you want the job?
No.
Gee.
She was businesslike, too, wasn't she?
Yeah, I guess I frightened the poor woman.
See, George, I have a wonderful idea.
What?
Why not adopt the Beverly Hills Uplift Society?
No. I don't want those club women in this house. I'd rather have termites.
Oh, George, this is no time to be choosy.
Well, forget it. I'm going to interview the next woman. Right this way. Who's next?
I am.
Now, miss.
Let's get going, Shorty. I ain't got all day. What's your name?
Huh?
Your name. If I cut my finger, I want to know who I'm suing.
Oh, fine.
Oh, his name is Mr. George Burns.
Burns is enough. I ain't going to call him Mister because I'm as good as he is.
Yeah, but...
And I ain't going to call you George because you ain't my type.
Yeah, but...
So Burns is enough.
Yeah.
How many rooms in this house, Burns?
Well... There are 4 rooms upstairs.
Never mind the upstairs. I'm strictly a downstairs cleaner.
Well, downstairs is the library and the living room.
Well, bring the books in the living room. That makes one less to clean. What else?
Well, there's a dining room and a kitchen.
We'll eat in the kitchen. That makes 2 less.
Now, wait a minute.
Better bring the books in the kitchen, too. Why spread out?
Now, wait a minute.
What does this job pay?
$20 a week.
20 a week? I pay my cook more than that.
All right. What's so funny? What are you laughing at?
You frightened that poor woman, too. Oh, George, if you'd only adopt...
Gracie, I don't want those silly club women in this house.
But, George, they only want to help you. And you know what I always say, love laughs at locksmiths.
Well, what is that? That proverb doesn't fit.
Well, maybe not, but that's what I always say.
Yeah, and I always have to listen to it. Next girl.
You mean me?
Yeah, step in here. How do you do?
Hello.
Are you an experienced cook?
Oh, sure. I've had 10 jobs in the last month.
Well, why did you leave all those positions?
I didn't leave. They fired me.
Wasn't your work satisfactory?
Oh, sure.
Well, then, why did they fire you?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I have, and good day.
Well, George, shall we try the club plan, dear?
Honey, for the last time, I'm not going to do anybody else's housework.
But you know all the people in the club, George. It's not like I was asking you to scrub a strange floor or wash a sock off an unfamiliar foot.
Forget it. Anyway, there's still 1 dame left. I better handle her with kid gloves. Well, hello there. I guess you're the last one.
I guess I am.
Well, step right in. You know what they say. Last but not least. This is my wife.
I'm sure you'll find me satisfactory, madam. I'm an excellent all-round worker.
Well, the work is very simple. In the morning, you dust the...
No dusting.
No dusting?
dust is bad for my sinuses.
Well, my wife will be glad to do the dusting.
And the laundry.
No laundry?
I'm allergic to water.
Well, don't you ever wash yourself?
Oh, sure. With olive oil. Well, maybe she can do the laundry in olive oil.
Gracie, if you don't...
Well, it would make it easy if you had to slip into your clothes.
Very hilarious. Look, miss, do you mind sweeping?
Oh, no. Sweep as much as you like.
No sweeping?
Rheumatism.
Well, can you cook?
Oh, I'm a wonderful cook.
But?
The smell of food makes me bilious.
Lady, is there anything wrong with your legs?
No, my legs are fine.
Then run out the door. Out! Out!
Well, George, you give up?
No.
Well, George, why don't you let me handle the servant problem? My mother always said that the wife should run the home and the husband should earn the money.
Well, in this family, the husband runs the house.
Poor Mama. She had the whole thing backwards.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Here's Jimmy Cash with a mighty attractive proposition. Why don't you fall in love with me? And okay, Jimmy.
I'm tired of feeling blue. I want to know just how I stand with you. And now that you're in my embrace, this is the time, this is the place. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me?
Well, now George is out making the rounds of the employment agencies. Meanwhile, Gracie has slipped Tootsie into the kitchen as their cook. She feels confident that when George tastes the Irish stew they're making, he'll okay her club plan.
How's the stew coming along, Tootsie? Almost done?
I think so, Gracie. Oh, the potatoes and onions look lovely.
Let's see. They do look nice. Which is which?
The potatoes are the ones that fell apart.
Oh.
Oh, it's too bad we didn't have any carrots.
Oh, well, that doesn't matter. The bananas we put in are practically the same shape.
Oh, that's right. And with the skins left on, they're almost the same color.
Sure. George will never know the difference. I just know our stew will be a big success, Tootsie, even if we did have to make it without meat.
Oh, yeah, it's lucky you thought of that article you read about meat substitutes.
Oh, it certainly is. Do you think that pound of Swiss cheese will be enough? Or should we put in the Roquefort, too?
Oh, I think a Swiss cheese is enough.
Mm-hmm.
Hiya, Gracie. I saw you and George through the kitchen window. Oh, Tootsie, I thought you were George with an apron on.
That's not a very nice thing to say, Bill.
Oh, you're right. He's one of my very dearest friends. Gee, I'm sorry you didn't hire a new cook, Gracie, because I wanted to tell her about Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. I wanted to tell her that Swan's a regular suds and whiz.
Well, Tootsie's our cook today, Bill. You see, we have a club plan where we all work for one another.
Oh, say, that sounds like a swell idea. Can I get in on it?
Oh, sure. You can come over to my house tomorrow and cook for me. I've always wanted to stir up something with you.
No, thanks, Tootsie.
Why not?
Well, you see, I'd rather work in a home where there's babies. You see, I just love to bathe babies with Swan.
Well, Bill...
You know, Swan is so pure it's kind to even a baby's tender skin. And if it's swell for baby, well, it's great for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Well, Bill...
You know, many women have long considered Castile soap's the standard of purity.
Well, Bill...
But Swan is even purer than the finest Castile.
Well, Bill... Well... Bill, I have an idea. I'll come over and cook for you.
Oh, no, Tootsie. You see, I don't have any pots or pans.
Well, that's all right. I bring my pan.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, Bill, Tootsie's a wonderful cook. Just look at the stew we're making for George. There. Get a whiff of that.
Say, you girls are going to be famous.
Really?
Why, sure, you've got a new formula for synthetic rubber. Goodbye.
Did you hear what he called our stew?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. It might look like rubber and smell like rubber and stretch like rubber, but whoever saw rubber with bananas in it?
Oh, Gracie, where are you? Oh, my goodness, George is back. He mustn't find me here.
Don't worry, I'll keep him out of the kitchen. Oh, hello, dear. Back so soon?
Yeah. I went to 12 employment agencies. 11 of them are out of business, and the other one's a bookie.
Oh, well, cheer up, darling. While you were gone, I got a cook.
You did? Where'd you get her?
Where?
Yeah.
Oh, I got her from the bailiffs across the street.
Well, why did they give her up?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, they went away for a rest. Yeah, that's it. They went away for a rest. To Europe.
They went to Europe for a rest?
Well, you see, he used to live in New York under the elevators, and he can't rest unless there's a lot of noise, so...
Gracie, I'd like to see this cook.
Oh, well, no, you can't, George. She's very temperamental. She's scared of men.
She's scared of men?
Well, yeah, you see, her mother was once frightened by her father, who was a man. And ever since...
Gracie, I'm going in to see this cook.
No, wait, George. She's very temperamental.
But I want to talk to her. What's her name?
Her name?
Yeah.
Oh, it's, Bridget. Oh, I'll tell you what, George. Talk to her through the kitchen door.
For what? I'm going in there.
Oh, no, you're not. Gracie, what's the thing that... Lock the door.
Let me in there. Let me in.
George, Bridget doesn't want you in here, do you, Bridget? Her face and that I don't. I'll have no man tracking up me white kitchen with his big feet.
Was that Bridget who just spoke?
Well, of course it was, George. She's Irish. Aren't you, Bridget? Sure and that I am.
Bridget, are you sure you're not Gracie?
Oh, go away with you now. Face and Gracie is 10 times prettier than I am. And it's lucky you are to be married to a Colleen whose eyes are as blue as the lakes of Killarney and whose fur coat is getting a little tattered, so why don't you buy her a new one?
Now I'm convinced you're not Gracie. But, but from the sound of your voice, Bridget, me darling, I'll bet you're every bit as pretty.
George Burns, you stop flirting with me.
What did you say?
Beth and I mean you stop flirting with your wife.
Enough is enough. Unlock this door.
Gracie, I think the stew is ready. It just collapsed.
Oh, good. I'm coming right out, dear. Dinner is ready. Well, here you are. Just tuck your napkin around your neck.
Does that smell come from this food?
Yeah. Doesn't it smell delicious? Bridget says it's an old family recipe. This stew has been handed down from mother to daughter.
Looks like one of them dropped it. Look, Bridget, I heard you whispering to somebody in there. Which one of your club members is out there in the kitchen?
Why, George Burns, how...
I'll be right back. I see. Tootsie!
Oh, hello, George. My, you look handsome today. New suit, though. Goodbye.
Tootsie, you come in here.
Yes, George?
Sit down and eat that stew.
Well, I'd love to, but I'm really not hungry. I had a glass of water this morning.
Eat it!
Well, go on, Tootsie. Tootsie, eat him. And when he sees how much you enjoyed, he'll adopt our club plan.
Yeah.
Here, open your mouth and swallow this. Oh. Well, how do you like it? Well, don't just pop your eyes at me, Tootsie. How do you like it?
It's delicious. Goodbye.
Well, that's good. That is great. Simply a wonderful idea. Now, there's no dinner, and I'm starved.
Well, Here's where our boost in the crisis plan goes to work. I'll just call Blanche Morton, and she'll come over and cook our dinner.
Well, tell her to hurry. Is she a good cook?
Good. She taught Tootsie Sagwell everything she knows.
Never mind. We'll leave out. That's all.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm going to make a brief suggestion. Instead of buying lots of different kinds of soaps, try Swan for every soap and water job in the house. In the kitchen, Swan does the work of easy-to-waste package soaps. And in the bathroom, for your hands and face, Swan gives you as pure a soap as money can buy. And at the same time, gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested. So be kind to your budget, and be kind to your hands with Swan, the soap that's purer than the finest Castile. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
Well, George, our stew might have looked and tasted like synthetic rubber, but I got a pound of waste fat out of it, and I took it down to the butcher's.
Oh,
The government can use it to make bombs and bullets.
good. And what did you do with the rest of the stew?
Oh. How do you like my new galoshes?
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when their guest will be Charles Lawton. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other comedy show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, over another network every Friday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you?
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Stop to think, with all the millions of pounds of goods that are being shipped to our armed forces, what a job it must be to package all of these items, wrap them securely so the salt air and moisture can't get to them. Many things now have to be wrapped in paper or cardboard to save metal. Do you know what is helping greatly to make these cartons moisture and weatherproof? Wax. Yes, special wax preparations have been developed by the makers of Johnson's Wax. And countless thousands of these cartons are actually dipped in this wax, completely immersed in a wax bath that impregnates the paper boards and acts as a seal against air and moisture. These special Johnson carton sealing waxes are already in use for food containers and soldiers' ration kits, for cartons containing small arms ammunition, small machinery and automobile parts, surgical instruments. Almost every week, new uses are found for them. And any manufacturer with a carton sealing problem is invited to write immediately for full information to S.C. Johnson & Son, Racine, Wisconsin, or Brantford, Canada. Wanted one family-sized skeleton for closet to replace 2 tons of accumulated junk. Apply at 79 Wistful Vista to Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
McGee, now you've been promising and promising. You've simply got to clean out that hall closet.
Haven't I got time just to finish the crossword puzzle?
How far have you got with it?
Oh, I ain't started yet. There ought to be one in these old newspapers somewhere.
McGee, you're falling again. Why do you dread it so much?
On account of my fingernails. Look at them. They haven't been trimmed in weeks. I'll bet I could run up a tree like a cat.
What's that got to do with cleaning out the closet?
Because I can't find my nail clippers, and I think they're in the closet. And if I open the closet, I'll find them. And every time I use them, I cut my fingers.
Oh, my. Well, you can think up more far-fetched excuses. Hitler ought to hire you to tell his people about Russia. Now, come on, get busy. I'll get it. Hello? Huh? Yes, I'll take the order.
You take order for what?
Just a minute now till I write that down. Yes, 3 pounds of bacon sliced thin. 7 pound rib roast to beef.
Hey, what?
How about some nice pork chops?
No, you can't keep them.
About 6? All right. And a pound of butter?
No.
Oh. Yes, indeed. No, don't use up your gasoline. We'll deliver it first thing in the morning. Don't mention it. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Wrong number. They were calling some butcher shop.
Well, what did you take that big order for? They won't get it.
No, but they'll have a wonderful night's sleep. Now, let me give this hall closet.
Come in.
How do you do? I am making a radio survey. What radio programs do you listen to regularly?
Oh, Lemon Abner and Fred Allen and Bob Hope, the Great Gildersleeve. Oh, lots of things.
How about David's first wife's second husband?
I don't think we know him, Bud.
It's a radio program. What do you think is the main point of interest in David's first wife's second husband?
Well, I'm afraid we don't hear it, sir.
It's really a splendid program. Very interesting.
Well, I'm sure it is, Bud.
Thank you. Wait till I write that down. I think it is very interesting program.
We used to hear a lot of radio shows, Bud, but we don't have the time now. I can't say we miss them either.
Oh, that's splendid. I'll put that down, too. Never misses David's first wife's second husband. Now tell me, what is your very favorite program?
Oh, I hate to say.
I see. Hates radio. Thank you very much, folks. Good day.
That's the first pair of socks I've seen in years. I guess you don't have to keep mending them like you would if you wore socks.
Look, McGee, are you going to clean out that closet like you promised?
Oh, I suppose. Go ahead, open her up.
Oh, no, you open it.
Oh, no, you don't. Not me. The last time I tried.
Oh, dear, come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man. You're in early tonight.
Yes, I know, Mr. McGee, but I just couldn't wait to read you my new poem.
Oh, a new poem. Isn't that wonderful, McGee?
Yeah, what's the title, Wimp?
I call it Flower Arrangement.
Oh, isn't that beautiful, flower arrangement? Yeah. How does it go?
It goes, Japanese are very nasty fighters, but good at arranging flowers, the sillies. So let's give them a lot of practice, the blighters. With lilies.
Well, not bad, Wimp. I'd like to have a copy of that.
All righty. Have you got a typewriter I could make some copies on?
No, we loaned our typewriter.
Why, sure we have, Wimp. You bet you we have.
Why, McGee, you know very well.
Now, let me think. Where is that typewriter? Oh, yeah, I know where it is. Right in there in the hall closet, Wimp. Right on the shelf. Up the top.
Thank you. Right in here.
No, Mr.
Yeah, that's it, Wimp.
Just look at all the stuff.
Well, I guess I might as well clean it out now that it's open.
Why, Mr. Wimple, you're trembling. What's the matter?
Oh, before all that noise and confusion, Mrs. McGee. My goodness. You people go to any lengths to make a person feel at home, don't you?
Well, I'm sorry the noise upset you. Can I give you something to brace you up?
That would be wonderful, Mr. McGee. Make it half and half.
Half what and half what?
Half water and half milk.
I don't think we got a drop of milk in the house, Wimp. How about some root beer?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dare, Mr. McGee. I went home with some ginger ale on my breath once, and Seedy Face raised blood.
Oh, she did?
Yes. That is our gardener. Seedy Face raised him way over the head and threw him at me.
That flower of yours really dishes it out, doesn't she?
Oh, she's just a big and puffy girl, Mr. McGee. And that reminds me, I've got to be getting on home. I promised Seedy Face I'd clean her army rifle today.
Oh, is she quite a marksman, Mr. Wimple?
Indeed, she is, Mrs. McGee. She's going out to the rifle range this afternoon.
Yeah?
I put a plug in the end of the rifle so the snow wouldn't get into it.
A plug? Why, my gosh, Wimp, if she fires that gun with a plug in it, she'll blow her head off.
Yes.
we just cleaned this closet out 4 months ago.
I think the pixies do it. I think the pixies go around at midnight and steal stuff out of junkyards and attics just to put in our closet.
Now, listen, don't joke about the pixies.
Huh?
I have a grandmother in Ireland who really believes in the little people.
Oh, that's nothing. I got a grandfather in Peoria that nobody believes. Not even big people. Hey, look at the box I found in this junk. Keep my cigars in. It's got a music box in it, remember?
Oh, yeah. Isn't that sweet? What does it say on the cover?
Huh?
Souvenir of Petoskey, Michigan.
Remember the spring we were up there? And the Indians were selling those flowers on the street corners?
Yes.
Trailing arthritis, I think they were.
No, you don't mean arthritis, dear. You mean trailing arbutus.
I do not. Arbutus was a guy in Shakespeare. Sure. He's the guy that stabbed Caesar in the toga.
Now, that was Brutus.
Go on. You're thinking of that fairy tale, Puss in Brutus.
No, it wasn't Puss in Brutus.
Huh?
And I tell you what you mean is arbutus.
And then what's arthritis?
Well, it's a sort of a rheumatism that makes your joints swell.
That's what I say. Any place that sells flowers on every street corner is a swell joint.
I'm getting this junk cleaned up.
No.
Kid, say, help me out, will you?
Why, sure, old-timer. What's on your mind? Besides the worst-looking fedora I ever saw this side of Olson and Johnson.
Don't let him annoy you, Mr. Oldtimer. What's the trouble?
Well, look, kid. I got to be Toastmaster at a party tomorrow night. I thought you could give me some advice.
Well, you've come to the right authority, my optimistic old octogenarian. I personally am known from coast to coast as the greatest after-dinner speaker now living.
Yeah. And the reason you're now living is that you gave it up.
What's the procedure, kid?
You know any good jokes?
Oh, it's a mixed party, Johnny.
In that case, you got to stick to whimsy.
I'm going to be pretty nervous. Up there with all those people looking at me.
Nothing to be nervous about. The only thing is, old-timer, to be a good postmaster, you got to be fast on your feet.
Oh, that's easy, Johnny. Watch this.
Huh?
No, he means mentally, Mr. Oldtimer. You have to think fast. Be witty.
The best thing to do is look over the personalities present and think of some cute thing to say about each one of them. And then when you get a break, boom, let them have it.
Don't you think I'm kind of butting in?
Well, why should they? You're the master of ceremonies, aren't you?
No, I'm the Toastmaster.
Huh?
I stand over by the sideboard and make the toast. Then they put it on a plate and pour chicken on a king all over it. Well, much obliged for the help, kids. Hope I can remember. Be witty. Fast on the feet. Personalities, boom, let them have it.
What a toastmaster. Hey, why do they call it a toast when somebody gets up and says, let's all toss off a slug of old mutiny? In honor of our dear pal, Fred Mitney. Why toast?
Search me, dearie. Unless it's because somebody with a lot of crust gets up and burns somebody to a crisp. Or butters them till they're soggy. Now, come on, there's a lot of work here to be done.
I'll say there is.
Oh, for goodness sake, stop playing that music.
Now, I just want to see how many cigars I had left.
Look, McGee.
Yeah.
Here's that wedding present we got from Aunt Sarah.
Huh?
I wondered where that had gone to.
Oh, dear, I was hoping it'd never show up again. Who wants a marble Venus with a clock in her stomach?
Now, I think it's beautiful. Here, wind it up and see if it'll run.
You wind it up or I'll run. I get too embarrassed.
Hello, folks. Am I intruding? Uh-oh. Who opened the closet?
We're cleaning it out, Junior.
Sure is a pile of inconsequential junk, isn't it?
Well, you're going to just stand there and criticize Wilcox? Why don't you jump in and help us?
Oh, listen now, Mr. Wilcox doesn't have to mess with this stuff, McGee.
Well, I wouldn't mind it a bit, Molly, except that I have an appointment in just a few minutes.
Look, Junior, the older I get, the less patience I got for beating around the bush.
What do you mean, McGee?
I mean, he ain't fooling anybody. He come in here to say something nice about Johnson's wax. So why don't he do it and then climb back on his horse and ride away into the purple sunset singing a vagabond song? Come on, handsome, out with it.
Oh, I can't do it like that. It's too crude. No finesse.
Finesse my clavicle.
Now, stop picking on Mr. Wilcox and get busy, McGee. For instance, What are we going to do with this old box of phonograph records?
Oh, what records are they? Oh, look. Here's Tell Me Pretty Maiden.
Yes, and Uncle Josh in the Chinese laundry.
Oh.
You better throw them out, McGee.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Gee, it hurts me to see anything made of wax thrown away.
Isn't it a shame?
Yes, particularly nowadays when wax is used so much to preserve things.
If this is finesse, I'll take vanilla.
Why, there's enough wax in these old records to protect and beautify hundreds of things. Though it's a different kind of wax from Johnson's, which is specially prepared to guard all wood and enamel surfaces from dust and dirt and wear and make a home healthy and sanitary.
Here's Cohen on the telephone.
Tell him I'm not here. Yes, sir, in times like these, folks, it's pretty important to protect the things you have with Johnson's wax. Floors, furniture, lampshades, windowsills, luggage. Why, when I think how much housework is saved with Johnson's wax, I just... Hey, what time is it? Oh, Jiminy, I got a scram. So long. See you later.
So, that was finesse. No wonder he left in such a hurry.
What do you mean?
He had to rush that tired old plug to a veterinarian.
Come on, McGee, I've got 1,000 things to do, so let's get this stuff cleared away.
Hey, look, let me handle this, Molly. You go do your housework. This is a job I can do better alone anyway.
Well, all right, but if you need any help, you call me.
Okay. Look at all this. I wonder where Molly ever picked up all this junk. Taking it all, get it straightened out. Come in.
What kind of a father are you, anyway, to let your little girl risk her life climbing 35 feet up a telephone pole?
Who, me? Well, gee whiz.
There ought to be a law against irresponsible parents like you. The idea of letting a sweet little girl run wild in the street. What shame.
Why, look, lady, I don't...
Here you are, puttering around with a pile of worthless junk, while a little child is risking life and limb in the street. And
Hey, cut it out. I haven't got it.
It's a good thing I came along when I did. I have a good mind to report you to the authorities.
If you really had a good mind, sis, you'd quit shaking your pocketbook at me and listen a minute. What child are you talking about?
This one right here. Come in here, little girl.
Hi, Papa.
So, it's you, is it? I might have known it was. And who you calling Papa?
Your Papa, dear.
I'm gonna stop that. You call me Papa again, and I'll spank you so hard on your little you won't be able to sit down for a week.
Why, you big brute. What kind of a father are you to talk to your little girl like that?
Who said she was my little girl?
She did.
Did you, sis? Quit stalling. Did you tell this old... Did you inform this nosy... Did you tell this lady you live here?
I did, Betcha. Can I stay out and play a while longer, Papa?
Now, you can go out and play for the next 10 years, you little double-crosser.
No, if this isn't the worst case I ever... Little girl, you stay right here that I can notify the authorities.
Okay.
What is your name, sir?
Fibber McGee, and the authorities don't know. They know that I haven't got it.
They know you haven't got any right to treat a child like this. You just wait.
Look, sis, what goes on here? What were you doing up on that telephone pole?
I was a lookout, mister. Huh? Yeah. You see, we were playing G-Man and gangsters.
Oh, I see.
And Willie Toots was a G-Man and I was a gangster. And then this lady came along and started hollering at me. And see, I didn't want her to know I had a daddy that would let me do things like that. Would you? Would you?
So you told her I was your daddy. Put the blame on me, huh?
You think the Mama's going to rat on us, mister?
What?
I bet you she's going to squeal to the cops, I bet you. See if they hang this up on his teeth, they'll throw the book at you. Oh, boy. You'll get the hot sweater. My name isn't Bump Mouth Bessie, the bad bimbo of Brooklyn.
Look, sis, don't talk like that. You're too sweet and nice.
Don't give me that, see?
Huh?
The heat's on, see? They'll have every harness store in town on her tail, see? Yeah. And Negro stay or no Negro stay, I'm taking it on the land, see? And just so you won't talk.
The King's Men sing Hit the Road to Dreamland with Cross Angle Rhythm. Bye-bye, baby. Time to hit the road to dreamland. You're my baby. Meet you in the land of dawn. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. All time, baby.
to dreamland, oh, my baby, where a little carrot sun. Look at that knocked up moon, in a blowing pot in the blue. Guess you never saw the likes of you. You're such an angel, my baby. Time to hit the road to dreamland. Don't cry, baby. It was divine, but the rooster has finally called. The old sandland stolen by says, hit the road, here's sand in your eyes. King Solomon in his wisdom said, there ain't nothing quite as good as a good bed. The bed and that may not be the very written word. So don't quote me because I only heard. Yes, yes, good cheer. Time to shut your eyes. With everything electrified and mechanized, if you should get a little nervous, then I ain't surprised. And so go to bed chilling cause you can't cure ill with capsules, tablets, and vitamin pills. Everything that'll rest your head, it is a good night of sleeping in a comfortable bed. So just resolve to be good and firm, because the early little bird is gonna catch a worm. Bye-bye, baby. Time to hit the road to dreamland. You're my baby. It's divine what the rooster has finally called. Time for all the children to get down the loving road.
Wonderful little gadget music, Doctor. When you think how clever them Swiss are at stuff like this, you wonder how they can make cheese with so many holes in it. Did I make it?
McGee, I wish you'd stop playing that music box. You know, it's awful irritating. Besides, the spring in it might... Oh, heavenly day.
What's the matter?
Why, you wonderful man. You've cleaned away all that junk out of the closet.
Oh, shucks, it was nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't have done. I'm strictly the kind of a guy that when there's a job to be done and he can't get anybody else to do it, he does it.
Thanks for cleaning up the mess, McGee. You mind if I take a peek in the closet and see how it looks?
Go ahead.
Oh, McGee, you're wonderful. Oh, there's not a thing left in the closet but one old briefcase.
Yeah, I know it.
What'd you leave that in there for?
Base.
Base?
Yeah. We got to start the next pile of junk with something, don't we?
Well, anyway, thanks very much for cleaning it up. And just for that, I'm going to do something nice for you.
What?
I'm going to throw a dinner party just for the two of us.
Oh.
Candles and a new tablecloth I got for Christmas. And our best silver.
We get about as much privacy as a bird store canary. Come in.
Oh, how do you do?
Buenas noches, mis queridos amigos. Perdonen ustedes, pero mi esposo se ha quedado todo descompuesta y no puede hacer la comida para mi hermano como no tenga el Little Monkey Ranch.
You understand French good enough to know what she said, Mom?
I think it was Spanish, dearie.
Oh.
I recognize the words monkey wrench.
Gee, so did I. I never knew I spoke Spanish. Look, sis, we didn't quite get it. What was it about a monkey wrench?
Señor, y como no encuentre una, no puedo hacer la comida para mi hermano. Y a mí me gusta tanto sorprenderle cuando llega a la casa y no sabe. What's cooking?
Well, I'd like to know what's cooking myself. Isn't she a pretty little thing, McGee?
Yeah. You speak any English, sis?
Oh, sí, señor. I speak the English much good.
She's not doing it much good. You live around here, dearie?
Sí, señora. Mi casa está muy cerca down the street.
Oh, must be a new neighbor. And you want to borrow a monkey wrench, eh, sis?
Sí.
Yes, I see. You see, Molly?
Yes, I see too, dear.
Yeah.
She wants to borrow a monkey wrench.
Yes. Spanish is a cinch for us. What do you want the monkey wrench for, sis?
My stove. He is broken.
Oh.
I fix him. I cook. My brother, he's coming home soon tonight. He's a noche. No fix, no tiene. Y si una hermana no tiene la comida lista cuando el hermano llega, entonces ella está sticking her neck out, ¿no?
I think I get it, McGee. She wants to take the wrench and fix her stove.
So she can cook the dinner for her brother.
Yes.
That's right, sis?
Sí, señor.
Oh,
Oh, Oh, you are a very smart Alec.
Never mind, McGee. Under that little wrench there you were fixing the music box with.
Oh,
yes. I hope you get your brother's dinner all right, dearie. By the way, what did you do?
He eats the dinner.
No, what does he do for a living, sis? What's his job?
Oh, he flew. He what? He flew. Es un piloto. He flew the aeroplane.
Oh, he flies an airplane.
Sí, señor. He is a much good fluer, my brother. Por muchos años él está volando el aeroplano. Y él siempre tiene la cosa. Carlos! That is my brother. He flew over the head.
Well, I thought for a minute he was going to flew down the flue.
Always he is flew close over the head. He flew once. He is not coming home for dinner. He flew 2 times. He comes home.
Oh, signals, eh? Well, I guess he ain't coming home for dinner tonight, sis, so you better just take him in.
2 times he flew over the head. Carlos is home for dinner. Oh. Ay, qué contenta. Muchas gracias, queridos amigos, por ayudarme tanto. ¿Es okay, kids? Yes?
McGee. There's some South American pilot stationed out at the airport. I'll bet her brother's one of them.
If she's going to be a neighbor, you better brush her up on her English. She's liable to come over to borrow 2 eggs and go home to the catcher's mitt and the piano stool.
Never mind that now. You come with me.
Where?
Never mind. Come along.
Well, what are we going to do?
We're going to have a little dinner party all by ourselves. I'll get out the silver and the candlesticks, and you get my new tablecloth out of the linen cabinet.
Oh, now, Molly, you shouldn't go to all this trouble.
Well, darling, I want to. You've worked hard and you deserve it. You've been a good kid. Go on now. Get out the tablecloth.
No, let's use an old one. I'm kind of dirty.
No, sir. Now, the best is none too good for you.
Gee, I don't think we ought to.
Do as I say. Get that tablecloth out of the linen cabinet.
Yeah, but look, Molly.
Well, if you won't, I will.
I think I better flew.
Here now, I've got to break down and make a confession. The other day, a woman accused me of telling only half the truth. It was in connection with a story I've told you several times on this program about how Johnson's Wax helps to keep your home sanitary and healthful because a waxed home is a clean home. She said I had completely forgotten to tell you one of the main reasons why Johnson's Wax keeps things clean. Because it cleans as it polishes. Well, that's true, folks, and I'm sorry if I haven't made that clear. You see, all 3 forms of Johnson's Wax, the paste, liquid, and cream, contain 1 or more active cleaning agents. When you apply them, they remove dirt and grease, and at the same time leave a tough film of wax that seals the surface against dirt and guards it against wear. Then when you rub the waxed surface, it glows with that matchless mellow beauty that good housekeepers and decorators so much admire.
What's that you got there, McGee?
Oh, an old handbill I found in that closet junk. Advertising the act I had in Chautauqua.
Heavenly days. Fibber McGee and his talking rooster. I never knew you'd been in Chautauqua.
That was just for one summer. I missed the train and got stranded in Shingle House, Pennsylvania. Anyway, the rooster didn't really talk. I used ventriloquism.
Like Edgar Bergen, huh?
Yeah, only much smarter.
Go on. You were smarter than Edgar Bergen?
Why, certainly. Is Bergen smart enough to have a partner he can eat?
Characters of the old-timer and Wallace Whipple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ionized Yeast presents Lights Out Everybody. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the terrors of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension
barbarism threatens his own home, and suddenly the little man towers over the earth, a figure of vengeance. This, too, tonight is a story of vengeance. But before we begin, Bob Stevenson wants to ask you a question. Does they then find you so worn out and all in that you can't enjoy the evening? Are you so jittery and underweight and under par that you're losing out in your work and in your fun? Remember the name, Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, life out. Everybody. You've got 10 minutes with them, Counselor. I know. Well, Rogan, I understand you want to see me. Sit down, Counselor. I'm very busy. Sit down. Yes. Well, never mind. There's a chance, you know, the jury's been out 3 hours. Whatever with the jury. Get me a knife. Huh? Get me a knife. A knife? You insane? A knife. Get me one. But why? You've got a chance. My final summation, the jury might deadlock. Yes, deadlock. You gotta listen to me. Well, when the jury comes in, he'll be there, sure. He? Mark Street. Oh, him. You still don't believe. I do. I definitely believe that an individual by that name does exist. He killed my wife. The evidence killed my wife. You hear me? He killed my wife. Yes, I know. Oh, you listen to me. You listen, I'll make you listen. For days you've been out there in that courtroom talking words. Words, high-sounding legal words. All the time you wouldn't believe the word I told you. All the time back of that mug of yours, you've been thinking, yeah, he killed her. I killed her. It's one of the things that never came into a man's life. Now, Mac, I want you to get it out of me. The ring was my wife. She was helping me and loving me. The guy come along who couldn't stand to be unhappy. After the look in the ring and that rat mind, he must have said to himself, okay, beautiful, I'm going to get you. How and when I don't know, but someday, beautiful, someday. That's what he said. And that's what he did. What? Well, then he came over. Sure, he had to be my friend. He came over, and when Marie told him I was working late down at the plant, he said he'd wait for me. Business of hell. What? Oh, how can I tell you? I can only think in my head and only members in my head. I hear the big two fighting against me. Fighting. I don't hear any fighting. He must have clawed at his eyes. And that knife in his hand. He stabbed her once. And again, the third time. When I got home, she had strength to whisper just 2 words. His name. And then she was dead. And she killed her. He phoned me so I'd take the last knee that left her. Mark Street. He did it. You hear me, Mark Street? But don't trace to the man. Come back, I tell you. He'll come back now to hear that jury speak his piece. He'll come back. I know he will. That'll be my chance to get him. Get me that knife. But Mac, the knife I got to have it. He'll be there. I can give it to him once, twice, 3 times the way he did to her in his face and his neck and dirty heart. Dead the way she's dead. His blood wiping out what he did to her. A knife. Get me a knife. You got it, Mac. Everything's going to be all right. You certainly didn't think I'd really... Well, I mean, a man in my position, brother. He's sensible, Mac. How could I? The wild story about revenge against a man nobody knows double-cross Mac. Sure is coming. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached the verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
You will read the verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant is charged in the indictment guilty of murder in the first degree.
Does someone rise and take the court? He's talking to you, Mac. What? Does someone rise? Judge, get up, Rogue. Mark Street. You're here, I know it. Mac, Logan, have you anything to say before sentence is passed upon you? I see him. Logan, what's the matter? Mark Street, he's here. Mark Street, you're here, I see you. I'll get you now. you as a particular favor to me, Rogan. To behave yourself. Yeah. Well, every man in this cell block is a condemned man. Disturbing truth just make it harder for everyone concerned. I ain't gonna be with you long, Warden. There's 2 weeks yet, my boy. I'm not going out that way. Oh. Escape, eh? I'm just telling you not to count too much on swinging that trap. Don't try it, Hogan. No man's ever escaped from the death house in this penitentiary. And no man ever will. Yeah. Well, this is it, Hogan. I will. Oh, hello, Rico. Oh, guard. Open the cell door. In here, Hogan. What's the matter, Warden? Your hotel getting crowded, so you gotta give me a roommate? Now, behave yourself, men. I don't want any trouble. Right, sure, Warden. You don't make any trouble. I hope not. See you later. The Warden's like a school teacher. Rogan, how do you know my name? Yeah, there ain't much going on around here, Rico, but I tell you don't know. Yeah? You want to know. How do you get out of here? Well, there's 2 ways. One through that door where you just came in with the Warden, and the other through that green door down there at the other end. That's a funny door. It only opens up one way. Am I going to hang me? The guys say that, but they feed the worms just the same. I'm getting out of here. It's easy just to know. I got to get out. Why? Did you go crazy? Well, never mind. To me, it'll make no difference just so long as you help me. I told you, Rico, about telling those lots of things. Well, listen to this. I know where to crack this place. So just talk. I'll die in my spot. Don't just talk, my friend. Me, I ain't got time to talk. They think they're going to hang me 3 days from now. Oh, yeah, that's why when I say something, I mean it. You too. Listen, everything 4 o'clock. Me and you out in the room down there that they call an exercise room. We're supposed to walk up and down and get exercise so we'll feel good when they stretch our neck. Hold you and me in the exercise room for 10 minutes. No guard. They figure it's all right. The room ain't got nothing in it, no window. The guard locks it up from the outside. And how do you trying to tell you? The room is nothing. Bare wall. Death wall. And then the floor, there's 1 iron saw there bleeding down to the sort of runs under the side of the river. Sure. You do like I say, and we'll see you pretty quick. This water, how deep is it? No. Doesn't make any difference. I can swim in it. I'm not in this water, my friend. Why not? How far is it from where we can get in the steward of the river? I can swim in the desert. I'm not in this water. Why not? Tell me why not.
Hey, you guy! I got.
Okay, screw. I'm going to sleep. Tell me, why not? Because, my friend, after the pipe is under the exercise room goes a little way, it joins the main pipe. Well, now the main so there's no room to swim. The pipe's over the top of the water. I'll swim it anyway and breathe the water. I've got to get out. Sure, you've said that before. But you ain't going to get out if you don't listen to Rico. I tell you, the water in the sewer's up at the top. Maybe half or 1 inch clear air up on top. Not enough to swim, my friend. But just enough to get air. You got the right thing. What? A diving rig? A little piece of rubber pipe that you keep in your mouth. You stick it up out of the water so you're stuck in the air while you walk through the water. That's over your head. Where do you get the rubber hose? Yeah. See? I got one right here. And there's another one for you. It's inside of my mouth. Listen, I raise it high like this. So it sticks up out of the water and I suck out that little inch of air that's waiting up there on top. What street I'll be coming to you soon. What street? What's that? All I want to know is you're going to play with me down the soda mouth, man. You don't know what you're doing for. Shut your mouth. I do it because I can't lift a heavy sword by myself. But you will lift it. We'll lift it. Okay. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, we try, huh? 4 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, a deep breath, please, before we go on with the story of vengeance and MacRogan. Yes, and while we do so, girls, is this how you feel these strenuous war days?
No, I'm not going to dance with soldiers. I'm too tired out to enjoy it. And since I've gotten so thin and run down and on edge, nobody wants to dance with me anyway. Well, you don't look so good lately. But listen, you know Sally Blake? Well, she was underweight and weary and jumpy, too. And she found out that all she needed was more vitamin B and iron. Vitamin B and iron? I don't understand.
Let me explain, miss. When you don't get enough vitamin B from your food, you may lose your appetite, so you don't eat enough. And then you may lose weight and lose your pep. Or you may not get all the good out of your food. And when you don't get enough iron from what you eat, you may be weak and pale and washed out.
Oh, dear. If more vitamin B and iron is what I need, I suppose I've got to take some disagreeable medicine. Sally didn't. She took ironized yeast tablets. She says they're a cinch to take. Just pleasant little tablets. And you should use that.
And now, back to Lights Out. This is the day and the time for the two condemned men to make their cry for freedom. Getting plenty of exercise, boys. Won't be long now. Yes, well, Twinkle. The floor, there's no silver with it. You think they got a label on it or something? Quit talking. We gotta move fast. Show me for the limit. Okay. Keep your hands on. Yeah. You see the circle on the floor? Yeah, that's the lid. It's covered with cement just like the floor. Heaven already. Wait how we lift it out. Quiet. Yeah. I got kind of another to work. It's a cold chisel. I told you, Rico Bartelli's a smart guy. This little piece of steel cost me plenty. But I got on you, gonna get me right out of here. Look. Stick the chisel in the crack. And push up. The cover comes up a little bit. And you stick your fingers underneath. Okay. I got it. There. I get your fingers under. Yeah. Okay. Now lift it. Lift it. Okay, I ain't stopping you. Take a swim for yourself. Give me that gold. Take back. Give it to me. Okay. Give me that. Get out. Shut the door. We're closed, see? Might as well cram. 1 o'clock closing hours in this town. Help me. Hey, what's the matter with you? Mark. Street. Huh? What's that you said? Mark. Street. Where is he? Mark Street. Oh, you mean that lanky chiseler. I didn't know exactly. I mean, I ain't seen the guy recently. Where is he? Tennessee Street. Yeah, that's it. I remember hearing a couple of the boys saying he moved in up there. Hey, wait a minute, fella. What you want to drink? What you want me to do? Well, is that a note? Walks right out on me. I wonder what in the... That's a funny thing. He ain't rained around here for a week. And the guy's clothes were soaking wet. All right, I'm coming. Wait a man, open the meter and night that's disturbing the peace. Well, what's the matter? Tell me. Tell you what? What's the matter, you drunk? What do you want? Mark Street. Mark Street? Is that what you said? They told me. He's staying here. Was staying here, you mean? He's gone? That's right, he's gone. Tell me. Where? Where is he now? He's down 6 feet in the Rosamond Cemetery. Mark Street. He died last week. Good night. Mark Street. Died last week. No, Mark Street, you can't treat me that way. Rosemont Cemetery. All right, Mark Street. I'm coming out to you. Dark. It's one of the moon. I know you can see. Yes, that's my wife. No, not you. Mark Street, where are you? Where? So many graves, white stones, moonlight, so many dead. If you're here, I'll find you. Here lies what remains. I've got to find you, Mark Street. I've got to. Maybe this one. Here lies Mark Street. I found you. Street, I found you. Oh, you're dead. I found you. But are you dead? I must know. I will 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 know. Don't say what again and turn that dial. You know that boy he used to live up the street from you who's in that flying fortress. He can't turn any dials and get out of there when the shrapnel gets close. You've got to keep on. And so how about you and that war stamp book? How long since you put another stamp in it? Remember, 4 25-cent stamps will buy a hand grenade. 15 50-cent stamps buy an anti-tank mine. 6 25-cent stamps a winter combat helmet. Yes, your money in war stamps can actually save the life of American soldiers. Here's another way to look at it. War stamps earn no interest. War bonds, on the other hand, too. They pay you back $4 for every 3. So looking at it either way as a dollar investment for your future, or better yet, an investment in a free world, you'd better put those spare dimes and quarters to work against the Axis for victory and for you. In the future, well, it'll mean the future of a free world.
Ladies and gentlemen, tune in next Tuesday again for Archibald's eerie story, He Dug It Up. A strange tale inspired by a visit to pre-war England. And if you need more vitamin C and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. The one and only ironized yeast with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. Waits for no man these days, not even for a man to shave. Speed is mighty important. So why not enjoy the quick, comfortable shaves that you get with Monet Brushless Shaving Cream?
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, and brought to you by
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
Jerry and Pamela North, those lovable, laughable salvas of mysteries. For years you've read about them in books and magazines. You've seen them on the stage and on the screen. Now here they are in person in The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Joseph's is a little Russian restaurant tucked away on one of the side streets of Midtown Manhattan. And here we find Jerry and Pamela North just finishing dinner. There's a popular belief among epicures that music has power to aid digestion, but Jerry has some doubt about this.
Oh, boy, listen to that fiddle. No wonder there's hardly anybody in the place.
Jerry, I want to hear.
What? Pam, please, it's dreadful.
But, Jerry, that poor fellow's playing with his heart.
Oh, that's it. I was blaming it all on the violin.
I suppose if a swing band were going full blast, you'd think it was dandy.
Well, at least I could keep time while I chewed. Oh. Come on. Are you finished? Let's get out of here.
All right, dear.
A waiter. A waiter. Here, let me help you with the coat, dear.
Ah, gentlemen, ladies. It was all to your satisfaction?
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you.
My wife even likes the music.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Dimitri, enough. Go back to the kitchen.
Oh, does he cook, too?
Dimitri? Oh, no. He washes the dishes. My wife, she cooks.
Oh, are you the proprietor?
No, lady. I own the restaurant.
Oh.
I am Joseph. Dimitri is my brother. Vasya is my wife.
I see, a family affair. I suppose the girl in the check room is your sister.
No, that is not possible. But the doorman, he is my uncle, Vasov.
Oh, how nice. Isn't that nice, Jerry?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear, will you give me a coat check? My compact's in your overcoat pocket.
Yeah? Well, let's see. Oh, here it is.
I'll fix my face while you're paying the check. See you in the lobby, Jerry.
Now, gentlemen, let me see.
Have you the bill?
Oh, yes. Even now I subtract it. $20. So. $240.
What? Let me see.
Perhaps it is wrong.
No, not very. It's $2.40. What? That's Pam. I'm coming, Pam. I'm coming.
Oh, Jerry, it's terrible.
Well, in heaven's name, what happened?
Look, there in the check room.
Where?
Over the table.
What? Good Lord.
Jerry, I think she's dead.
She certainly is. That's a stiletto in her back.
We'll rejoin Mr. and Mrs. North in just a moment. But meanwhile, ladies, do you realize for just 10 cents you can buy a trial-sized jar of Woodbury cold cream, a cream proved to give as fine or even finer beauty results than the costliest creams? And I mean proved. Proved by a test among more than 1,000 women. These women use 6 leading creams, including Woodbury cold cream and some of the costliest brands you could name. The creams were all in plain, unlabeled jars. Yet the majority of the women picked one cream as definitely best, Woodbury cold cream. Actually, they preferred Woodbury even to those costliest creams. Well, here's why Woodbury is so outstanding. Its 4 special ingredients and its fine oils cleanse thoroughly, leave your skin feeling gloriously fresh and clean. They lubricate, help ward off aging dryness. They make your skin gorgeously softer and smoother. And besides, there's an element working in the jar to keep the cream absolutely pure, and no other cream at any price has that. Why not send out now for Woodbury cold cream? If your skin isn't lovelier after using it only 7 days, return that jar to Woodbury at Cincinnati, Ohio, and you'll get double your money back. Regular sizes at 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents, and a big economy jar at $1.25. Remember, Woodbury will save you so much compared with your former expensive cream that you can buy more war stamps and bonds. And Uncle Sam will like that. Tonight, start using Woodbury. That's Woodbury, Woodbury cold cream. And now, back to the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. A few minutes have passed since Pam and Jerry discovered the body of the checkroom girl in the Russian restaurant.
Oh, what is to become of us?
Please, Mr. Joseph.
What can I do? Stabbed here in my own restaurant.
All right, Pam.
Did you get Bill Wagon, Jerry?
Yes, he'll be right over with the homicide squad.
Oh, good.
Joseph, who is this girl?
This girl I do not know. Her name, it is Betty.
Is that all you know about her?
Oh.
But you hired her to work for you, didn't you?
No, I did not hire her. She was sent here by the man who has the concession for hats and coats.
You mean someone actually paid for the checkroom concession in this place? Why, it can't possibly pay the girl's salary.
He did not pay for the concession. He come one day, say I must let him run hats and coats. I say no. He say yes, or he will have my license taken away.
Oh, a racket.
Why, that's shameful.
He's big man. Lots of politics.
Who is he?
Charles Moran.
Chuck Moran, huh?
Jerry, isn't he the man who runs the Club Rouet?
Yes, and a lot of concessions and hotels and clubs around town. Now I see why he's got a monopoly.
I wonder if... Jerry, look. There's her purse hanging on the hook. Couldn't we go through it?
Why, yes, I guess we can. Wait a minute.
Oh, Jerry, be careful. Don't touch her.
Don't worry.
Look how she fell forward across that little table.
I'm afraid Wagon won't find many clues.
Why not, Jerry?
Whoever did it must have slipped in quickly, plunged that stiletto into her, and gone out just as fast. You don't leave any traces when you work like that.
Jerry, I wish you wouldn't say you. Oh, let's see the bag.
Here, we'll put everything on this other table. Wagon don't want to see all this stuff.
Well, it's not much. Lipstick, compact... Oh, there's a key.
Oh, wait. Here's a piece of paper. Oh, a milk bill. Made out to Mrs. Charles Moran, 596 East 54th Street. Apartment 9A.
Mrs. Charles Moran? Do you suppose
Chuck Moran's wife.
His wife? Can it be possible?
I'd better go over and find out.
Jerry, you're staying right here.
Now, Pam, we don't want to make any mistakes. If this is Chuck's wife, he should know about it. If she's not, well, it might be wise to find out what he does know.
Well, why don't you phone?
Phone? He has no phone. I can never get him.
I guess he has a phone, all right. But only the people he wants have the number. Now, Pam, when Wigan gets here, give him all the details.
But, Jerry, I don't...
Remember, Pam, you're the one who found the body.
The body? Here in my restaurant.
It's not far from here. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Take it easy. I'm coming. Well?
Excuse me, is this where Chuck Moran lives?
Right.
Is he in?
Who wants to know?
My name is North. Gerald North.
Oh, you a friend of Chuck's?
Well, I've seen him around town. I'm a publisher.
Oh, you publish those detective stories, don't you?
That's right.
Oh, say, I was just reading that one, The Kiss of Death. It's swell.
It has been rather successful.
Well, say, come on in. Chuck ain't here right now, but he ought to be along any minute.
Thanks. Are you Mrs. Moran?
Do I look it?
Well,
No, I'm Francine Laporte. I sing at the Club Rouet.
I thought you looked familiar. I've enjoyed your singing.
Oh, thanks. So, sit down. The sofa ain't busy. Have a drink?
Not now, thank you.
Well, you better. Chuck may not show for a while.
Well, then, I really can't wait.
Oh, come on. Sit down. Oh, scat, Pinky. That cat is all over everything. You know, Mr. North, another one of your books I liked was Murder in the Mint. Gee, I didn't know who done it until the last page.
Yes, Herman is a good writer. But what I came to see about was Mrs. Moran.
Oh, Betty?
Yes, do you know her?
One of my best friends. And let me tell you, she's got brains. She can figure out those detective stories where I can't. Her only trouble is money.
Money?
Yeah, you see, Chuck's the front in the concession business, but Betty runs it. She keeps all the check bills in line, you know, hires them and fires them, and, well, she squeezes the nickels till the buffaloes yell.
I see.
Yeah, right now she's doing a little trick herself in a little Russian joint because, well, it don't pay to keep a regular girl there.
She and Chuck get along all right, don't they?
Why, Say, why all the interest in Betty?
Oh, nothing, just inquiring.
Well, I don't know what you're after, so I ain't going to talk out of turn. You'll have to wait for Chuck.
Well, I really must be going, Miss Laporte.
Oh, stick around. I'm leaving in a minute for my act at the club, but we could spend a little time talking about murder stories. You got any new ones coming up?
Several. I'm afraid I'll have to go now. I'm sorry.
Somebody's going to step on that cat's neck someday, and that'll finish him.
Tell Chuck I called, will you?
Sure, tall and handsome. And drop around the club sometime, huh?
I'd be delighted, Miss Laporte.
Oh, call me Francie. Everybody does.
All right, Francie. I'll be seeing you.
Okay, big boy.
And that's all I can tell you, Bill. That's the way Jerry and I found her.
All right, Pam. Thanks. The medical examiner's busy in the check room. Maybe he'll turn up something. Hey, Mullins.
Here, Lute.
Bring in that big Russian.
You mean the doorman with the fur hat?
That's right.
Okay, Lute.
Jerry didn't seem to think that you'd find many clues, Bill. He said that the way the murderer worked, he wouldn't have time to...
Lieutenant Wigan, here's something you might find interesting.
What's that, Doc?
When I moved the girl's body, I found this menu on the table under it. She was trying to write a message when she died.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see, Bill.
Scroll from one end of the card to the other. W-O-M-E-N. Women killed me.
Women? Gollies.
That means the girl didn't know who her assailants were. If she had, she would have tried to write out their names before she died.
You can move the body any time you want, Wigan. The stiletto did the trick, all right. I'm going down and file my report.
Okay, Doc. Good night.
Bill, I can't believe a woman could be so cold-blooded.
They come always, Pam. This girl didn't know who they were, so that rules out friends. Let's see.
This way, Cossack. Lieutenant wants to see you.
Hello. What's your name?
It's Vassoff, Lute.
Were you on the door outside all evening, Vossoff?
I was, for truly.
You see any women come into the restaurant?
Women? Yes. Women. Men, too, also.
I mean just a party of women, 2 or 3. They must have come in and left immediately.
Women, yes. Men, yes.
Not very definite, is he?
Yes.
Think you could identify these women if you saw them?
Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Women come, go. Yes, many.
Well, I guess it was one of them. All right, Botov.
Going to hold him as a witness, Luce?
Yes, take him to headquarters, Mullins.
Right. Come on, Cossack. We don't want to lose you.
Now, Bill, here's what I think you ought to do. Find out if any of the girls working in these concessions had it in for Betty.
Please,
and then
Pam, just a minute. I've got to think this thing out.
Hello, anybody.
Oh, Jerry.
What success?
Did you find Chuck Moran?
Hello, Jerry.
How are you, Bill?
Jerry, I'm asking you a question. Did you find Mr. Chuck?
No, dear, he wasn't home. But I did find out the dead girl is his wife.
Chuck's wife, are you sure?
Yes, Bill. Name's Betty Moran.
Where's Chuck?
The girl in his apartment said he was due there in a little while.
The girl?
Okay, I'll give orders to have him picked up. I'll be back in a minute.
Jerry, who is the girl?
Francine Laporte. She sings at the Club Rouet.
Fancy. And is she a redhead, dear?
Why, yes. How'd you know?
There are red hairs all over your coat.
Hairs?
Jerry, what were you doing up there?
Oh, they came from that cat in the apartment.
A cat, huh?
Yes, a cat named Pinky.
Yeah. Jerry, you haven't answered my question. What were you doing up there?
Oh, nothing. We talked about Moran and his wife and about detective stories.
Detective stories? In the old days, it used to be etchings.
Now, Pam, for goodness sake.
Oh, you needn't get so flustered, Jerry.
Oh, who's flustered?
You are, darling. Is she good looking?
In a way.
I see. Do you think she killed Betty?
She? Well, Pam, whatever gave you that idea?
Bill Wigan had a menu with a message that the murdered girl wrote on while she was dying. It said, "Women killed me."
Women?
Yes, and this Francie may be one of them.
But that doesn't seem possible.
Jerry, you're a very poor judge of women. You never can tell when they're lying to you.
Now, Pam.
Come on, Jerry. We're going over to that apartment. I want to talk to Miss Francie Laporte.
You can't. She's at the Club Rouet by this time.
All right, then we'll go to the Club Rouet. Come on, Jerry. This is a good table, huh?
Uh-huh.
You can see everything, Jerry.
I'm afraid we should have told Bill Wigan where we were going.
Bill Wigan is no better judge of women than you are, dear. All I want to do is to talk to her for a few minutes, and I'll be able to tell whether she had anything to do with that murder.
I hope this doesn't lead to trouble.
Listen, Jerry.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our great pleasure to introduce at this time that delightful singer of French songs, Miss Francine Laporte. Have a hand for her.
Oh, she's French.
From Brooklyn, France.
Parlez-moi d'amour, redites-moi des choses tendres. Votre beau discours, mon cœur n'est pas là de l'entendre.
She's very attractive, isn't she, Jerry?
What? Oh, yes, she is, dear.
Jerry, you don't always stare that way when you listen to music.
Well, it's a bit different from Dmitri and his fiddle.
Well, she's not singing from her heart. Jerry, she sees you.
Yes, she does.
As soon as she's through singing, I'm going back to her dressing room.
We'll both go.
Oh, no. You're going to stay right here. I'll be able to judge her better if we're alone.
All right, dear, but be careful what you say.
Votre beau discours, mon cœur n'est pas là de l'entendre. Pourvu que toujours vous répétiez ces mots suprêmes. Je vous aime.
Beautiful, Francie, beautiful.
No encore, Joe. I gotta be to play a dance number. Will
Okay,
you?
Francie. 63 from the top, boys. You ready? 1, 2.
Say, Chuck,
What's the matter, Francie? You finished already?
listen. That guy north that was up in the apartment,
Yeah?
He's out front with the dame.
I wonder what that lug's up to.
Well, he's poking around for something, Chuck. If he's just come to see me, he wouldn't have brought no dame.
Yeah, I wonder what. Quiet.
Here, get behind the screen quick.
Whoever it is, get rid of him.
Okay, keep your shirt on.
Miss Laporte, may I see you for a minute?
I got a change for my next
Oh,
number.
it won't take a minute.
Will you get out? I haven't got no time to...
I'm Mrs. North. You met my husband, Mr. North, up in Chuck Moran's apartment.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
I just want to ask you one question. What did you and my husband talk about tonight?
Detective stories. Why?
Oh, didn't you talk about who killed Betty Moran?
Killed Betty?
Oh, didn't you know she was dead?
What are you talking about?
Betty Moran was murdered tonight.
Hey, what's this all about?
Miss Dame says Betty was bumped off.
I heard. Where'd you get this from, sister?
The police found her. Are you Chuck Moran?
Yeah. Who got Betty?
The police are looking for you.
Yeah, well, I'm going out looking for the police. Get your hat and coat, Francie.
Oh, you can wait right here. The police will come for you.
Out of the way, lady. Hop to it, Francie.
I'm ready, Chuck.
You'd better not leave, Mr. Moran.
Get away from that door.
Ouch! Let me go.
Come on, Chuck, will you?
Just a minute.
Jerry, stop them. That's Chuck Moran.
Out of the way, jerk.
Get back, Moran.
Yeah?
Sure.
Finish him, Chuck.
Jerry,
Go on.
get him. Go
Go ahead, do what you do.
Jerry.
Here, you. Get away from that phone.
Try and stop me.
Why, you little... Ow! Oh! Ouch!
Hello?
Give me that
Come
phone.
on, operator.
Give me that
Quick,
phone.
the police. Help! Murder! Police! Jerry, are you sure you're all right?
Yes, dear.
Good. I want to look out the back. Oh, gollies. Jerry, you know this is the first ride I've ever had in a patrol wagon.
I hope it's not your last.
Shut up, Moran.
You gonna let him get away with that, Chuck?
I'll kick his teeth in.
Jerry, look out.
I'll handle him.
Oh, you're
Go
going to try
ahead,
it again?
Chuck.
Hey, pipe
Go on,
down
get him,
there.
Jerry.
Break it up,
Go on,
or I'll
hit
break
him.
it up with my stick. You'll have plenty of time for shouting when we get to the cooler.
As soon as we get there, officer, I want to see Lieutenant Wigan.
All right, lady, but quiet down. I can't hardly hear the gun.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, Lieutenant Wigan.
Came down to the morgue here to take a look at them.
Well, there they are, in the trunk.
Some package. How were they killed, Doc?
Bullets through the head. Close range.
Crammed in the trunk after death?
Right. If one corpse hadn't bled, they might be on the way to California by now. The expressman noticed the blood coming out of the corner of the trunk.
Yeah, that's the standard way of getting rid of bodies. Drop them off at the express office and ship them off across the country.
Well, Wigan, now you've got 2 cases on your hands.
Any identification on the bodies?
No, not a clue on them.
Hey, Luke.
You got them, Mullins?
Yeah. Come on, Cossack, in here. Come on.
What's up?
Lieutenant, it is not since the days of the Tsar.
Just a minute. I'm sorry we have to hold you as a witness, Bosov, but it can't be helped. I want you to take a look at these bodies.
Say, Lute,
Yes, Mullins.
Mr. and Mrs. North, they were just brought in the wagon.
Pam and Jerry?
Mm-hmm. For disturbing the peace. Mr. North got into a fight with Moran.
They got Moran. Good. Settle the charges and bring Pam and Jerry down here to the morgue.
I done that already. They're coming as soon as you can
Excuse me, is Lieutenant Wigan... Oh, there you are, Bill.
Come in, Jerry.
He's here, Pam. Come on.
Oh, Bill, we've just had the most exciting... Oh!
I'm sorry, Pam. Not a very pretty sight.
Good Lord. Who are these men?
We don't know yet. How about it, Bosov? You recognize those bodies?
These men I know.
Yeah?
What?
Oh, you do?
Where from?
The restaurant. The night they go in, come out.
Uh-huh. You're positive about that?
I see them only 2 hours ago. A Vosov never forgets.
They're the ones that done it, Lute.
But that note, Bill, the one she wrote, it said women killed me.
Yes, it doesn't fit. I wonder...
Hey, Bill, have you that menu with you? I've got an idea.
What, Jerry?
Yes, here it is.
Huh. Yeah, that could be it, all right. Sure.
What, Jerry?
Well, look at this menu. See, the girl started the word women right at the edge and wrote across the page.
Yes?
Now, when she wrote this, remember, she was dying. Things must have been going black for her.
Jerry, don't talk so much. Just tell her.
What's your idea, Jerry?
She started her writing off the edge of the menu. There's a letter missing, a T.
A T?
Yes. And what do you get when you put a T in front of the word women?
To women. To women. Oh, Jerry, that doesn't make sense.
I see what you mean, Jerry.
Sure. Spell it out, Pam. T-W-O-M-E-N. 2 men.
Oh, I see.
She tried to write 2 men killed me.
Of course. Why, how clever of you, Jerry.
Well, we've got the 2 murderers.
Yeah, in a trunk. But who got them?
Wait a minute. I think I have it.
What, Pam?
Yes, sir, those bodies. That's it. Why, Jerry, it's right in front of you and you can't see it.
Pam, will you make sense?
Bill, have Mr. Moran and that girl brought down here right away.
Pam, you'd better tell us what you're going to do.
No. This takes very delicate handling. I have to do it my way, Bill.
But, Pam...
I won't say another word until they're here.
All right, Mullins. Bring them down.
Come on, in here, both of you. Come on.
Say, what's this all about?
We're going to find out right now, Moran. Sit down. And you take that chair, Miss...
That's Miss Laporte, Bill.
Thanks.
Close the door, Mullins.
Okay, Lute.
Now then. Mrs. North is going to ask a few questions. I want them answered.
Say, who does she think she is?
Let her ask. See what it gets her.
Yeah, well, when she's finished, I got a few things to ask. Only it'll be through my lawyer.
All right, that's enough. Go ahead, Pam.
Well, Mr. Moran, your wife, Betty, was murdered tonight.
You said that at the club. I don't know nothing about it.
Didn't you sneak into the Russian restaurant tonight and corner your wife in the check room and stab her to death?
You're crazy. I wasn't near the joint.
This man I don't see by the restaurant tonight.
You see?
Quiet, please.
Bosov tells the truth.
All right, Bosov. Well, he ought to know. I wasn't there.
Then where were you?
Say, what is she, a woman, Dick?
Answer the questions, Moran.
Where were you?
Home. In my apartment.
Jerry, did you see Mr. Moran when you were at his apartment?
No, only the girl.
That's because you didn't look, fathead. I was out in the kitchen all the time you was there. Ask Francie.
That's right. He was there all the time.
All right, Mr. Moran. You admit you were in your apartment all evening.
Sure. I got an alibi. I can tell you everything that guy said.
All right, Bill. Arrest Mr. Moran for the murder of those 2 men.
What? Say, what is she trying to hang on me?
He didn't kill nobody.
Can you prove this, Pam?
Look at the bodies, Bill. Their coats are covered with hair. Cat's hair. Just like Jerry's was. Those men were killed in Moran's apartment.
That's a lie. I was there.
Mullins, take hairs from the clothes of these bodies and get samples from the apartment.
Right.
If the hairs match, it's going to send Moran and this girl straight to the electric chair.
No, not me. You can't.
Shut up, Francie.
You can't do this to me. He shot them. I didn't have anything to do with
You
it.
crazy ape.
Oh! He did it. He hired those guys to bump her off. Then when they came around to get paid, he shot them.
Why did he want to get rid of his wife?
She knew too much. The police are looking for 3 girls that disappeared. Girls that used to work for Moran. I don't know what happened to them, but Betty did. She was going to tell the police because Moran was playing around with me. She was jealous.
Why, you're lying.
That's
little
enough.
devil crossing.
Take them away, Mullins.
Come on, move, Moran.
All right, you 50 grand.
Well, Pam, that was a smart piece of detective work.
I'll say.
How did you know about the cat's hairs?
Jerry had them on his coat. Thank heaven.
Thank heaven is right. It solved the case.
Oh, I don't mean that, Jerry. I mean, thank heaven they were from the cat, not that red-headed Francie.
Girls, here's what lovely Paulette Goddard said about you, your beauty, and that man of yours in the war. She said,
"He's fighting for you. It's up to you to look the part. Why not see how my 3-minute care with Woodbury Cold Cream will help keep your skin smooth and enduring? I call it WBNC. That's short for Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. Try it."
and lovely Veronica Lake says the same. These gorgeous stars prefer inexpensive Woodbury cold cream. For it's true, you can't give your skin better care at any price. And yet Woodbury costs just 10 cents to $1.25. And here's special help for women with extra dry skin. Help you need right now when winter weather can coarsen your complexion terribly. It's Woodbury Dry Skin Cream, and it costs just 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents a jar. Try this exceptional cream. See for yourself how it helps eliminate those dry skin lines that tend to make a woman look older. Helps bring back supple softness to rough, dry skin. Ask for Woodbury Dry Skin Cream. Tune in again next Wednesday evening at the same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North. Pamela buys a turtle and a spy plot snaps in her face. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? This is Ben Grauer saying good night for
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hail Silver! Away!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Faster, boys, faster! Hail Silver!
Terror and sudden death blaze through the night in Calder Creek. Masked riders, men with tight mouths and hard, penetrating eyes, raced their horses through the once peaceful streets. Their 6 guns primed to destroy anyone who stood in their way. They struck first at the bank.
All right, right through the door. Right, now hurry up with that blast.
Hey, I light the fuse.
All right, get back. That did it. Blasted the vault wide open.
What are you waiting for, boys? Grab the cage.
All right.
Hey, what's going on here?
Coming, Spade.
Let him have it.
Bullseye.
Concealed by sagebrush, the outlaws waited in ambush at the bend of the stage trail.
Block the trail.
Oh, there! Oh there! Oh, there! Oh, there!
Oh, it's got to take care of the driver.
Oh! Get the mail, stow it in your saddlebags, and hightail it.
Angry customers stood lined near the bar of the cafe while the renegades looted their pockets and rifled the owner's safe.
Yeah, we searched the last of them, boss. Keep your eye on them. The rest of you stuff those valuables in the sacks.
Look out, the barkeep's pulling a gun.
He won't make that mistake again. Head for the horses.
Along a dusty, winding wagon trail some days later, 3 horsemen rode. The leader was a tall man who wore a black mask. His companions were an Indian and a 14-year-old boy. They were the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan, the masked man's nephew.
Guess we must be getting pretty close to Powder Creek for now.
We ride long time.
The town lies in the valley just beyond that rise.
This country looks so peaceful and quiet. It's hard to believe it's infested with outlaws, as it says in that letter.
Sometimes the most innocent-appearing places and persons are the worst, Dan.
What letter it say?
From our old friend, Windy Walters.
Oh, him live long time in Powder Creek.
Well, he says he has proof that the leader of the gang is Speed Lawson. He doesn't want to give it to the sheriff because he thinks the sheriff may be in league with the outlaws.
Me savvy.
Then that's why Windy sent for you. He wants you to go after the killers.
Looks that way, Dan.
Golly, I wonder...
You listen.
Sounded like it came from Painted Rock, Tonto.
Painted Rock? Well, that's where we're supposed to meet Windy. Gosh, you don't suppose somebody's
We'll soon find out. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
There,
Faster,
boy.
big fella.
As the shot echoed hollowly among the boulders which went by the name of Painted Rock, the 3 riders spurred their mounts toward the sound. Hoofs thundered along the trail and clattered to a halt in the shale which fringed the rocky patch.
Ho, Silver, ho, boy, ho, ho. Ho, Scout, ho, fella, ho. Steady. That's strange.
May not see Windy anywhere.
Maybe he's been hurt.
Oh, wait.
There's a horse beyond that rock.
Come on.
Oh, you look. There, Windy.
Half obscured by the brushwood which thrust between the boulders, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan saw the inert form of their old friend. He lay face down, crumpled in the awkward position of those who meet with sudden death. They clambered quickly over the rocks and loose shale toward him.
Golly.
See if there's anything you can do, Tonto.
No. Him shot through heart.
What's this?
Somebody make fire, burn paper.
Yeah.
Probably the man who murdered Windy. Here's a twig still smoking.
That's right.
These ashes are all that's left of the proof Windy told about.
Then Speed Lawson's behind the murder?
I think so. Look out! Take cover, Dan.
That was a close one.
Where'd the shot come from, Tonto?
Behind boulder over there.
As the masked man, the Indian, and the boys scanned the boulder from behind which the murderous shots had been fired, they heard a man's voice urging his horse, and hoofs start up in the rocky patch. Then they saw a lone horseman streak from the concealment of the huge rock and whip his mount in an effort to escape.
There he goes.
Him try to get away.
Here, Silver. Steady. All right, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Bolting down the trail like an arrow shot from a bow, the great horse Silver raced in pursuit of the mysterious horseman. His flying hoofs quickly narrowed the gap between the Lone Ranger and his quarry.
Rein up or I'll rope you.
Keep your distance if you want to stay healthy.
You can't get away.
I can try.
Drop that gun.
I'll drop you first.
Oh, yeah? Oh, Silver, hold on back. Steady now, steady.
With an expert flip of his wrist, the Lone Ranger sent his lariat spinning through the air and dropped it neatly over the shoulders of the outlaw. The renegade gasped as the rope tautened and pulled him up short, then lifted him bodily out of his saddle and dumped him in the dirt. The masked man rode up to his quarry and reined in the powerful white stallion.
Let me go.
Now, take it easy.
I'll get free.
Not till I say so.
Oh, Scout, hold.
Golly, you sure got him tied up in a neat knot.
What we do with them?
We'll take him to Powder Creek.
Before reaching Powder Creek, the Lone Ranger removed his mask and disguised his face. Then he sent Tonto and Dan to make camp in an arroyo with orders to await him there. In the Powder Creek Cafe, Speed Lawson sat at a table with the sheriff. His hard face was wreathed in a satisfied smile as he poured another drink from the bottle which stood on the table. But the sheriff was plainly nervous.
Drink up, Sheriff. You ain't paying proper mind to your liquor.
I'd pay more mind to it if I could forget what you just said, Speed.
Getting squeamish, Sheriff?
Windy Walters was mighty popular in his town. When folks find out he's been murdered, there's no telling what they'll do.
It's your job to see that they don't do anything. That's why me and the boys keep you in office sporting that star.
If they get their dander up, there ain't nothing I can do to stop them. Besides, some folks suspicion I'm in cahoots with a gang anyway.
What if they do? Can't prove it, can they?
Just the same, I don't see the sense of sticking our necks in the noose by waylaying Windy Walters.
I told you the old moosehorn got a hold of some written proof that I'm the leader of the gang. He wasn't taken care of, he took.
I reckon you're right. Who'd you assign the job?
Hook. We saw Windy riding alone out on the trail. Hook ought to be back any minute, and then you can relax.
Relax? Take a look at who just came in the door.
Hook. And he's roped.
Who's the other man?
I want the sheriff.
What'll I do?
Face him, you fool.
What's the meaning of this?
I think this is the man who murdered Windy Walters out on the trail. Furthermore, he tried to shoot me.
No, that's a lie. This is the man you want, Sheriff. I saw him and his friends kneeling beside Windy's body at Painted Rock.
Oh, friends, too, eh?
Yeah. An Injun and a kid.
That's a mighty queer combination. Mighty queer.
Sheriff, arrest this man for attempted murder.
Well, that's a likely story.
I'm talking to the sheriff.
I'm Speed Lawson. You better clear out of this town, mister.
I'm waiting, Sheriff.
I ain't arresting Hook on your say-so. It's your word against his. You're a stranger here in town.
Yeah, sure he is.
We don't want strangers around here, do we, boys?
No. Maybe you know something about the murder.
Well, you called me a crook, huh?
Don't try it.
I'll ready you. Oh, my arm.
Anyone else want trouble?
Crush him, boys. Let him have it.
I'll come and get it.
Shoot him, drill him. Get him, boys. Get him. That's it. Now, that's the ticket. Now, rope him. Rope him, boys. Hog tie him.
You're under arrest for disturbing the peace.
I see.
See that this hombre gets a special escort to the town jail, boys. Go on, take him.
All right, stranger, make tracks.
We'll meet again, Speed.
Come on.
As the sheriff, accompanied by several renegades from the gang, marched the unmasked but cleverly disguised Lone Ranger from the cafe, Speed Lawson and Hook stared after him. While there was no sign of recognition in their eyes as to their prisoner's true identity, his cool nerve and daring gave them a sense of foreboding.
Now, look. Get this rope off me, Speed.
Hey, you look like a rope doggy.
There. That hombre was masked when I first saw him. He's out to get us.
We'll get him first.
When?
Tonight. We'll kill him from outside the window of his cell.
What about the sheriff? People might suspicion he had a hand in it.
That's why we're pulling the job outside instead of inside the jail. To keep him in the clear.
But Speed...
Nobody will be much concerned about the murder of a stranger.
Oh. Guess you're right. They'll know he's an outlaw anyway.
Sure. We blame Windy's murder on him.
Well, there's just one thing.
What's that?
That hombre has two pards. An Injun and a kid. They're camped outside of town.
We'll take care of them later.
That night, two figures crouched near the window of the cell where the Lone Ranger was imprisoned. They wore handkerchiefs across the lower half of their faces and carried guns. Running swiftly across a patch of moonlight, they crept closer to the window.
This is far enough, Hook.
Can you see what he's doing?
Wait till I look.
Well, come on. What's the story, Speed?
He's resting on his bunk. Probably sleeping.
That ought to make an easy target.
Yeah. We'll riddle him so full of holes they won't be able to tell him from the bed spring. You all set?
Sure.
All right. Get him square in your gun sights like I got him in mind. When I give the word, pump lead.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. As Speed and Hook fingered the triggers that would send bullets into the Lone Ranger's cell, two knives suddenly whistled through the night and pinioned the sleeves of each of the outlaws to the wall.
What the... Hey, it's the engine, the one I told you about.
Drill him. I can't. My gun arm's pinned to the wall.
Mine too.
Blast him.
The outlaws struggled frantically to free their gun arms from the expertly flung knives which had pinned their sleeves. Finally, they tore the cloth loose and aimed their guns at the Indian who had interrupted their plan to murder the Lone Ranger in his cell.
Hey, what's going on here?
Catch that engine, Sheriff. He's a killer. You not catch me. After him, boy. You follow, maybe catch me.
Darn tootin' we will, Redskin. Come on, boys. Let's get that Indian.
As Speed Lawson, Hook, and the sheriff rode into the night on the trail of Tonto, the Lone Ranger heard a new sound from his cell.
Silver. Over here, big fella.
Come on, Silver.
And
Tonto lured those men away so I could bring Silver to you.
good. I'll tie one end of the lasso around the pommel of the saddle.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Got it. I'll tie the other end of these window bars. Make that knot a good one.
I remember how you taught me.
Got it.
Yeah, this ought to do it. There.
Good work.
Thanks. Do you think Silver can do it?
Yes, Dan. He hasn't failed me yet. That's the boy. Now show us what you can do, big fella.
Come on, Silver. You can do it.
Throwing all his great strength into the task, the powerful white stallion strained against the rope which was fastened to the cell window. After a moment, Dan's eager eyes saw the wooden frame splinter and the bars begin to tear free.
He's doing it. He's pulling out the bars.
That's it, big fella. Pull. Now I can get out. I'll tie this rope. There, it's done. Here, Silver.
Look.
It's a game. Steady, boy. Come on, Silver.
Get up there, boy. Get up.
Prisoner's getting away. Shoot him. Don't let him escape.
Drill him, boy. Drill him. Drill him.
Quickly outdistancing their pursuers, the Lone Ranger and Dan joined Tonto in the camp.
Speed Lawson's the leader of the outlaws. I'm sure of it.
Him plenty bad medicine.
Yeah, and the outlaw they call Hook is just about as bad.
The sheriff is also a member of the gang.
When them rob, kill, him look other way.
These men are as safe as long as there's no proof against them. Hand me that map, Tonto.
Golly. We only had that evidence that Wendy told about.
Wendy had proof against Speed. We need proof that'll convict the entire gang. If we can locate the goods they've stolen, we'll also have proof against them for murder.
Wendy's murder?
Wendy wasn't the only one killed by the gang, Dan.
How we find stolen goods?
Speed surely knows the hiding place. Hook probably does, too.
The next day, Speed Lawson and the sheriff conferred in the latter's office in the town jail.
What's keeping Hook? Didn't he know we were meeting here today?
Oh, he'll be along. He's always late.
I tell you, Speed, I don't like it at all. That army's escaping. He suspects a little too much of the truth.
Yeah. Wonder who he is, anyway.
I don't know. But I'll feel a lot better when he's out of the way.
Yeah, I reckon after that prison scare we gave him, he pushed off for other parts.
Don't be too sure. That army struck me like a man who was used to getting what he went after.
Yeah, got the same feeling from looking at him myself. Right now, he's after us.
Somebody coming.
Yeah, that's only Hook.
Hey, I found him.
Found who?
Yeah, the hombre you escaped. He's wearing a mask again. Yeah, and he's with the Injun and the kid I told you about. I came across their camp. It's in an arroyo about 5 miles from town.
I know the place.
Did you see the masked critter?
No, he was off someplace. But the Injun and the kid were there.
Why didn't you get him?
I figured if we waited, we could ambush all three.
I don't savvy.
Tonight they'll all be there, the three of them. And we can sneak up on them in the dark and then shoot them down before they'll know what hit them.
Yeah, Hook's right. Once we lay them 6 feet under, nobody have a thing on us.
Sounds easy. But that masked critter's a slippery coyote. How do you know he won't squirm out of the trap?
You'll make sure he won't.
How?
Hook and me'll go after him first. You and the rest of the gang will lay low some distance behind us. If they escape our fire and make a run for it, you and the boys will riddle them.
Yeah, that way it's a cinch. Now, their camp's back against a rocky cliff. You can surround them on 3 sides, and the cliff will cut them off in the rear.
Sounds slick enough.
This time, they won't have a chance of getting away.
Yeah, as soon as you hear our fire, then you start moving in with the boys.
Yeah, that's a ticket. And if you see the masked man, the Injun, or the kid still perpendicular...
Yes, savvy, Speed. What time will we move out there?
About midnight. You ought to be sleeping by then.
Yeah. Ain't no sense in fighting resistance if we can finish them off without it.
And this time, it's really going to be their finish.
Late that night, a band of horsemen rode out of Powder Creek. Under a heavy, shadowy sky, they slipped almost silently along the stage trail in the direction of an arroyo not far from town. Then the faint flicker of a fast-dying campfire in the hollow served notice that they had reached their destination.
Whoa. Steady there. Is that the place where the campfire's burning out, Hook?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I don't know. Seems to me when I saw it this afternoon, it was located about a 1/4 mile farther up the Illinois.
I reckon they moved camp.
Don't make no difference as long as they're still backed up by the cliff. We'll surround it just the same.
Sure. All right, Sheriff. Take the boys and spread out. Fan a half circle and cut off their getaway on these 3 sides.
Yeah, I know what to do. The minute I hear gunfire, the boys and me'll move in.
That's it. Hook and me'll mosey on ahead.
Yeah. If everything's right, you won't have anything to do, Sheriff. Come on, Speed.
Get up, boy. Come on.
Get up.
As Speed and Hook carefully guided their horses down the sloping side of the arroyo to the basin, the sheriff and the gang stealthily formed a wide half circle and cautiously approached the still flickering campfire.
We better leave the horses here, Speed.
Yeah. We can cover the rest of the way on foot. Ain't far.
Now, whoa there.
Oh,
Steady, boy. Steady. Don't hear anything. You?
No. Reckon they're sleeping. Come on.
You can see them now.
Yeah. All 3 of them. Wrapped in blankets close to the fire.
Easy pickings, Speed.
Easy is right. We can't miss at this range. Iced your 6 guns and we let them have it.
Just give me the word.
Now.
Taking careful aim by the smoldering campfire, the renegades fingered the triggers of their 6 guns. An orange flame stabbed the darkness of night. A staccato stream of lead poured into the blanket-wrapped objects in the low glow of the fire, and the outlaws cautiously awaited the result of their shots.
They ain't even stirred.
No wonder. We put enough slugs in them to pin them to the ground.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, this one looks like it might be.
What is it, Speed?
Why, this ain't the masked man. Just a lot of saddlebags stuffed in a blanket to look like him.
What? Then the others.
That's right, Hook. The other 2 are fake to resemble my friend.
It's him.
Doggone you. This time I'll measure you. You drop guns.
Oh. You won't have a chance now. They're my boys here coming. You're cut off.
Not quite.
Huh?
You look behind you, you'll see a crevice in the cliff.
Yeah, it's true, Speed. They can still make a getaway.
Yes, that crevice cuts through the rock to the other side of the cliff.
Blast you, Hook. You said this trap was foolproof.
How'd I know they'd move camp?
Gang come plenty quick.
They're coming to kill me, huh, Speed?
Yeah, if they catch you.
They won't catch me, but they might catch someone who will look like me.
What do you mean?
Put on this extra mask and my white hat.
But the boys will think I'm you.
That's what I want them to think.
Well, it's murder. They'll kill me.
No worse than you've done to others.
I won't stay. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, you're not. You're going to face them. I'll be standing in this crevice with a gun in my hand.
I'll be between two fires. If the gang don't get me, you will.
Put on that mask and hat.
Oh, wait. Give me a chance. I don't want to die. You got to give me a chance.
I'll give you a chance, Speed, on one condition.
What's that?
That you tell me where you've hidden the loot you've stolen.
Oh, I can't.
Hurry, the gang's almost here.
I'll tell you. It's buried in Bear Gulch, the northeast corner at the foot of Scrub Tree.
If you're lying, you'll go hard with your partner, Speed. I'm taking Hook with me.
Huh?
No, you can't get rid of me that way, Speed. Tell him the truth. Quick, the truth.
Then he did lie.
I'll tell you. It's buried at Painted Rock, all of it.
Oh, blast you, Hook.
That's what I wanted to know. Come on, Tonto.
Me come.
As the gang thundered in for the kill, the Lone Ranger and Tonto quickly escaped through the crevice in the cliff at their backs. On the other side of the rocky wall, Silver and Scout were waiting to take them out of gun range of the renegades.
Where are they, Speed?
Got away through that crevice.
We can still catch them. Come on, boys.
Not that way, you fool. That crevice is only wide enough to admit a man on foot. They had the horses wait on the other side of the cliff. You'll have to ride around.
We'll never find them.
Yes, you will. They're heading for Painted Rock and the stolen loot. Hightail it there as fast as you can. Hook and me'll follow.
Whip up them horses. We're heading for Painted Rock. Come on. There they are, Speed. Masked man and the Indian.
Yeah, digging up the loot.
Let's get them hombres. Come on, boys.
Whoa. Rush them. Drill them.
They won't get away this time. Turn back. You get them. What was that? Look, a posse riding us down.
Oh, we've been tricked. Let me out of here.
I want you, Speed.
I'll riddle you.
No, you won't.
Oh, wing me.
There they are, Marshal. These are the leaders of the gang.
Throw down your guns. You're under arrest.
It's the Marshal.
Yes, Sheriff. I see I'm needed to uphold the law in Powder Creek. You're a disgrace to that star.
I can explain.
Shut up. I'm arresting a lot of you for robbery and murder.
Now, you can't prove murder?
The Lone Ranger gave me all the proof I need. He dug up the place where you hid the loot.
The Lone Ranger? So he's the hombre that tricked us.
Sure. You can't win against that hombre.
Just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile, starring the man who has just returned from entertaining the workers in the Kaiser shipyards, Eddie Cantor.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Harry Von Zell.
Yeah?
I spent all day Saturday with the most amazing, energetic individual I've ever met in my whole life, the most popular citizen in the United States, Henry Kaiser. Oh, boy. And Harry, you should see the way he eats.
Eat?
I ate with him. He had 2 glasses of orange juice, 2 bowls of oatmeal, a double order of eggs, and 2 cups of coffee. I said, what's the idea of doubling up on everything? And he said, I'm also eating tomorrow's breakfast. I have a very busy day. What are you going to do?
Oh, Eddie, what a shipbuilding business he's built up.
And let me tell you something, Harry. He doesn't make 1 cent from building the ships.
Yeah. Well, how does he make a living?
Champagne. He gets 50 cents on each bottle.
I know. Wait a minute. I understand that certain shipbuilding centers are now christening ships with beer instead of champagne.
It's true, Harry. Why, up north, they've been christening so many ships with beer. Last night, San Francisco Bay had a head on it.
Oh. No, now you're exaggerating, though.
I'm not. They're calling it the Pacific Ocean.
Say, I heard that you spoke to thousands of the workers at the Richmond shipyard.
That's right, Harry, and I met one of the most patriotic women in this country. She has a husband in the Navy, 3 sons in the Army, and she herself works as a riveter, even though she has a 6-month-old baby.
She has a 6-month-old baby?
Of course. Who do you think throws her the rivets?
Now, that I don't believe.
All right, ask Henry Kaiser. He allows the women workers to bring their little babies to the shipyards, and it saves them some money.
Well, how?
Instead of a whistle at 4 o'clock, all the kids go, everybody knocks off. I mean, for the day. Why, those defense workers think of nothing but their jobs, even when it comes to romance.
Oh, romance? What do you mean by that, Eddie?
A welder I know is engaged to a girl. He made a ring out of a rivet, slipped it on a finger, and said, darling, will you be my lawful welded wife?
You know something?
Yeah.
I must send that to Reader's Digest.
Yeah. You know, and everyone at Richmond isn't as romantic as that. One woman was always complaining about the grind. She was always kicking. Mm-hmm. Building and launching. She said, building and launching, building and launching. Friday, this woman got up, hit her husband with a bottle of champagne, and pushed his bed into the bathtub. Then she laid the keel for a new husband.
Well, here, Eddie, did you find the women as efficient as the men at the shipyard?
Unquestionably.
They were?
Mm-hmm. One ship up there was being built exclusively by women.
Really?
But they had a terrible accident last week, Harry.
Oh, no. What happened?
This destroyer, that was only half completed, slipped into the Pacific.
Oh, well, what happened there?
It sank 2 Japanese battleships before they could pull it back.
That must have been interesting, Eddie. Are you going to make any more tours of the defense plants?
Yes, all over this country. And something else, Harry. Pretty soon you might hear that one of the Cantors is overseas.
Ida has been drafted?
No! Ida's for Raph. What's the matter with you? Don't be so smart. You know, Harry, I'm going as an ambassador of goodwill. Already the government has put me through rigid tests.
Oh?
Oh, such a routine I went through,
Really? Well, what did they do to you?
Well, since I'm going to be in the war zone, they tested my calmness under fire.
Oh.
The first question was, what would you do if you were flying in a bomber that was attacked by 40 Zeros firing machine gun and cannon dropping bombs straight at you?
Well, what was your answer?
Nothing. From the question alone, I fainted.
Oh, boy. What sort of a physical examination did you get?
Oh, Harry, you should have been there yesterday. One guy tore off my shirt, tested my heart, my blood, my pulse. Finally, after a half an hour, he came to me and he said...
Well, Cantor, you just managed to pass my test by the skin of your teeth.
Oh, thanks, Doctor.
What do you mean, Doctor? I'm the coroner.
Coroner?
Hello, Mr. Cantor. I'm the nurse. The doctor wants me to take your temperature.
Take my temperature?
Yes, I must take it.
My temperature?
Yes, honey.
You may as well. You gave it to me.
I'm sorry we haven't any magazines to read while you're waiting. You really should have something to look at.
It's okay. You'll do. Nurse, I'm nervous about examination. Is your boss here a good doctor?
Oh, he's wonderful. Look, right now he's releasing a patient he cured completely.
Well, you're in perfect shape. Get going. You heard me. Giddy up.
A horse doctor? Nurse, I refuse to be examined by a veterinarian. What am I, a dog? A mutt?
Oh, now don't get excited.
A mongrel?
Now, Put your head on my shoulder.
Woof, woof. Woof, woof.
Aha, distemper. This looks like a difficult case, nurse. Call up the Kennel Club and cancel my appointments for the day.
Yes, sir.
What appointment, Doctor, have you got at the Kennel Club?
Cocker Spaniel named Gwendolyn. Maternity case.
War puppies? Well, gosh, doing that work on the side, you must be kept pretty busy, Doctor.
Not around here. We split up the work. I take care of all the adults, and the nurse handles the children under 14. By the way, how old are you?
A goo-goo. A goo-goo.
What seems to be your trouble?
No trouble, Doctor. You see, I may have to go to Europe for Uncle Sam, so I want to get the necessary injections.
Okay. First, I'll give you a rabies injection in case you're bitten by a mad dog.
Oh, don't bother. I'm sure I won't be going to Berlin.
Very well. I'll give you the malaria injection. Roll up your sleeve.
But careful, Doctor. Will you be careful?
Now, don't worry. I'll use the needle very gently. Here goes.
Stop it!
Oh, I'm sorry. I used to be a riveter at Lockheed.
Well, look, Doctor.
Hello?
Doctor, what is that?
My maternity case at the Kennel Club. What's the trouble, Gwendolyn? Oh, well, stop worrying. I'm sure they won't arrive till tomorrow. No, I can't come over. I'll keep in touch with you. I tell you, nothing will happen until tomorrow, Gwendolyn.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Goodbye. Imagine that, trying to tell me.
Yeah.
I guess I ought to know. I'm the doctor. Now, where were we?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yes. Let me hear you say, ah. No, not Ah. Ah. Say it with a drawl. Droop. Drawl. Ah.
Oh, Doctor.
See, Doctor? I'm drawling.
You're also drooling. What do you want, nurse?
There's an emergency request from the YWCA across the street.
The YWCA?
Yes. They want you to pull down the shades quick or get a new patient.
Hello? Oh, it's you, Gwendolyn. I told you nothing will happen until tomorrow. What? Listen to what? Oh, congratulations.
So that is what happened at the doctor's. Well, you finally got your inoculation.
Yes,
huh?
Harry. Everything is all set. The only thing I need now is a little coaching in foreign languages.
Yes.
And you know just the guy who can help me? Adolphe Menjou.
Who?
Adolphe Menjou. He was in that picture with Fred Astaire and Rita Hayworth.
What?
You were never lovelier.
Oh, well, I think you're cute, too.
Take over while I call Menjou.
Ladies and gentlemen, lovely Dinah Shore singing, I'm Getting Tired So I Can Go to Sleep.
I'm getting tired so I can sleep. I want to sleep so I can dream. I want to dream so I can be with you. I've got your picture by my bed. 'Twill soon be placed beneath my head to keep me company the whole night through. For a little while, whatever befall, I will see you smile till reveille calls. hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming too. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming too. La da da, la da da dee da. For I'll be dreaming too.
Dinah, that was beautiful. Wasn't it, Harry? Look at that. He's asleep.
Oh, was my song that bad?
Well, don't be silly. It was wonderful. But when you sing I'm getting tired so I can sleep, what do you expect? Harry, wake up. Will you wake up? What'll I do?
I'll get him up, Master.
How, Cookie?
Like this.
Sarge! Up and at him, boys!
Oh, Eddie, I'm sorry. Dinah's song was so soothing and restful.
Well, Harry, if you're going to sleep on this program, who is going to tell our listeners about Sal Hepatica? Do you want me to do it?
Well, Eddie, it doesn't really matter who calls our listeners' attention to Sal Hepatica, so long as we point out that it does help a person feel better faster. For you see, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and under the weather due to the need of a laxative, if you take Sal Hepatica right away, it brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that's important, for it means you no longer have to wait till night to take the laxative you need in the morning. You no longer have to risk feeling miserable the rest of the day. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has this additional advantage, too.
This famous mineral salt laxative helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So ask your druggist tonight or tomorrow for a bottle of Sal Hepatica. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Harry.
What is it, Eddie?
It's all set.
What?
Manju has agreed to come over. Now I want to impress him with my new government job. I want him to think I'm popular in diplomatic circles.
Yeah, well, where do I come in?
You've got to pretend to be a French ambassador. Well, what are you laughing at?
Well, out of the things I got to do for $12 a week.
All right. Oh, that must be Manju now. Harry, go out and come back later. Yeah. Now, are you sure you can speak French?
Oh, si, senor.
Oh, what's you? Come in. Why, it's Adolphe Manju. Congratulate me, Adolphe. I'm going abroad. The government is sending me out of the country. Do you know why?
They heard your program?
No, Adolphe. They want me to be an ambassador of goodwill. And the reason I asked you over tonight was to teach me the customs of the foreign countries.
Well, Eddie, your different nationalities greet each other in various ways. For example, when a Frenchman greets a Russian, he kisses him on both cheeks.
Yeah.
When an American meets a Russian, he shakes hands. And when a German meets a Russian,
yes,
he just shakes. Believe me, when our boys get through with Berlin, Hitler will have to go back to his old job of house painting.
Listen, when our boys get through with Berlin, there won't be any houses left to paint. I'll tell you. But Adolphe, the first place I'm going to visit on my tour will most likely be Morocco. Now, supposing I arrive around dinner time, what is the first thing I do?
Well, you simply walk up to one of the natives and say, Ana Masrur Salam Salam Sahib Salam Alek.
I say that?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means, where is the nearest drive-in?
A drive-in on the desert?
Yes, and they serve strange, exotic dishes like kebab and couscous.
Kebab and couscous? The genuine kebab and couscous?
Couscous, yes.
Well, what is that?
Camel burgers.
Camel burgers. Morocco must be a very quaint place.
Oh, yes, and they have other strange customs there, too. For instance, in Morocco, there are men who have several wives. They're called royal sultans.
Over here, we call them Tommy Manville. Say, I understand that Tommy is only getting married 6 times a week. He's observing Mateless Tuesday. Made it up out of my own head, honestly.
And, Eddie, in your travels abroad, when you visit India, you must remember that the cow is sacred. You cannot touch it.
Over here, the cow is getting sacred, too. You can't only touch it, you can't even see one. And butchers you can only visit by appointment now.
Oh, Eddie, the meat shortage isn't that bad.
It isn't. Adolf, yesterday morning on Hollywood Boulevard, they put up a Bull Durham sign. In the afternoon, there was nothing left of the bull but his horns. Imagine somebody being so anxious for meat that he eats a picture off a billboard. Ooh, I can still taste the paste. But Adolf, getting back to my trip, there's something that worries me. You see, I never told this to anybody, but you're a friend. I'm afraid of planes. And, well, I understand that they fly ambassadors across the ocean in 4-motored heavy bombers.
You should be frightened, Eddie.
Why?
I saw the plane they're preparing for you.
You did? What did it look like?
Well, it didn't shock me when I realized it wasn't a heavy bomber.
No.
Or when I saw that it didn't have 4 motors, or 3, or 2, or 1. But when I saw the Wright brothers sitting at the controls, with Christopher Columbus's map of the Atlantic, a lifeboat, and 3 fishing poles, Eddie, that's not good.
That's not what? Well, I'll tell you something. That's really bad.
Yes. Eddie, why did they ever choose you as an ambassador?
Why, yes, why they chose all of us? I'm popular in diplomatic circles, that is why. As a matter of fact, Adolf, I'm expecting a very distinguished guest to drop in tonight. The French envoy.
The French envoy? That's wonderful, Eddie. I'd enjoy meeting him again.
Again? You mean you've met him?
Well, of course. I had lunch with him this afternoon.
Oh, I better warn Harry.
Bonjour, mes amis. Bonjour, toujours l'amour.
Harry, he knows the French envoy.
Hey, what's going on here?
Well, there's been a little mistake, Adolf. He's a different envoy. He's from, do you know German or Japanese?
I speak them both fluently.
He's the ambassador from Turkey. That's what he is, from Turkey.
Huh?
Harry, give him a little turkey.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Go on, please.
Say, Eddie.
Yes, Adolf?
Eddie, I'm convinced that I could help you a lot more in those foreign countries if you'd let me make the trip with you.
I think you're right. And besides, I understand that the head of the Immigration Bureau is a Frenchman. You'll be able to get us through quicker, huh?
Well, surely. I'll just say, cher monsieur, permettez-moi de vous présenter Monsieur Eddie Cantor. Merci beaucoup.
And what will he answer?
How do you do?
He's going to the mad Russian.
That's me.
Russian?
Yes.
How did you ever get such an important job?
I'm very friendly with FDR. I'm always in and out of the White House.
Really?
Yes. I walk right in, and they throw me right out.
Russian, as head of the Immigration Bureau, you can help us. I'm going abroad with my friend here.
Ooh.
Bonjour. My name is Adolphe, and I'm going to Europe. What is the first thing I have to do?
Adolphe, change your name and shave off your mustache.
But he can't do that, Russian.
Oh.
You see, he happens to be Adolphe Manjou, the movie star. He needs it.
That's right. It's my bread and butter.
That mustache is your bread and butter?
Yes.
Did you ever try it with marmalade? It's very pretty.
Will you quit stalling and give us the passports?
Well, first you'll have to answer a few questions.
Yes.
Are you married?
Of course, we're both married.
You make such a lovely couple.
Oh, no! I don't believe you're the head of the Immigration Bureau. Why, you're not even a citizen.
Don't say that. Don't say. Why, just yesterday I received my third papers.
Why, you can only get your first and second papers. The government isn't supposed to send you a third paper.
That's what I keep telling my draft board.
Russian, if you'll okay our passports, we'll even take you with us.
Oh.
But remember, you'll have to travel light.
Don't worry. I'll only take 110 pounds.
110 pounds of what?
Her name I don't know.
Wait a minute. Russian, look. This is important. We want to fly to Europe.
Oh.
Forget about those homely women you know.
Homely women? Indeed. Indeed. My last customer was Hedy Lamarr.
Hedy Lamarr?
Yes. For passport identification, I took her lip prints.
But you're supposed to take her fingerprints.
You take what you like, I'll take what I like.
Russian, I think we ought to make this trip without you.
All right. But you'll be lonely.
Don't worry. Now, our first stop will be Russia. And, of course,
yes,
we'll need some maps.
Oh, for Russia, you don't need maps.
No.
Just paint a swastika on the left wing, a swastika on the right wing, and when you get over Stalingrad...
Yes?
Don't worry, you'll come down.
Get out, Russian. Adolf, there's just one thing that you haven't told me.
Yes?
What if in my travels I meet a beautiful girl, say a girl as beautiful as Maureen O'Hara?
Oh, I'd say you'd be lucky. She's lovely. I just saw a preview of her new RKO picture with Charles Lawton, This Land Is Mine.
Yeah, and incidentally, Maureen's going to be on our show next week. Oh, yes. But what I started to say was this. Suppose I met a beautiful girl who doesn't understand English. How will I tell her that she's cute?
Well, in a case like that, I'd recommend an expression that is understood everywhere.
What is it? But Adolf, look, suppose she wants to tell me that she thinks I'm cute. How will I understand what she's saying?
She won't have to say a word, Eddie. She'll just smile.
And oh, what a smile. Gorgeous.
Huh?
Lovely.
Now wait, Bunzel. How do you know her smile will be gorgeous? Lovely.
Well, you were talking about a beautiful girl, weren't you? And it's just common sense to me that a girl can't be beautiful unless she has a lovely smile. And since a lovely smile means so much to a person's attractiveness, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to take intelligent care of your smile. See your dentist regularly, and between visits, faithfully use iPana toothpaste and gum massage. Because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And iPana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help gums to a healthier firmness. It's easy, then, to understand why so many men and women follow this simple, healthful routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with iPana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
So, for firmer gums, brighter teeth, and naturally a more attractive smile, decide now to massage with iPana toothpaste.
Well, all right, Harry. What are you waiting for? Stands there, wait.
What's the matter?
Announce my song.
Oh, yes, the song. Yeah. Just silly. Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Cantor sings. Why is it that I always have to say Eddie Cantor sings?
Well, what do you want?
Or Dinah Shore sings? Why don't I ever get to sing myself?
Well, you don't sing, Harry.
Yeah, why don't I?
Well, I don't know.
Why every week do I...
Don't encourage it. Never mind. I'll announce it myself. Ladies and gentlemen, Cookie Fairchild's Orchestra and yours truly sings that happy song. I want to go back to West Virginia.
I don't think it's fair.
I want to go back to West Virginia.
He sings.
I want to go back to the one I love.
I never sing.
Where the skies are blue and the birds sing too.
Yeah, the birds sing.
Take me back to West Virginia. They took me away from
What a
West
voice.
Virginia. They took me away from my home sweet home.
Home sweet home.
Where the friends I knew were so kind and true.
Let me sing just
Take
one
me back
song.
to West Virginia. Where the fields are filled with clover.
All I do is announce.
And the
Announce all the
mountains
time.
reach the sky. Where the flowers bloom all over.
At home I sing in the shower, you know.
Wanna cry.
Neighbors like
I
my
wanna go
singing.
back
A fella next door.
to West Virginia. I want to go back to the one I love.
Fella next door likes my voice.
Where the
Barry.
world is free.
Look at
That's the place for me.
Looks like an owl and sings like a bullfrog.
Take me back to West Virginia. Go ahead and sing. You're funny, you know.
I want to go back to West Virginia. I want to go back to the one I love, where the skies are blue and the birds...
No applause, please, only for professionals.
Thank you very much, thank you very much. Took me away from West Virginia, took me away from my home, sweet home, where the friends I knew...
Let's do this together like an old-time vaudeville team.
Okay, Eddie.
Harry?
Yeah?
You know why I want to go back to West Virginia?
No. Why?
Because I get my clothes in different parts of the country. For instance, I got my coat in South Dakota.
And your pants?
In Pennsylvania.
And your collar?
In Colorado.
Denver, did you go?
Denver, did you? Well, there's only one place I can go to complete my wardrobe. I need a vest, and that's why...
That's why we say... Take me back to West Virginia.
Don't encourage him, ladies and gentlemen, please. You don't know the trouble I'm having with him now. Every 3 or 4 weeks, it's another $50 in a minute. Well, I do want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you, Adolphe Manjou. Wasn't he nice? Wasn't he charming? We hope you'll all drop in on us next week, ladies and gentlemen, to help roll out the red carpet for Maureen O'Hara. Those of you who have seen her, The Black Swan with Tyrone Power, and How Green Is My Valley, will remember a great, great talent. In the meantime, this I almost forgot. Very important. Makes me able to work here. Don't forget the 2 products that make these Wednesdays together possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And so remember, I love to stand